Robin?
No, I haven't, but that's such a wonderful thing. It doesn't surprise me, and it doesn't surprise me somehow that it would be in Lviv. Lviv seems to be a really down to earth and warm kind of city, from what I know of it. That's absolutely wonderful. I think Ukraine, as when it was part of the Soviet Union, it had some of that attitude toward disabilities, which is pretty disgusting. I mean, we see in Romania there was also the business of warehousing disabled kids in orphanages and stuff, and they certainly have changed that attitude, very much. So no, that's absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much for finding it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and I'll make a really quick tweet about this real quick. Um, but what I what it is what is really really cool about this is that this was actually paid for by some American philanthropists in Lviv. These people, let me just real quick here. These people actually paid for this out of their pocket, out of foundation that they run. And where did it go here? They have a personal foundation, and 99% of what they do is with their own funds. Um, it is in Lviv that they laid this good foundation for their work in Ukraine. There are no such parks at all in Ukraine, and they are hoping that after victory, special playgrounds for children and the elderly will be the first to appear, is what they have said. Um, so this is just absolutely wonderful. Their organization is called the Bridge of Life. They came to Ukraine at the beginning of the war, and already in the summer of last year, they offered to make the playground for children in Ukraine. And they spent all the time researching exactly what were the best things to put in it and how to go about it. And they took all kinds of things into consideration for how it should be built. And there's actually two separate areas of the park. One of the areas is for the children with the skeletal muscular issues, where they would be confined to a wheelchair or something like that. And the other half of the park is actually for children who have more sensory issues, more like autism and things like that. So these, the things that they put into the park very very particularly target those two areas, and I think that'll be great. Um,
What's
Evidently,
wonderful about this too, Prince, is it's not in a physical therapy office. It's a place where kids can be kids, and at the same time can get the kind of activity that will help them progress. It's a wonderful thing.
yeah. The thing is it is outside. It's and that is a really cool thing. But it is at a location of a social services center, and they have been helping children and youth with disabilities as well as their family. Um, and for over 30 years. And it was founded by parents of children with disabilities and volunteers, and social rehabilitation services are provided at the expense of the city budget, 80%, and partially at the expense of charitable income. As of now, there are 136 children in the day program and in the early intervention, and more than 100 families with children from the at risk group or with disabilities. More than 400 children with disabilities receive complex rehabilitation a year. There are 6 branches operating in the districts of the city, individualized centers for this, that they're describing for the services to the kids. So this is like on the property of that area. And so it's someplace that the kids can partake in, maybe even as part of their day in an early intervention environment. or it may be something that, they can just go to. I mean, I'm sure if they go there for services, they probably live close. Be something their parents can take them to on the weekend. But even I worked in special ed for 10 years, and I worked with um, severely handicapped children, deaf, blind, cerebral palsy, and then I worked with kids on the autism spectrum also. But on the I don't know how to describe it other than to say they would be on the more severe end of the autism spectrum, I think is how I would put it. Um, and I've seen how swings and that movement and that stimulation can really make a difference in children's lives, in their ability to focus on things and just be, generally speaking, good for them. And so yeah.
Very, very nice. Mhm. Okay, we have a couple of people came up to speak, or if someone would like to speak, you could raise your hand and we'll call on you in order. In the meantime, there was I was reading an article about, which took me a while to figure out what they were talking about, honestly, but uh, apparently Ukraine has agreed to a hybrid tribunal to deal with war crimes. And, um, this is your last warning. Either okay, we're dropping you. We don't need funny noises. Anyway, um, uh, the issue of the tribunal, the war crimes tribunal. There's been a lot of discussion recently about what the format was going to be, and at first there was discussion about the international I'm not court of justice. I must call it the wrong thing again. But there is a problem in that there are certain countries, including the United States, who are reticent to get involved in with the International Court of Justice because they're concerned about being subject, having their own citizens subject to that court. Also, it's a big long thing, but whatever. Anyway, so it's not going to fly. Let's put it that way. Um, so apparently, at this point, the question was whether they could put together a tribunal that would be an international tribunal, but based on the law of a country of a country with a good, decent legal system. They, I'm not sure why they decided not to use the Ukrainian legal system. They said it was not acceptable model for Ukraine. This is an Ukrainska Pravda. I'm not sure why that is, but anyway, apparently the compromise that is just about been decided upon is to have an international tribunal, but based on Dutch law. So anyway, it's just showing this is, we're progressing. We're getting all of the getting everything in place to get the war crimes trials going soon. Just I thought that was interesting.
Well, isn't the International Court of Justice having something coming up in September too?
Yes, yeah, that's I'm not sure. This is the International Court of Justice is part of the Rome Statute, which the United States and some other big players have not signed on to. So I think that's part of the issue of whether or not. Let me just see. With several Western capitals, including Washington, fear that they themselves would face prosecution under the Russian scenario if they go with these with the International Court of Justice. So, and that has been a stumbling block in the past too. But yeah, there definitely the the Court of Justice has already indicted um, Putin and what's her name, Belova, whatever. Alan knows the name. I can never remember it.
Lavova
It's
Belova.
Lavova Belova, yes. And yeah, I guess that will continue. But in going forward, when all those, unfortunately, thousands of, I mean, not unfortunately that they'll be prosecuted, but the thousands and thousands of war crimes that have been committed, those will not be going through, apparently, through the International Court of Justice.
Yeah, there are going to be a lot of things that will be happening, and a lot of things that will need to be taken care of as we go forward because there are a lot of war crimes committed. Um, and just real quick here, I was gonna throw this article up in the nest. Uh, quickly do that. I just tweeted it real quick. So that is the article that I just put up there about the Discovery Park for children with disabilities. I just put that up in the nest. You'll have to auto translate it, which is, my favorite function. I think that I've learned how to use since this war began, and I started following things so carefully in Ukraine. Um, Now, I thought another very interesting story that I sometimes take stories from one day to the next in my notes, um, and this is one that I have done this with for several days. Um, yeah, since August 16th. There is a Ukrainian woman who is imprisoned, and I'll tell you a little bit of her story as we go along here. But she is imprisoned in Russia, and she has written a letter to Zelensky, and it is rather moving. And so she is a Ukrainian citizen. She is a Crimean Tatar. She has been detained in Russia for 6 months after trying to visit her sick father in Crimea, and she's written a letter to Volodymyr Zelensky. So I want to go through um, a little bit more of the story before I read the letter. Um, they say that now that her brother has said that Russians have ordered a forensic psychiatric examination in relation to her. But here's the background. This is what matters. On December 4th of last year, looks like her name is Lenny. She left Kiev for occupied Crimea due to the deterioration of her father um, from cancer. And Russian security forces detained the woman crossing the Georgian Russian border, allegedly for violating rules of the state border crossing. Until March 16th, she was kept in temporary detention for foreigners in Vladikavkaz. The court found her guilty of violating the rules of a state border crossing and fined her 2,000 rubles, approximately $20. She was in detention for 3 months for $20. Okay, anyway, on the night of March 16th, Lenny was released, but a car with four men was waiting for her right outside the gate. According to the human rights activist, she was then captured, a bag was put on her head, and she was taken to an unknown location. She was almost immediately detained by a police patrol for insubordination. The court ruling said that when asked to identify herself, Lenny showed the passport of a citizen of Ukraine and a travel passport. After that, she said representatives of law enforcement told her to go with them, explaining that they are searching for people involved with distribution of narcotics. When when asked why she was being detained, the law enforcement officers drew up a second protocol for disobeying a police officer. Okay, so you don't get to know why you're being detained, and they slap another charge on you. Um, they thought that she was being too loud and refused to get in the car. Yeah, I don't buy this. On March 27th, the court reimposed her arrest under Russian Code of Administrative Offensive for disobeying the order of a police officer. This time, the reason for the extension of the arrest was that Lenny did not return the phone on time to the detention center staff after talking with her father. This is crazy. On April 9th, her detention term was about to expire. But on April 11th, the court appointed a third arrest under Code of Administrative Defensive for 15 days. This time, she was accused of refusing to get out of the car at the request of the police officer. They keep discovering things that she did months ago. On April 26th, the court again arrested her for 15 days. Another administrative charge sheet on disobedience was drawn up. They don't say what the disobedient act was. In May, she was arrested by a separate court in Moscow on suspicion of espionage. Her brother noted that her only crime she did was obtain a Russian passport as a native of Crimea. In June, her detention was extended for 3 months. They keep extending her detentions, I think, is one of the hardest parts of this. What Lenny did manage to do is during the last visit, she handed over, let's see, the terms and methods and means of this examination remain unknown. Lawyers systematically visit Lenny and try to keep the situation under control as much as possible. During the last visit, Bochet, Lenny's nickname translated from Crimean Tatar as Bug, handed over a letter to the president of Ukraine. Now I am going to read you this quote from the letter, and it's a very, very good one. Dear, I cannot pronounce his middle name, Alexandrovich. Dear Alexandrovich, we're going to go with that. Greetings to you. My name is Lenny Omariva. I'm a citizen of Ukraine and a Crimean Tatar. I am writing this letter to you as a political prisoner from Levoto Pre-Detention Center. At the beginning of last winter, I tried to get to my sick father in Crimea, but when I entered the territory of the Russian Federation, I was detained in a criminal manner. And 6 months later, in May, far-fetched charges of espionage were brought forward against me. Today, I want to write to you about the most crucial thing. Now, our society is going through difficult times and is fighting for its rights to develop and live. And all of us, citizens of Ukraine, each in their place, courageously defend the most valuable thing we have, our dignity and freedom, the foundation laid by previous generations and fixed on their own experience, words that for each of us have become a basic need that we defend. Thank you for showing by your own example as a leader of a sovereign democratic country that the words dignity and freedom have no price. Yours sincerely, L.R. Omarova. P.S. And there will be a son, and there will be a mother, and there will be people on earth, which is a quote from a poem, and Archimedes and Galileo by Taras Shevchenko.
Shevchenko, yeah.
Shevchenko, thank you.
That is beautiful.
Isn't that just a wonderful letter? I've been hanging on to this and just haven't had the opportunity to share it. But I figured tonight was a good night to share it. What do you think of it? Had you read it? Had you seen this before?
No, I hadn't. I had heard about when she was arrested, and I had sort of lost track of what was going on. I mean, it's it's typical of the Russian cruelty. The woman goes to Crimea to be with her sick father, but she's a Tatar, and that's enough to make her have a bullseye on her back. Um, yeah, there was something else I was thinking. I don't remember what it was now, but it's. Oh, I know what it was. This explains something I saw last week, and I don't remember who it was. It was somebody high up in the government. It might have been Yermak. I don't really remember though. But they were talking about floating the possibility that they would be willing to exchange some political prisoners for people in the same boat in Russia. And they were talking about people like Medvedchuk. I mean, he's in Russia, but in other words, basically Ukrainian traitors. And I was wondering why out in the middle of nowhere they'd floated this idea. I'm hoping that maybe this is part of, and she would be an obvious person that they might be able to exchange for one of these reprehensible creatures. I hope that's what they're working on.
I do too. There actually was another article that I actually didn't take note of, but may be able to find it rather quickly. Not quite sure. Um, but of another woman from Crimea who was a human rights activist, and her father is a human rights activist who is also being held in Russia, who has lost the hearing in one of her ears due to lack of proper medical care while being in prison. And they've been trying to get her medical care. Oh, there it is. She's a Crimean journalist, excuse me. Professor Bert,
Yeah, thank you
I saw
very much.
you put your hand up real quick. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. While you were reading the letter, I was just thinking. The first question I wanted to ask is, did she state her age in letter she wrote? And just kind of imagine the pain, the suffering, and the abuse of human rights in Russia and the ordeal she has gone through, right? And while you were reading the letter, I was just imagining myself in that situation. You know, at first it's about the age, and a little to digress a little bit. You know, Russia we'll see trend in Africa right now. Wagner Group going to Africa and all that. That they're like coming like a messiah, in Africa, and that's what we'll be doing quite a while right now. And hold the space about that. I don't know what you guys think about, this criminal, these people, Russia. While we're fighting for Ukraine to succeed in this war, they are coming to Africa. They are in BRICS, South Africa with China, coming like alternative to development in Africa. Why they are exploiting Africa, right? And most people in Africa now, well, the letter you just read right now. Imagine the letter, and if you can, I don't know if you can get a copy of that. That would be so great to have that letter, like to spread it everywhere in other parts of the world, because we're not so many on this space right now. That's a letter that will be read everywhere. A country that does not have the rule of law, we're pretending to be organizing all the shenanigans they are having over there in Africa. That pains my, I've come here in this space back and forth. Our family was born in Ukraine. And look at what they are doing in Ukraine. Look at what they are doing to that lady. And this is what what we've heard. Imagine, probably hundreds of Ukrainians that have been molested, even raped in Russia. Be very sad. That was maybe one or two questions I don't raise right now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. As you say, this is this is something we know about, and there are, unfortunately, I'm sure there are hundreds of other stories like this. The inhumanity that we see in the stories that we hear is really horrifying.
I read some. I was reading some stuff last night. I turned down the volume on on the space for a little while because I have a hard time listening and reading and comprehending all at the same time. And so I had turned down the volume on this on the space to read a very specific report last night. And some of the things that I read in that report, and I'm not even to the meat of the report. I'm just in the like introduction and methodology and the executive summary. I'm just in that part. And some of the things that I've read in there would make some people sick to their stomach. And that that article was in Pravda. I cannot DM it to you, Professor. And I don't know why I can't DM you, but I can't. But I can tweet it out really quickly, and then put it in the nest. So I will do that. And then I did. Did I send you the other one? Oh, here it is. I found it again. So the other one that that I had seen today was about a Crimean human a journalist, um, Danilovich. She's imprisoned in the Russian Federation, and she has lost the hearing in one of her ears. She is a see it says Crimean human rights defender, citizen journalist Irina Danilovich, who is serving an illegal sentence in Russia, has completely lost her hearing. Um, they have, let's see here.
You know, it's
She is,
interesting.
go
Oh, go
ahead.
ahead. No, I'm just
No,
going to
no.
say it's interesting. It's interesting. This is the Russian approach. I mean, we saw this during the Gulag. They're not so inclined to kill people outright, but they will neglect them to death, or they will put them in situations where they can't possibly live. And rather than actually actively killing them, it's really it's a sadistic way of going about things.
Yeah, it is. So she has been illegally deported and imprisoned. She is a Ukrainian human rights activist and a citizen journalist, and she has been in prison now in Russia. And they are denying her medical care. Human rights activists are demanding the immediate and unconditional release of her, and to allow her to return to Ukraine to ensure that she is given timely and high quality medical care while she is in prison. Um, the A number of Ukrainian and international human rights groups have published corresponding statements on August 22nd. In particular, the Zmina Center for Human Rights, the Crimean Human Rights Group, the Almeida Center for Civil Enlightenment, the Regional Center for Human Rights, the Crimean Process, Frontline Defenders, Human Rights Watch, the International Federation of Human Rights, and the World Organization Against Torture within the Observatory for the Protection of Human Rights Defenders. That is a lot of people behind wanting this woman freed. Wow. Um, so to recall, in December of 2022, the so-called authorities of Crimea sentenced her to 7 years in prison on trumped-up charges of illegal possession of explosives. On July 24th, she was illegally transferred to a pretrial detention center in the south of Russia. Her family and lawyer were not informed about this. Her father said that his daughter was transferred to colony number 7 in the city of Zeleno-Musk Strevel cry. There, medical workers took Irina's medicine, noting that the pain will go away when she becomes deaf. Earlier, it's been reported that she practically lost her hearing in the Simferopol pretrial detention center. She developed otitis, which is a really bad ear infection, dizziness and headaches accompanied by a constant noise and pain in her ears. That is one severe infection, and you can have really bad effects from that. In order to get medical help, she announced a hunger strike, but stopped after 10 days, believing the promises of the pretrial detention center administration. As the Cuneiform reported on December 28th, 2022, she was sentenced in Crimea to 7 years in a general regime colony and fined 50,000 rubles for allegedly carrying an explosive device. The Supreme Court of the Republic of Crimea, in response to the appeal, reduced the term to stay in the colony by 1 month to 6 years and 11 months. She has repeatedly claimed pressure from the FSB of the Russian Federation, torture, and intimidation. These are things that we see happening to female prisoners who are not even prisoners of war. They are people who are being just horribly treated as prisoners in Russia. And it's really not news to me, not surprising to me either. Yeah, that is just how they are. I don't know what else to say really, because truth be told, it's just how they are. They treat people like that.
Yeah, 100%. I was just looking at the schedule of what's going on this week, and today it's now the 23rd, even in New York. It's not quite the 23rd where you are, but it is the 23rd in Ukraine. It's the day of the state flag of Ukraine, celebrating the flag, which is interesting. But the other thing, which I hadn't realized until I pulled this up, is today the third summit of the Crimea platform is going to take place in Kyiv. And I'll just read the little description here so people remember what it is. The Crimean platform is a well-known international coordination mechanism initiated by Ukraine to put Crimea back on the agenda, protect human rights in Crimea, and promote the peninsula's deoccupation, as well as strengthen European and global security. So this is quite apropos today that this is going to be the main topic of discussion in Kyiv today. And hopefully they'll be able to rally some more international pressure and try to get this program out. I mean, it's a clear miscarriage of justice. Not that there's much justice in the Russian Federation altogether, but on the eve of Independence Day, that they will be able to rally international support on her behalf.
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen a bunch of posts already of it being Ukraine's Flag Day, and I think that's absolutely wonderful. I was confused earlier, not even thinking that the time had changed to tomorrow in Kyiv, and it's still yesterday. Well, it's my today still. I'm still lagging behind everybody. It's the 23rd for you. It's still the 22nd for me. And in Kyiv, it is 10 to 8 in the morning. So they are way ahead of me. If you want to talk about way, way, way ahead, for our good friend Will and co-host Will, it is 12:48 p.m. tomorrow, the 23rd, in Perth, Australia. I only know this
the workers' paradise.
The workers' paradise. He has trained me well. to remember that it is 12 hours ahead of New York. Um, so would you like to hear about some veterans and some things that they are doing for veterans in Ukraine?
Yeah, of course. Of
Yes,
course.
Yeah.
sorry. I don't know. Sorry, I just interject. I'm sorry. Did you say you send me the letter you just read, or did you put it in jumbotron? Because what I'm doing right now, I'm trying to retweet some of the things on the jumbotron right Heather.
Okay,
So I
let
don't
me
know. Yeah,
yeah, no, I know. I don't think I tweeted even yet because I just went into talking about something else. So I will
yeah,
need a
yeah. So that
second
you
to
don't
do
forget.
that.
Yeah, you don't forget because I'm sorry. We need to retweet. What you just read. For me, that letter is so powerful evidence. And then we want to spread it around the world. We want to spread it because I'm holding a lot of spaces every day right now about one of the African countries and what's going on right there. Because what is really paining me right now is that we are right here. We don't know some of the things that, or the shift, what these guys are doing. They are destroying Ukraine. Do you know how it is? You, we just read out, just imagine. I mean, just like it's in America, like someone just invade the US and take away New Yorkers. And then they did that, you know what I'm saying? And that's what they're doing to Ukraine, right? The lady going to Crimea belongs to Ukraine, belongs to Ukraine. Can you imagine that? How the trauma she has gone through? This is just a little bit we can read right. So I will really, really want to really have that letter and we'll read it in spaces and I will spread it far. And most people, what this means that most people in some of these African countries and spaces, they are defending Russians. They say Russian is so great. Blah, blah. Hello, these guys are criminals. Opposition leaders in Russia kept in jail like this guy was poisoned, you know, and increase his sentences and geez. So we got a lot of work to do, really, you know. I said it before. These spaces were very few. I wish we could be up to 2 million people getting this information about letter I just read and spread it across the world. And the news media in Spain, in Germany, in other countries cannot read that letter on the big, news platform, or probably ABC or CNN, you know. So we got a lot to do, really.
Well, I put it up there now. I put it up in the next now. It is there.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Sorry I didn't get it up there quicker. I was focused on something else for a second there, and sometimes we get busy juggling three balls at once.
Oh my gosh, you're doing a great job. Your voice is what I got. You remember? I was like, I don't know what. I'm trying to check your Twitter right now. I'm like, why am I not following you? I don't know whether Twitter just followed us. I don't know. We are following one another if I can remember. So I'm gonna follow you back again. I hope this guy don't mess me up. Otherwise, who should arrest Elon Musk? I'm just kidding. Yeah. So
All right. Well, thank you. And what I was going to bring up next was some veteran stuff. And actually, we have a good friend of the space, Angry Ants, who is actually in Ukraine right now with a bunch of other American veterans associations and groups, and they are having a bunch of meetings over the next week or two, I believe. And he's popped up a couple of times, but I think he's keeping pretty busy while he's over there. And I know the MriyaReport tweeted out something that he was tweeted in the other day, but I wanted to sort of talk about a couple of things that I saw in the news today that that have to do not necessarily with Angry Ants' visit, but these are things that are long-term plans and plans that I've actually this plan I've been hearing about for quite a while, for several months. And I think it's important to just to point out what Ukraine is doing for their veterans. It's not perfect. It is not perfect by a long shot, but they are making steps and they are making progress and they are trying to make changes and put things in place so that when the war ends, there will be things in place to help veterans as they leave the service. And there are already a lot of programs in place, but this one I think is very interesting. In next year, 15,000 people can become assistants to veterans. Um, so this is planned to. It is planned to employ. It is planned to employ 15,000 people as veterans assistants. And this announcement was made by the Minister of Veteran Affairs. During the International Veterans Forum for Ukraine Defenders Future. And this is something that I believe Will was Angry Ants was actually at today. A veteran's assistant will be a veteran or a member of his family during the next year. 15,000 people are planned to be employed in these positions, and we plan to launch this pilot in 4 regions. It is planned that the military man will return to the community and will immediately be met by an assistant who will inform about the rights and the services that the veteran can use. The minister emphasized the veteran's assistant will not be a cabinet worker. He will accompany the person in all the authorities and support him in all ways. So this is something that I've been hearing about since the beginning of July, maybe even earlier. Um, that they've been having competitive selection of candidates for the positions of veterans assistants, and they began in Vinnytsia and Dnipro and Lviv and Mykolaiv regions. The second wave of application selection of candidates for the veterans assistants began July 15th, and I believe I would have to go back and look. But I believe they had an overwhelming number of people applying for this position. And it's just sort of going to be like somebody to really help the veteran adjust to not being in the military anymore. And I'm hoping that some of these people who get these jobs are people who have already left the military, or people who may have been injured and aren't able to return to active service. I could see this as being a very, very good and productive thing. Productive is the wrong word. It'd be a good and appropriate thing for a veteran to be able to do. A veteran who's already navigated this process. It would be something that they can do to help another veteran who has just gotten out of the military. Would be able to help him through that process of getting on his feet and learning his or her feet and learning the things that they are able to do in the services that are available. And just real quick, one more another article from this about the same minister here. 72% of military personnel are worried about life after the war. That's the part I want to focus on here. And that actually isn't what I was thinking it was. They're going into an environment, coming back into an environment that they haven't. That isn't the one I wanted to talk about. I apologize. I got excited and I pulled the wrong one up. Go ahead, Frau.
Hello, good night, everybody. It's Maria from Uruguay, South America. I want to ask a question, especially for people that are United States of America. There's an issue that it's worrying me for a while, and is that Russian propagandists like Jackson Hinckley or Tucker Carlson, or actors and actors like James Wood or Susan Sarandon that are really pro-Russians. If uh, if they can turn with their speech the public of the United States of America against Ukraine, and that uh, President Biden can stop the aid to Ukraine. Thank you.
That's something I would tell you not to worry about. And I'll tell you why. Jackson Hinkle, whatever his name is, he's on Twitter. He doesn't have any influence in the real world really, other than a few cranks. Tucker Carlson no longer has his platform at Fox News. He was fired. So he has he also has a small group following him, but he really does not have any kind of a national platform, and he doesn't speak to a large group anymore. So I think we have to stay on guard in this country, as we do in the whole world, to make sure that Russian propaganda doesn't get any traction. But neither two of those people I would particularly worry about at this point. I don't think that they have that much influence. Prince, what do you think about that?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's a extremely loud minority who isn't going to get any traction. They can say all that they want to say, but the majority of Americans are still going to stand with Ukraine, are still going to support Ukraine, and there is a veto-proof minority, which means that they will have the votes to be able to support Ukraine, and no matter how much somebody yells and screams that we shouldn't support Ukraine, um, that's a small group of people who are yelling very loud. The majority of people don't feel that way. That is what it comes down to, really. Good morning,
Nice to
Mockers.
get that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Frau. Good morning, Mockers. Just to say hi.
Morning. Just pouring myself a coffee.
That was
So-
exactly what I was going to ask. Do let us know when you're 2 sips down, dear, okay?
Don't burn
Not that yeah,
Don't
go
burn
ahead.
your
Liz.
throat. Don't burn your throat.
No, we have to keep our mockers healthy. But I must admit that once she has had her 2 sips and is situated and the cats are happy and everything is ready, I will be happy to head to my bed. It's late for me here.
Yes, it has been one heck of a day for you, which is why, really quick, while Mockers is getting her beverage, I am going to go with what I was going to tell you. Boy, howdy. Employers in Ukraine are going to be compensated for arranging workplaces for persons with disabilities. Yeah, these are things that I always like to talk about, things that I appreciate very
Wonderful.
much. Isn't it? So with today's decision, the government is introducing a program of compensation payments to such employers for the purchase of necessary furniture, technical equipment. According to our forecast, by the end of this year, it is possible to arrange at least 1,500 jobs, noted the first deputy prime minister, minister of economy, Yulia. It is assumed that the compensation for the employers arranging workplace for persons with disabilities of the group will amount to 100.5 thousand 15 minimum salaries for persons with disabilities of group 2, because they're separated into 2 different groups as far as what kind of disability, how the severity of the disability. It's something that they do. Will be up to 10 minimum salaries. So they'll be reimbursed for the purchase of the auxiliary needs of setting up a workplace for a person with a disability, in particular furniture, chairs, adjustable or fixed seats, handrails, beams, sliding doors, means for opening and closing doors, anti-slip tactile materials for floors and stairs, powered stair lift conveyors, um, positioning aids, tactile computer displays, braille keyboards, portable devices, workplace lifting platforms. You're getting the idea. Everything that you would need to put in place for a workplace for an employer to accommodate a person with a disability working there. This is
And
going to help. Go ahead.
no, I was just, yeah, I think you were about to say the same thing. I was just going to say this is how Ukraine is honoring its heroes, because many of these disabled people will be veterans who were who were injured in defense of Ukraine. And it's such a heartwarming thing, the way Ukraine, they never lose sight of the individuals, and they're looking beyond the war already, and they're already working to integrate people who have a lot to give, who are who have some physical disabilities as a result of the war most of the time. It's a very nice thing to see. Speaks to the the goodness in Ukrainian society.
Absolutely, and it's something that I know you don't stay up this late usually and listen to us, but it's something that Dave and I talk about quite frequently. And I think that he's either away from the computer or for some reason not listening to Maria Report, which is like a sin. But I actually have a question for him next time I see him up on the speaker panel while I'm co-hosting or when I'm co-hosting with him, because he's very open about things. And I actually read an article or a like blog post that he entered at one point. Um, and I want him to talk about some of the accommodations, some of the things that have been put in place for him to be able to work where he works. Um, and I know that you need to get yourself to bed, and so does somebody else. So, Mockers, I'm going to see why you have your hand up.
I had my hand up just to say good morning, and I'm all ready and stuff. Can you not tell? I've got like my awake voice on.
That's Mucker's very nice way of saying get out of me chair. Or get in me chair, if you were from Scotland. Anyway, I think I'm going to do that. I don't never cross Mockers. That's my motto in life. So Prince, it's been such a pleasure. I often listen to you. We don't get a chance to co-host together very often, so this was a real treat. Thank you. Um, Thanks to everyone who's been on contributing, and happy Flag Day. Державного прапора України, and we'll look forward to Independence Day tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Speak to you all soon, I'm sure. Slava Ukraini.
Here, Slava, Robin, get some rest. You sound so tired. You have been, the first thing I heard when I got up this morning was Robin co-hosting. Seriously. And I stay up really late from co-hosting, so I don't get up that early. I get up at like 10, and Robin was co-hosting, and here it is, 10 o'clock p.m. my time, and Robin just stepped down from co-hosting again. That's her third co-host shift of the day. Rather heroic. I've decided that she used to say she wants to be like me when she grows up, but now I think she wants to be like Mockers or Doman. But just real quick, I am going to add really quick about workplace accommodations and things like that. I'm not going to say the one that I was thinking of specifically, but I am going to share one that Dave has said already on air, so I'm very comfortable saying it. They did an emergency drill where he works, and mind you, he works basically in a hospital environment. He is a cancer researcher, and yeah, so it's it's a place where you'd think these things would be thought of. So, but they were running an emergency drill, and as a person in a wheelchair, or a person with mobility issues, they have you go, you arrange it with the people who are in charge of emergencies on the floor of your building usually, and they tell you where to go to wait. And he went to that place to wait. Um, I worked in one building and it was in the elevator lobby. Anyway, so he went to that one place to wait, and he waited and he waited, and they finally, I think, came to get him, and they didn't have a way to get him down. They did not have a way to get him down. I believe it was 4 flights of stairs. So that was something they definitely learned in the process of this emergency drill that they had done. Now they could have probably carried him, which isn't something that is preferred for a lot of people in who rely on not rely on who use wheelchairs as a tool to get around. Um, that is often not preferred. And realistically, they could have carried him down, but then they may have left him down on the first floor without a wheelchair, without his independence, without a way to get around. That wouldn't have been good either. But they do have sort of a sling kind of a device that is used for these situations, where they can roll you into that on your wheelchair and carry you down. And so now there, where he works, does have that device, does have that item, so that they can transport him and his wheelchair down 4 flights of stairs safely, and he can, you know, be rescued if the building ever catches on fire. But those are the kinds of things that you don't think about for how do you evacuate somebody in a wheelchair from, the fourth floor of a building when they work on the fourth floor of a building. But those are the things that are very important to think about, and thinking it all the way through. Like, you don't want to take that person's independence away from them by taking them down and not their wheelchair. So that was just a little piece I wanted to add there while I was thinking of it. And so, yeah, learn a lot of things chatting with Dave, and these are all things that we're noticing Ukraine is working on and starting to put in place, even now before the war is over. Good morning, mockers, and I think that I would be remiss. I need to tell everybody to retweet the space, because mockers will not tell you the numbers until there are some more people in here. And I haven't looked at the number of people, but I know Mockers has. And I also know Mockers has the numbers. So if you want to know the numbers, you better retweet. Okay, you can probably find them on your own, but realistically, they are not near as fun as when Mockers reads them. Finding them and
Much
reading
more
them to
fun.
yourself are not near as good. Go on there, Mockers. What do you have to say?
It's much more fun when we do these things together, I think. Also, there's a milestone happened today, which has made me very happy. So you can probably have a little guess at what's happened. But yes, by all means, give me 5 minutes and we'll have some numbers.
Oh, I need to waffle on for 5 minutes. That's exactly what
well,
she just
no,
said.
The problem is, I'm trying not to hiccup, right? You know what happens first thing in the morning, don't you? I just get
Yes,
automatic hiccup.
I totally do. I totally do. And now I have to tell you, I was I was co-hosting with Alan earlier, and he sent me a message saying, "I've got the hiccups. I'm trying to hold my breath. It may be fatal. I'm looking for a bag." And I told him that, you have the hiccups every single day, and you have yet to have a fatal incident of the hiccups. And so I thought he would be perfectly fine. Um, and he did recover rather rapidly. But it was rather amusing there for a second. Um, I I do enjoy giving Alan a hard time at times, and he knows it's because I love him, and he can sling it right back at me when he wants to too, and that's all good. Um, So yes, we did have some drones tonight in several different places. In one of those places, I will say this especially for Will, even though he is busy working today. How rude. There were beavers over Moscow. Yes, again today they were beavers over Moscow. And beavers over Moscow are always a good thing. The beavers
I
over
might,
Moscow. What's that?
I might have even seen a boom from that, you know.
Well, yeah, I believe I sent you it. I sent you one. I sent you one that went boom, a really big, loud boom with a big,
Oh,
huge
that might be
flash.
why. That might be
Yeah,
why. I'm still waking up. Yeah.
yeah. I sent you one of those. It big, huge boom and a flash as it hit into a building. There wasn't severe damage, as I would say. It was damage similar to the damage that we've seen done to buildings in the middle of downtown Moscow before. And the story for Moscow is that it was taken down by electronic warfare, so lost control and crashed into a building. Yeah, I don't believe that. I just don't. They say that I believe there were a total of three drones, that three beavers in Moscow today. Two of them, according to Moscow, two of them were taken down by air defense, and one of them was taken down by electronic warfare, and it collided with a building. Yeah, okay. So yeah, that's about what I know about that so far. There was minor damage in a couple of different places. I've seen damage in two very different looking places, but one of them definitely was in the middle of Moscow. I believe it was also there was no damage to the children's hospital, but they noted it was near a children's hospital just to give people a reference of where it was, I suppose. Um, and then there were also drones um, into Ukraine. I have not seen any damage reports because I've been waffling away for the last hour with Robin, hour and 15 minutes or so. And I haven't seen any damage reports, but I do know that they were aiming towards Ismail on the Black Sea, that port there, up there. And from what I read from a trusted listener, um, is that there was a hit and that there may have been injuries, but I am waiting for confirmation on that. But this person, I rather trust. So I'm expecting that when we do get official reports, that we will see that there was something that hit and that there were injuries. Go ahead, Mockers.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I've seen a couple of explosions happening in the Moscow area. And I'm also just going to change the, what's it called? Title.
Yeah, he's only been gone for, an hour and 20 minutes, mate, basically. And you weren't here because you like sleep sometimes. But last night when when Alan signed off, he said that, Chuck would be back today and there would be like a 5-hour bullet points, and I knew he wasn't totally serious about that. But then when he started talking about, trying to wrap up by like 10:30 his time, I started to remind him that he had promised to go for 5 hours. And guess what? He did. He ended up going for 5 hours. It was totally awesome. And when he mentioned to Chuck that it was half a Tinerthon, it Chuck was like, no, 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 no. That's
Was
half
he
of a
proud of himself?
what's that?
Was he proud of himself for a little chuckathon?
Yeah, I think they were happy to have a little Chuckathon. And it was a good Chuckathon too, I do have to say. And I do like the Chuckathon rather than the Fairathon.
So, I changed the title to Some Booms in Moscow because that was the first thing that I saw when I woke up, that I had been sent pictures of booms in Moscow. And, well, the building that was hit appears to have been a building that, believe it or not, is under construction. You know, it seems that everywhere that's under construction in Russia at the moment is either on fire or it's about to be. It seems to be a very difficult place to be in construction at the moment. Just wonder if things are now, gosh, if things are now getting better for the Ukrainians to the point where, you know, they know exactly what they're aiming at now, or right. So, unfortunately, the Russians have not hit an empty building in Ukraine. In overnight, air defense forces in the south destroyed 9 Russian attack drones, but excuse me. But unfortunately, there has been a hit on a granary. Would you believe a granary? Specifically on the production and transshipment complex where the fire broke out, with a total of 700 square meters. As of 6 o'clock this morning, the fire is localized, but granaries are amongst the damages. All relevant services are on site. But as you can see, yet again, you know, just attacking the grain storage. Because, you know, that makes a lot of sense, doesn't it, Prince?
Yeah, absolutely. And I was just reading that as you were starting to read it, and because I just had a chance to look over at where I looked for that information, and yeah, that's when they started to say that they were going towards Ismail, I knew it was going to happen. You know, I mean, I'm sorry, but I knew it was going to happen. I knew what they were going for. I think we all did. Because it has become their pattern. It has become what they're trying to hit, what they're trying to cause damage to, and it is, you know, I'm seeing reports that they're saying that they can replace Ukraine as far as the need for the world for grain, and I'm just like, only because you're stealing stuff from Ukraine, stop it, don't. But of course, then there's that one ship. Did we ever find out if that one ship that has gone to like 3 different places over the last like almost at least 15 days? Have we ever found out if they found somebody to take that grain off of that Russian ship?
You know what? I don't know. At last I heard, it was anchored somewhere near the coast of Turkey, and I can only imagine.
It had been waiting. It had been waiting at that port in Turkey for 6 days.
Is that before or after it did its grand tour of people saying, no, thank you, we don't want your grain?
After.
Well, do we know if it's still there?
That's what I just asked you. I don't know.
Oh, right. Okay. Sorry. You know what?
Sorry.
Yeah.
I wasn't being snappy. I was trying to be funny.
Yes, it's okay. I took it the right way. Besides, I don't care. Also, what was I going to say about that ship? Yes. I'm going to imagine that at some point somebody will take it from them, but it's been just, I don't know, moving around the ocean for a certain period of time. I would imagine that they're going to be selling that off at a discount now at this point. And it probably limits, you know, what it can be sold for as well if it's been hanging around for too long. I'm thinking it's more likely to be animal feed than human food. You get what I mean? Which
yes,
again,
I do.
And the whole time that ship has been dallying around, of course, it's costing money. It's costing staff on the ship, don't you think? Sorry.
Insurance.
Yeah, just that too. Sorry, I'm going to cough.
Yeah. Okay, I understand. I'm looking to see if we have. I do not see that yet. Oh, yeah. No. I'm looking to see if we have an official report from the Air Force yet as to how many drones and how many missiles, because I do believe there were possibly, I wasn't able to totally track it, some calibers that were launched from, would they be calibers? They cruise missiles launched from the air, not from the sea. And I believe that there were also some ground to ground missiles of that sort that they like to throw into Zaporizhia and in those areas close by. But I have not seen any reports of those landing.
Yeah, they do that sort of shelling with the ground to ground, should actually be air defense systems. They do that every day. Bit, they just move them around. Bit of a problem is that they can see them moving them, to put them near the Zaporizhia region, and shell particular towns and, just towns really. They don't seem to be, shelling anything of any military importance, shall we say. But they certainly like to shell people with them. And no, shut up, Belly. So those things. That's why I get quite excited when I see anti-aircraft systems on the numbers, because I know that those things are pretty much what's been, attacking Nikopol, for example. This place has consistently been just over the river, and it's not as big as Kherson, so it doesn't make the headlines as much. But I think they've received shelling almost every single day, and I wouldn't be surprised because they're right across the water from Energar, and they can see from there the nuclear power plant that Russian soldiers are currently being very silly with. I mean, they need to get them out of there, don't they? And you know what? I think that's coming. And the reason being is that I'm hearing all sorts of interesting news that, oh dear, on the right bank of the Dnipro, the Russians are really not having a good time, and that I have heard that they may actually be having a gesture of goodwill. We'll find out properly soon. But as the Ukrainians advance, more and more Russians are either surrendering or being captured. And I'm continuing to see videos of, more than just one or two. There's, excuse me. Better. There's quite a few in each video. If you're picking up groups of like more than 3 every time, then, what does that tell you? That tells you that they'd rather not fight. Sorry. First thing in the morning, I have to yawn my head off for no good reason. Prince?
Yeah, I just wanted to say something here because it's interesting. Nuclei was on. You were probably asleep already, but Nuclei was on for a bit. And one of the things that people asked Nuclei was, how are things going? And are you seeing, how's the morale of the Russian soldiers? What are you seeing? Are you seeing them retreating? Are you seeing them surrender? Are you seeing them give up? And Nuclei said, no, not at all. Not like we did last year, not like we did before. They really aren't doing that. What we're seeing, so it's interesting that he of course is seeing one little tiny piece of the battlefield. I think that is what that's about. You're seeing more of the battlefield than a lot of people, and I think that realistically, what you're seeing is probably more accurate. But the other thing that he pointed out, and I think that you'll recall this, is that there have been several times when we have seen Ukrainian soldiers pull out like a piece of paper from a deceased Russian soldier's pocket that basically gives them instructions on what to do rather than be captured or rather than give themselves up or rather than retreat. And that would be basically, blow yourself up. And that was sort of what Nuclei described, was that they are not giving themselves up. They are not retreating. They're like putting a hand grenade in their hand and running towards the Ukrainian troops and blowing themselves up. And so, yeah, that is an interesting thing, though, for you to point out that that they are giving up, and that we are seeing them retreat in some places. But yeah, I think it's a very interesting overall comparison to when somebody just sees one little piece of the battlefield, versus seeing the bigger picture. And I sent you something, and I'm just not going to try to pronounce that name, so I sent it to you to read. I'm also laughing.
Oh, right. Well, jolly good.
Yeah, you pronounce that name, not me.
Which one, where, when? Well,
Novo Prokopivka.
oh, that one. Yes. Novo Provopivka. That one. Yeah, we have practiced that one a couple of times already. Sorry, I was just a tiny bit distracted watching videos of things exploding in Moscow. I wonder if they had their airports disrupted again. What do you reckon?
They did. They
Oh,
did.
good.
Carpet plan was engaged.
I think it's hilarious that they call it the carpet plan, because they're like, everybody get out of here. And it's like, well, as far as I'm concerned, a carpet is like something that you lay over or you sit on. And yeah, I don't know why they call it the carpet plan. Maybe they have a particular reason for that. But either way, sorry, again, just oh, I see. Yes. So
I should have noted that is from the Military Media Center.
no, thank you. Yeah, early morning distractions I've got here. Right, okay. So, would you like some numbers? I know you would. Yes, okay. I can
Of
see you're all
course.
terribly excited. Good morning, folks. Good morning. If anybody remembers the film, then you're as old as I am. 23rd of August, here we have the numbers. 480 liquidated personnel. Now, I don't know if you were here or you remember Prince from yesterday, but there was an advertisement and a sort of a movement to recruit some soldiers for the Russian army from Serbia. And do you know how many were actually they were wanting to recruit?
No, I
A
don't
day's
think I
worth.
heard. How many?
A day's worth.
Oh,
Well, they said 500, but so far, do you know how many have actually signed up and turned up?
3?
Well, they're telling us 50, so maybe 5. Either way, I'll carry on. I just, what one day's worth of Mobics from Serbia, apparently. Do you think that sounds a little bit desperate? A little bit?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Anyway,
Absolutely. Especially after the leader of Serbia met with President Zelensky yesterday and confirmed or affirmed that they support returning Ukraine to its 1991 territories, to their 1991 borders. That he confirmed the support of territorial integrity.
absolutely. But you know how, like, Russia has seeded bad actors into other countries? I see this actually as a really good thing, right? There's only 500 of them that they're after. So, like I say, Ukraine will deal with them in a single day. So, not exactly a massive concern for them in that respect. And could these will be the Serbian nationals who are volunteering. And I wonder if they also hold a second passport. You know how these things go.
Yes, they very well might.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot to do the rest of the numbers, didn't I? I was too busy thinking about, oh look, all them Serbians that they're after. 1 day's worth. Indeed. Now then, we have noticed an uptick, haven't we, recently, in these things, tanks. We have 11 tanks today. That's double figures more than they had in Moscow.
Yes, it is, and it's a nice round number.
Yes, and 12 armoured personnel vehicles. Now, again, double figures. We've seen double figures for those for the last couple of days now, and it suggests something to me. I actually see trends in these now when things happen. I've been doing this that long. So another 23 artillery systems, lovely, and another MLRS system, which I'm dead pleased about because I hate them because they can do more at once. And yeah, that's kind of how I feel about that. 12 UAVs, obviously not all of them, but 23 vehicles and fuel tanks, which is always nice. It would cheer Doman up if he was here. However, drum roll, please. We have hit the milestone of 800 special equipment, and we've done so with oh, thank you very much. With an exact bob on 800 with the addition of another 3 today. So I've got to say I'm quite pleased about that. 800. I feel as though there needs to be some sort of small celebration. Perhaps somebody can do some memes. And thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, so perhaps somebody can do some memes to, well, in fact, it's all right because Defence U, they'll be doing a meme, won't they? They love a little milestone. So we'll be keeping my eyes peeled for that later. Now, I have, Prince Heather, a tale of woe. And woe indeed. Woe indeed.
I do love a good tale of woe.
Exactly. So let's go with this because this is coming from my favourite source, of course, Chris Owicki. I just love him to total bits because he is, well, just the way he sets things out. He's a little star for researching these things, finding out all the details, and then bringing a little juicy story to us. And this particular one is about a Russian Marine. Now, this chap is suffering from a concussion, hearing loss, and severe shell shock by the sounds of things. Now, talking to his partner, I believe, who's helping to look after him, or maybe just speaking because he can't. Anyway, says that he was sent to Robotny to be disposed of. And this is because he was imprisoned and forced to pay a bribe to avoid being beaten because he asked for medical assistance. I have a feeling that this is something which is well, if you whine about anything, it's a fast track to the front line by the looks of things. And no wonder people are just deciding to wander off rather than make it known. So this is coming via Astra and reports that 2 Marines from the 810 Guards Naval Infantry Brigade, one guy here as Zakhar Blokin, I quite like that, Blokin, and another guy only known as RK, were placed in the punishment cell of the military commissariat in occupied Tokmak. That's a lot to say first thing in the morning without enough coffee. They both were asking for medical assistance and had to say that without it they could not continue fighting. In RK's case, he wrote a report that he could not fight due to his current moral and physical state. Well, at least he's honest. He said in the subsequent audio recording that he is just continuing to have a lot of panic attacks following 2 earlier concussions, which have probably caused him a traumatic brain injury. And, you know, for all we know, that might not be just panic attacks. That might be a symptom of what he's done to himself. But yeah, he turned up. So his statement, I cannot act. I try to pull myself together, but I can't act adequately to make spontaneous actions. I just have panic attacks. I try to restrain it, but it's impossible. And then I have another. I'm shaking all over. I don't understand what's going on. I think that's called, like, you know, PTSD, shell shock, bit of all that wrapped into one. So he says, when I'm shaking all over, I don't know what's going on. I have a premonition of something bad about to happen, and that's it. I just have a panic attack. I need to be checked by a psychiatrist for my sanity because this is considered inadequate behaviour. I would like to act properly, but this is an action. Oh, right. He's basically saying he can't help it. It's like a, you know, spontaneous reaction. And I understand that I am doing something wrong. Well, being human, I think. You know, it's not entirely wrong to be a human being with flaws and nerves and a nervous system that obviously, you know, they've gone into this completely unprepared. I'm not surprised he's a bit shocked. Anyway, so, I'm sure we've all got our violins out, haven't we? Yeah. So he tells the command about it. He wanted them to give the opportunity to get him a psychiatrist and conclude that, you know, some sort of psychiatric assistance would help him from stopping the panic attacks. However, he said he feels like he needs hospitalization for a period in order to stop having them. Well, yeah, I suppose anywhere away from HIMARS or, you know, Gimlers raining down on you, I suppose you would find that a bit more relaxing. So this guy is in such a state that his automatic reaction to anything happening now is for him to, you know, just turn into a quivering mess. And it is, unfortunately, a very natural reaction that I was reading our friend from the Ukrainian volunteer transcript, and he said, you know, sort of most of what you're fighting with is your wits. You know, you may be armed, you may have knowledge, but also you're fighting yourself to not have that flight mechanism kick in, to not have that fear kick in. And he said, you know, it's healthy to be fearful, but you can't let it paralyze you. And this is one of the things that Ukrainians do with one another. You know, they find somebody who's in shock, they'll give them a nudge, cajole them out of it, talk to one another, because it's important that they do these things. But I don't think there's anything such as a psychological powwow going on with the Russian soldiers, because they all have to prove that they're better and tougher than one another. So you can't imagine, like, you know, them having a little group session, shall we say, where they all admit their faults. So he, however, has figured out that he is useless. Sorry, I will go back to it now. I realise that I cannot perform a combat mission. That is why I can have an... The reason why is I have a panic attack during, for example, an attack. I let the guys down. They can die because I am just unable to shoot at them in such a state. So basically, he's gone with the freeze reaction. You know, they say fight, flight, or freeze, don't they? And this guy's sort of trapped in that freeze reaction, and probably does need quite some psychological assistance to, you know, break that association. But instead of being given the medical assistance that he was asked for, Mr. RK, whatever his name is, was imprisoned in a punishment cell on the 2nd of August. So this is quite a recent story as well. He was forced to pay a bribe of 50,000 rubles, which was transferred by his poor wife, in order to receive drinking water and avoid being beaten. That sounds fun, doesn't it? So, in the punishment cell, we are not taken to the toilet. We are not given food. We are just locked in a room, and that is it. We have to sleep on the floor. Instead of a pillow, there is plastic bottles, RK says. Oh, here we go. Back with his other guy now. So RK and his friend Blokin were taken out of the punishment cell after a few days, when their commanders threatened to have them killed, apparently. So their commanders decided the best way to deal with them was to send them directly to the front line at Robotny. The two men were put in the 1st Company of the Airborne Assault Troops in the 810th Brigade. Can you imagine putting a guy in your frontline troops that you know for a fact has a freeze issue whenever anything goes down? They're just putting him there to get rid of him, aren't they? That's just rude. Anyway, this is apparently quite regular for the 810th Brigade. Oh, excuse me. Right. And has been in the news for for severe mistreatment of its men. Now, they have a political officer called Nikolai Botsman, and he personally has become known for extreme brutality, and may have even been the person that ordered these two men's detention. Now, we have a little follow-up that Blokin, and it's unfortunate, it's a sorry tale. We did say it was a tale of woe, didn't we? Blokin was killed in Robotny a few days later by a Ukrainian drone. RK was left alone as the sole occupier of the village school. Well, good for him. Facing heavy artillery attacks, he was abandoned by his company, but he was helped to evacuate by soldiers from another company, from the 3rd Company. So RK believes he was deliberately left under fire and without any instruction to try and re-educate or dispose him, or re-educate him or dispose of him. Sorry, still early. He said that the Marines in this area took very heavy losses during the battle at Robotny, and he was concussed a third time. Well, I'm glad it's getting around that, causing him to be very sick, have hearing loss, and severe headaches. So, after being rescued by another group, RK managed to get to Melitopol to try and seek some medical care, but he hasn't been able to receive it. He's lost contact with his unit. His documents were taken away when he was sent to the punishment cell. And so, as a result, he has been blocked from receiving any medical assistance anywhere. Now, his wife is saying that his eyesight has deteriorated. He is mentally unprepared for anything. He shakes all the time. He stutters. He is tired. No help is given to him, and he has no documents. What can he do? RK, this guy, now asks himself, what was the point of all these political decisions by the chain of command? I assume they want to break us down, re-educate or recycle us, like they told us, make us into good soldiers. And, well, it seems that these people are already good slaves. Don't you think? They're displaying their serfdom.
Yeah, no, yes, this is a tale of woe that I actually started to take a look at this, and I said, no, this is one that Mockers needs to tell.
Yeah, you know me, I do like to bring the woe, especially first thing in the morning. You know, it's kind of what I do. I don't know if we've heard anything more from the left bank of Dnipro. It's one of those things that I try and check every morning. And right now I have 0 news, which also tells me something, doesn't it? We have 0 news other than the fact that there was notes yesterday that they had put a new person in charge of one of these areas. And I'm trying to decide what happened to him. Oh yeah, and the bloggers, or at least the people who are there, sort of, you know, who are also able to put information online, are very unhappy. Here we go. I found it. So, in the Kherson direction, complete buffoonery, I'm going to say, is happening. Merzilka? Who's Merzilka? I don't know. Anyway, they don't like him. He was promoted. I offer my deepest condolences to his new subordinates. If there are any adequate commanders, Merzilka will one day be in the military court, but the faster the better. So this guy Merzilka, not a good guy. And he's been now put in charge of the Kherson direction, probably because he's one of these who pretty much sends you to the front, whether you've got, you know, all your limbs or not. And this particular guy who's speaking against him here, he wants to say a lot about it, but he can't. And it's especially disgusting to him to see these journalists, who he calls naughty words, cover up lies of the commanders, right? And I like this. They divide daily losses into weekly, so as not to report the truth to the top. If not 20 lost in a day, but they say 20 lost in a week. I'm just wondering what they're doing. And then we heard it was necessary to put things in order in the Kherson direction urgently, because what was happening there right now was not normal. And I can only think not normal means they were getting absolutely whooped. Sorry, I have to take a moment to cough, bear with.
Okay, no problem.
Sorry,
Um,
I couldn't actually breathe, cough, and speak at the same time. All those three things had to be separate.
yes, I understand how that goes because I tend to cough at times also. But you had not muted yourself, and I did not hear you coughing, so I was confused.
Oh, I also took a big drink. That's why. Big drink required. So yeah. Anyway, see what I mean? I needed a big drink as well. So anyway, just about this particular Russian Marine that we talked about there, RK or whoever he is. I mean, he's lost his friend that he got locked up with, and it just seems to me that it's very telling of a regular tale now that's coming out that, you know, anyone who is not fully committed and fully brainwashed and sort of like, you know, gagging to go and murder people, if you're not amongst those rarefied few who are probably struggling from some mental health conditions of their own, they're getting into the position where, you know, they are actually suffering from very human conditions such as shock. And if you put somebody who is in serious shock, if you just keep putting them back into that situation, now, I'll be honest, some of them might get used to it, just purely from a survival point of view. Some of them might become more hardened to it. And we can see this has happened with the Ukrainian citizens, that, you know, things are booming around them and they basically they wait until it's over and then they get back on with their lives. And I think it shows a massive resilience, but not everybody has the same levels of tolerance for fear and shock and things like that. I know I used to have exactly the same problem that RK is having. Now, I'll tell you this because I think it's quite relatable, that I used to work in a post office, would you believe? And, you know, post offices in the UK don't just send parcels, we give out pensions, like the, you know, post office in Ukraine. And in order to do so, you generally got to have quite a bit of money on hand. And so from time to time, these places get robbed. And I was working away one day and somebody smashed, right, this is amusing phrase, somebody smashed the back doors in, would you believe? I know, of the post office. So there were like big bulletproof glass glazed doors, but the panel below them wasn't. So they knocked out the panel in the door because it wasn't metal reinforced at the back. I know, that was a bit silly, wasn't it? I don't know how they'd figured that out, but somebody had. And so they smashed their way in. They threatened my boss. I personally managed to just, out of fear reaction, I think, I just literally turned away from where I was, which was like right next to this guy who was about to shove a knife in my face. I just turned and walked away from him and went round the other side of the desk and locked the door behind me. And then I was like, oh, I've left everybody else in there with those people though. Bit cowardly. So I then unlocked the door because I thought, well, at least they can escape, but I'm not going back in. And I went to the front of the shop and well, we still had people in the shop. So I literally just turned around and went, you all need to get outside now. And people looked at me like, you know, just blinked at me like deers. And I think I actually shouted, get the F out now, at a queue of little old ladies trying to get their, you know, pensions. And that was about as much as I could think to do. So I took them all to the front door, shuffled them all outside, and then I realised there was a car running. And so I thought, oh, I'm going to get their registration. That's the getaway car. So I did that as well. It turned out that was a stolen car. But it was still found 2 days later. And I did get the reg right. And then I literally just locked all the doors to stop any more like public coming in. And then I think after that, I just sort of, I called the police. I did call the police, I think, because there was a phone in the shop. And then I just sat down and shook. And I don't really even know most of what else was going on because I was too busy concentrating on just doing my little thing. And then once I felt like everybody was safe and I was safe, and yes, they'd robbed the shop and my boss was like looking for the rest of the staff because they'd scattered in fear. And one of the things which was like the funniest thing in the world to me was we had a guard dog who was ferocious. This guard dog attacked everybody it didn't know. And I mean, seriously, absolutely vicious, this dog, right? People were terrified of this dog. But as soon as the back door of the shop was smashed in by a sledgehammer by a guy wearing a balaclava and being very serious, the dog had one of those moments. It went, oh, stuff this for a game of soldiers, and it legged it. So, you know, no matter what I'm trying to say is no matter how tough you think you are, no matter how, you know, much you can react to regular situations. For example, our dog being extremely angry all the time, even though, you know, he was lovely to me. Just he tried to eat my mother at one point because she hadn't been introduced to him. And yet, when actually the thing that guard dog was supposed to be supporting us with happened, that dog went, oh, actually, no, I'm not up for this. And he legged it. So no matter how, you know, bravado he was, no matter how tough he was, and no matter how many people he tried to take chunks out of, and believe me, the postman was terrified of him, when it came down to it, he was a big old coward underneath. When it came to the reality, he absolutely wet his doggy drawers and went for a run. And I had to go and find him that night because he was hiding behind a local hotel. Yes, being a big girl's blouse. And I was like, dude, even I'm braver than you. But every time there was a huge bang near me since then, because of that initial noise of them smashing in the door with the sledgehammers, I used to go into like that nervous place again, and my stomach would get tight and I would shake. I would have this fine shake all over my body, just because a car had backfired or somebody had dropped something near me. It was like almost as though I'd conditioned that reaction. And it took me 6 sessions with a psychologist, and you know, recognizing that that was something which my body was doing as an automatic reaction, a fight or flight mechanism, only it wasn't. It was like a freeze and shake. But in the moment of the you know, of the event, I did act. You know, I acted with adrenaline. As soon as that adrenaline sort of wore off, I just shook like a rag doll. And I think that, you know, mental connection of the sound was always something that triggered it off. And it took me a long time to get away from that. And so when that guy says, when anything happens, he just sort of like shakes and feels a bit useless, I can kind of understand that, because even though I did act in a way at the time, as soon as I felt like nobody else was in danger, I was an absolute wreck. You know, had it have just been me in that shop the whole time, I think I'd have just, I wouldn't have been able to speak because, you know, it was the other people that motivated me to react. And as soon as I'd done that, I was kind of like, right, I don't know what to do with myself now. And the best thing to do is just sort of like shake and blubber in a corner. And, you know, the emotion was allowed to come out then. And of course, at every time after that, any loud bang would send me back into that fearful place. So I totally get what this guy's saying, that he has a natural reaction, that his body has associated, you know, certain noises with paralyzed fear. You know, when I talk about that, I actually feel as though I did do something after all, but in my own head, I was paralyzed with fear, but I actually wasn't, was I? Not initially. I think I waited till a quiet moment when I felt it was possible to be paralyzed by fear. It's weird how we have these reactions when it's safe to do so. Now, imagine being in the middle of a battlefield and it being very unsafe to do so. Yeah, that's not going to instill you full of confidence with your compadres, is it? If they're just freezing up on you. And this guy noticed he was freezing up and he said, this is a problem. I'm putting people in danger. So, you know, perhaps a little bit of medical treatment and I would feel better. Now, like I say, all I had was six sessions with a psychologist and a bit of talking to myself. And, you know, putting just a few easy steps in place to disassociate loud banging noises with being in terrible danger, shall we say. And so, you know, now I can hear a loud noise and it will make me jump, but it won't put me straight back into that mindset. It won't have me shaking like it used to. But I could see if I hadn't have dealt with it, if I hadn't have found a healthy way to deal with it, I probably would still now be quite, you know, easily thrown back into that fear reaction. And it's very normal, it's very natural. And people do need time to deal with those sorts of reactions. And I'm going to say that on the Ukrainian side, if a guy went to his commanding officer and said, look, I'm having problems. The last couple of times when things have gone down, I have frozen and I can't seem to do anything about it. That guy would get pulled off the line. They would say, okay, we need you right. We can't have one of our guys just freezing up because we'll lose you and we'll lose others trying to protect you. Now, that's a sensible decision, is it not? And yet, what do the Russians do? Oh, forward, my friend. Front line for you. It's almost as though they're like, oh, well, now you're useless. We'll just use you in the meat wave. It's a harsh reality for them. Bear with me 1 minute now, Prince, because I'm going to move. My back's pretty bad today, so I might have to yell in someone's ear if I don't mute.
Oh no, that is not good. Yes. So I am looking at actually right now. I was just looking at a bunch of flags because everybody is posting flags on their Telegram pages and flags on their Twitter pages, and it's all very beautiful. A lot of blue and yellow today. But I'm also looking at from the Stratcom Center's Twitter page the display that is happening commemorating Independence Day in Ukraine, which is tomorrow, and the beautiful, absolutely beautiful display in the Capitol on the main street of all of the destroyed equipment. And I think that this is the second year in a row that Ukraine will mark Independence Day in the full context of the full scale Russian invasion. You know, they couldn't make it to Kyiv in 3 days, but their burnt out and destroyed equipment sure has made it to Kyiv. And there is a nice long display of a bunch of rusted out, burned out, and destroyed Russian equipment because of the threat of air attacks. They have decided that they are not having, of course, a parade again this year, and that is just something that they're not going to be able to do. So, and I waffled. Mockers, did you manage to move? You gave me a thumbs up there.
I did, yes, yes. I'm all better now. Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm so creaky at the moment. I'm just like a little old lady. It's awful. And you know, you see those little old ladies that are like all hunched over and they're like little babusas.
Why are you
all hunched
describing
up.
me like that?
Yeah, well, that's me right now. I feel a bit babusa like,
Well, welcome to the club.
except I'm not as wholesome. Oh, talking of which, did you see that video that I posted? I know you did. Of a lovely granny chucking some knives.
Oh
And
yes.
she doesn't do too badly, does she? That first one, I think, was pretty good. But yeah, it just goes
Yes.
to show, doesn't it? You don't mess with the grannies.
Oh, you do not mess with the babusas. So just a really quick question. One of my favorite videos of yesterday, surprisingly, was of Vladimir Putin. I know that's really surprising, but I thought it was absolutely hilarious and it made me laugh. And it still makes me laugh. So, which fake Putin was it who was speaking at the BRICS summit and checked the wrong arm for his watch?
Well, exactly. For starters, he's got an altered voice, which I thought was really funny. It sounded a bit like, like as though somebody was speaking here with the voice modulator on. That's what it sounded like to me. But also, yeah. Now, I'm just going to say it outright that was fake Putin, the one checking the wrong arm. The reason I know that is because it's automatic for a person to check for their watch on whichever arm they normally wear it on. And that guy normally wears his watch on his other wrist, as far as I can tell. So that to me says, oh, fake Putin, because usually he would look at that wrist. So it's just a natural reaction for him. And he realizes he's done it because he pulls a bit of a face, doesn't he? He kind of goes, oh, and then just, carries on as normal. But yeah, you can see that he realizes that he's done it. And well, as far as I've identified two fake Putins now. I have the smiley one who does the meet and greets. He tends to be a little bit more cheerful than the others. And then there's this one that sort of does meetings and stuff and speeches. He's usually the guy that shakes hands with people, not Smiley Man. Smiley Man seems a bit too drunk to do stuff like that. That's what I think anyway. That I've identified two that I'm happy.
Smiley Man likes to give hugs.
Yeah, exactly. They send him out to be like, the meet and greeter of the crowds and stuff like that.
He's the Putin of the people.
Yeah, but they don't give him like anything proper to do because he looks too irresponsible for me.
Yes, and then of course, possibly my next favorite video was Lavrov dancing.
Oh, the where he turns up at African whatever summit thingamy, and yeah, he's got a whole group of people come along and do a traditional dance. And he sort of stands in the middle of it, doesn't it? Just looking a bit confused. And you can see it doesn't take him very long to start shuffling out of the middle of them and walking away like, yeah, get me out of here. Now, I don't know, but I thought that was lovely that they came and did traditional dance for him, and he didn't seem to appreciate it at all. He just looked awkward.
Very awkward, but it was funny.
Morning, Morbid. Or night. can't hear you, by the way. Prince, do you hear him?
Nope, cannot hear Morbid. You know, and I don't care how many times that I see a beautiful explosion in Moscow. I've got one that's just a very, very short clip that is just like on repeat, and it is just freaking beautiful. It is just a piece of art. And yeah, that just talk about a boom.
Indeed, I've just seen it now. Yeah, I did spot that as soon as I got up. Actually, that nice explosion in the middle of Moscow, apparently into a which was under construction. Now
It was
I
it
don't
was
know.
it was 90% complete from what I understand. And it lost 11 windows.
Oh, shame. Well, the thing is, though, like you say, it must be quite complete because there's quite a few lights on, sort of at the top of the building. I don't know if it's a block of, you know, a particular importance or anything like that at the moment. But if you look where it is, you know that building that's twisted. Well, we've seen explosions in the vicinity of this twisty building before. So I'm going to say that this is probably in the same sort of sector that they've been hitting previously, you know, which is the, what do you call it, business sector, where they all go to work, that place. Morbid, can I hear you now?
I cannot hear Morbid still.
You've been silenced by Twitter. Sorry, it's not Twitter anymore, is it? But, you know, they've taken away your voice.
It's a jitter.
Try saying that drunk. So, as well as what's happening there, did you see there has been some videos recently coming out of Crimea of a severe fuel shortage. People have been taking photos of problems with their fuel in Crimea. But did you know it's actually worse? Because, and this is what the Ukrainians have been doing all along, the fuel crisis, as it turns out, is not only in Crimea. The regions of the south of Russia, one after the other, are starting to declare a shortage of gasoline at the gas stations. Hoses have dried up completely at the Astrakhan, Volgograd regions and Kalmyka, wherever. Also, problems are observed, indeed, in Saratov, Ryazan, and Novosibirsk regions. And well, what does that tell us? That tells us that the hits on the logistics are working really well. And you know what, Prince? You know those holiday makers that are traveling through those areas? Do you have a funny feeling that they
they're
might
sort of
also?
screwed.
Well, I feel that they've also contributed to the lack of fuel. It was a really good idea bringing all those extra holiday makers into Crimea, wasn't it?
Absolutely brilliant. And you know, the thing is that they didn't make any backup logistics plan in case something happened. I mean, you would think that you would have a backup plan.
No, that's not how they do things. They don't do things like that. Let's not be silly. I'm just looking. Yeah, right. Okay, so a bit more information on what was hit in Moscow. This was again in the same area of Moscow City, upscale area, which is looked upon by an awful lot of residential buildings. So they would have seen that. And this is specifically a poke at the upper classes. As guess what? They're not getting any sleep. And the Russian elite have been quite happy to go along with this short, victorious war. And I would say that it's significantly obvious to them now, probably, that that is not the way to go. They're starting to receive consequences. Like a bit of consequences.
I do enjoy some consequences. The thing is that there are some things that are rather logical as consequences, and I don't know, this might seem like one of them.
Well, they've had this massive hubris that they weren't going to be attacked, and look what's happening to them on a nightly basis now. And it's just a beautiful thing. And I'm still enjoying Fluffy the Fierce's meme. It's extremely good. So we've heard about the Kerch Bridge as well. We've had information from the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine reporting that the Russian Federation is planning to flood at least 6 ferries that they could use to ferry people out of Ukraine, by the way, just saying, in order to create a protective strip in front of the Kerch Bridge. Between the flooded ferries, they intend to install booms. Now, this is to protect the 19-kilometre bridge. However, the flooding of ferries testifies to the feverishness of decision-making and the intellectual crisis that they're having. Because how are they going to get ship traffic through there if they create this barrier? I'm assuming they're going to have to leave a lane for ships to get through. And I just have a feeling that they could actually do an awful lot more. Maybe they can't. I just find it interesting that they're going with this. When they know these things are very maneuverable, these sea baby drones, I just think that it could quite easily shadow a ship going in, and the next thing you know, it's happening again to them. And I just feel like whatever they're doing there, it's not really enough. But let them. Just let them. It keeps them busy, gives them lots of things to do. It takes away some of their, what's it called? Abilities. And yeah, I just think those could be better used. Just, maybe them ferries could have been better used, just getting people out. But, who cares? Obviously not the Russians.
Well, and that's just it, is that they have had to rely on ferries a whole lot more than they have, now that the bridge has been compromised. And so they're going to sink ferries to block the bridge, and how are they going to ferry people now? I mean, there's something very illogical here, and that's something that doesn't make sense. And there's something about how are they going to get people through that? How are they going to get ships through there? I was thinking about it last night, and I was like, they're going to block it, so it just doesn't make sense. There's a problem. There's a problem with logic here. I'm very curious to see the end result. Let's put it that way. Because, if they're going to block it off, they're going to block it off the ships being able to go. Are they going to block it off for, yeah, it's just sort of crazy.
Well, whatever they're doing, they're, they think that this is an answer to their problems. I don't think it's going to be the answer to their problems that they expect. I note we are being joined by a morning Randy. Good morning, Randy.
Yeah, we keep thinking the Russians think logically or in a way consistent with Western values. I believe that they are using the civilian population of Crimea as a human shield, and they don't want them to leave. And that's why they encourage the summer tourist and driving on that road. They want an incident. They want a Ukraine missile to hit or artillery shell or HIMARS hit an apartment building and kill 200 people so they can use it for propaganda purposes. It's just like the hotel that Putin had blown up to start the second Chechen war. Same mentality. Their people are expendable. Whether they wear a uniform or not, they're still expendable. So they will not. I mean, part of in discussing, the Ukraine plans for taking Crimea, a lot of us said, well, we hope, they might leave the bridge open to the last minute so civilians could evacuate. We think that way, and the Russians do not. They want the civilians hostage. So the ferries, that's what we're not going to use the ferry. Now it doesn't make sense because they will need ferries. That may have been their initial thought because the ferries may be civilian now, but once all the bridges go, they're going to need the ferries for military purposes. But that's planning, which is another thing the Russians don't do. So we'll see. But we have to always look their immediate reaction. Maybe to say if the missiles start flying, the missiles are hitting all over Crimea now, and if we have civilians there, then maybe they'll if they hit something and kill civilians, they'll look bad, and it'll be good for public opinion and world opinion, and we can maybe flip the narrative. And then somebody says, "Oh, wait a minute, Ivan, we needed those ferries next month to get the more military stuff in." So I don't know, but they never seem to be looking at long-term planning or full consequences of their action, like blowing the dam, for example.
Yeah, they haven't really planned these things out, have they? Or at least they planned them out, but not properly. That they didn't actually, plan to do anything to save their own people, even when they broke the dam. There was only a few of them that appeared to have had proper warning, and that they were the people who knew it was being blown. And even then, they were surprised that it was blown in the same way, at that time. So they'd planned to do it for a long time, and they'd set it all up, but the actual date of detonation appears to have been a surprise for quite a lot of the forces over the left bank of Kherson there. And, well, not only did they cause, an awful lot of death and destruction for the civilians, but they also caused the same for themselves. There was lots of talk about, their equipment washing away and things like that. Their positions were pretty much flooded and washed away. And, it caused them an awful lot of problems. And now look, because of the situation that they've put themselves in, they're having a terrible time over that side of the Dnipro now. And I honestly think if they hadn't have blown the dam, they might not be in such a terrible position now. And oh, sorry, I'm just looking at something here. No, it's an old picture, right? Okay, so one of the other things is that, yes, you're right, Randy. They keep hitting areas in Crimea. I'm just looking for the report that I had last night of what was happening in Crimea. Now, at one point, there was a story that was put out very quickly after things started happening in Crimea last night. And the story was that, don't worry, we're having military drills, and it will include gunfire. That's what they said. Military drills will include gunfire and firing. And they closed the bridge and air defence was active. And there was something going on in Sevastopol as well. And then there was an announcement a bit later that it wasn't entirely a drill, and that they had shot down Russian drones with EW equipment while they were still 40 kilometres out from the harbour at Sevastopol. Now, I don't know about you, but that seems a bit far for one of those EW systems to work. Just saying. And also, of course, if there's no wreckage because it fell into the sea, well, then it's very difficult to prove, isn't it?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, I can hear you now. Yeah.
Oh God. All night long, my phone, I couldn't do it. I finally figured out how to reboot this thing. And I just want to say, Slava, God bless you all. I gotta go to bed, but yeah, I'm really looking forward to this push in northeastern of Ukraine, where the northeastern of the front. I was looking at it from a military perspective. This is a big breakthrough operation. I think it's going to get through in about 2 weeks. So anyway, God bless you all. Thank you for confirming that you can hear me. Good night, y'all. It's 2:30 in the morning here. I gotta work. But anyway, I just want to say, Mockers, God bless, Moravia, the whole thing. Take care, okay?
Good night. Go to sleep. You sound very tired. Morning, Liz.
Good morning. Sorry, did you say Liz?
Kind of.
Okay. I was just, well, first of all, thank you as always for the great work that you all are doing with this conversation. I heard something earlier tonight that I haven't actually dropped in for a while because it wasn't necessarily a good fit for me to stay up to, past my bedtime in the early days. But I have been listening to quite a lot of other podcasts and spaces on Twitter about. I'm actually from Canada, but I've been listening to a lot of the US stuff as well. And of course, many of those things talk about the situation in Ukraine. One great source that tends to talk about a lot of the big picture stuff is something called Radicalized Pod or RadPod. And their guest on an episode that I listened to earlier this evening, I think his name is Craig Unger. And just now somebody was talking about the strategy that the Russian army uses, that it's not necessarily logical, or that it's kind of difficult to understand why they make the decisions they do. And something I haven't heard yet was the guest on Radicalized Pod saying that basically people think of Russia in sort of strategic terms, and not necessarily considering that Russia is kind of a culture and a society that hasn't really sort of evolved for about 500 years. Like, their sense of their geopolitical position and how one gets things done has not evolved to sort of match up with the world that we all live in now. And even Putin's goals have to do with sort of going backwards, as is the case with many sort of political actors these days. But anyway, I just found it a really interesting perspective to consider that how Russia operates is kind of like with a playbook that may be hundreds of years old instead of something from 2023. Anyway, that was just an observation. I felt inspired to share that because of how people talked about, like, what are they doing? Why do they do this? It doesn't make any sense. And yeah, so that's
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It doesn't make sense, and we have mentioned that yeah, it seems that they live in some sort of parallel universe where they're still a few hundred years behind in their mindset, and well, you can see it with the technology and what have you. There's only very few people have access to a good technology, shall we say, in Russia. They've caught up with like VPNs on their mobile phones and things. They've got all of that sorted. But yeah, the rest of the country and even now, you know, if you look at like what they've got, which they say is like their best stuff, like, you know, the Kremlin building itself, it looks very beautiful, doesn't it, on the outside? And apparently inside it's there are a couple of very nice plush rooms, and the rest of the place is very Soviet, you know, grey corridors and almost like being inside a bunker of some kind. Because, you know, those places don't matter. They don't need to be comfortable or anything like that. They can just continue to be how they've always been. It's like, yeah, it's like they just haven't put any money into updating anything at all. See pictures of their offices. Now, the only offices I've seen in Russia that appear to have any sort of up-to-date equipment are their propaganda offices. And it just goes to show, doesn't it, that that's what they put their money into more than anything else, is propaganda, suppression of the truth.
Well, yes, not just propaganda and suppression of the truth, but the idea that, I mean, most of us, if we make changes in our, homes or yards or, I don't know, how you arrange the furniture, even in your, living room or something, we are, we evolve. We are moving forward. Where it's like, oh well, this is, I bet it would be, it's future, looking. Maybe if this happens, then I'd be able to, I don't know, do my mending when I watch TV or whatever the situation is. But this sort of attention on evolution, on improvement, on little incremental moves forward. Um, like I guess most of the people I know anyway are sort of in this gentle but persistent state of trying to go forward. And so what you just described about, which I wasn't aware of, about how, I guess the rooms they spend time in, those merit attention and, splendor or, whatever the, you know, that stuff. It's like, well, this is where we spend our time. So this is what we're going to pay attention to. Letting everything else just sort of sit there and be neglected does not imply that they are thinking about future forward stuff. It really does sort of imply that the focus is either on the status quo or on some kind of return to this sort of static, controllable state of being. So anyway, um, thanks for feeling, because some of the some of these gems, these incredible perspectives that that we don't get in the day to day, like something like the idea that only a few rooms are kept opulent and everything else is just left to be gray. Like I don't know where else I could have possibly heard that, and it just feels like a really, really interesting window into sort of the mindset. So thank you.
No problem. And thank you for coming and chatting. Yeah, it is indeed that they everything's for show. That's the thing. So they only really spend money on the things that they want to show off. For example, and I mean, this I found astounding, that there was a number of videos released at New Year, and one of them was of these ladies, swaying to music and having a fabulous time at this New Year's party. And then there was a leaked video which showed that there was no music actually playing. And prior to these ladies being filmed, enjoying themselves at this New Year's party, they were literally just sat chatting, you know, about what their day was and stuff like that. And then you hear somebody say, "Okay, ladies, it's time." And they suddenly snap into action. They pick up their glasses and they sway and they, you know, look as though they're having a fabulous night. No music playing. And you look around the room and they're nearly all women. I think there was one man sat in that room with them, who was definitely on camera, you know, made sure they got him on camera. And I just thought everything is, you know, it's just an act. It's a facade over the reality that they're actually living. And I don't know if they do it out of fear, out of indoctrination, both. But yeah, everything that you see filmed that they put out, unless, you know, it is specifically to show the reality, it will absolutely have been filmed for propaganda. And it just, it amused me that they were having this fabulous New Year's party on New Year's Eve, but they actually weren't. They were just putting on a, you know, Potemkin village to show people that they were pretending to have a good time. And yeah, they're having no problems whatsoever when you can quite clearly see they're having lots of problems. And I wonder how long they can keep this facade up, to be honest.
Well, I think pretending takes a big psychological toll on you, even if you believe in what you're pretending about. You know, I think as human beings we need to be who we are, and anytime you're sort of, I mean, honestly, so much of social media feels like that anyway. It's like people presenting their, you know, imagined versions of themselves or their ideal versions of themselves, or, you know, whatever. But if we're talking about an entire nation presenting really just a facade, um, and killing people on behalf of that, um, wow, that's just so broken and messed up.
Exactly. And that's why we're seeing, you know, a lot of the societal problems that they're having as well. I mean, on top of an already quite broken system, where, you know, only those who are born in the right places or have the right amount of money or manage to climb their way up the corruption ladder, only those people sort of gain any respect or, you know, seem to have any sort of life that's worth living. I mean, you know, they have an indoor toilet, for goodness sakes. I mean, pure luxury. Um, and and everybody else, everybody outside that sort of inner circle, just doesn't matter. Just doesn't matter at all. You know, they scrimp and they survive, and they have their outside toilets, and they drink a lot of vodka because, you know, it's better than reality. And it does indeed seem as though they're terribly broken. They've got no sort of, you know, cohesion as a society. People don't trust one another. People dob each other in, a la Stalin era. It's just getting to the point where, you know, they're going to crack somewhere. And probably the people who live in, you know, the more remote villages and stuff won't even notice. But those who are coming back from war now, they are being allowed back into this already broken society, and they're letting violent, murdering, you know, terribly mentally sort of scarred
Traumatized.
people. Yeah, traumatized. That's the word. Oh, thank goodness for you. Yeah, my brain just couldn't think of that right now. Terribly traumatized people. They're allowing these people back into society. And so, on top of the fact that they're already quite a violent and, you know, aggressive society, they're now injecting this extra stream of violence. And it just goes to show that they don't care at all. allowing violent prisoners out of their conscription after they've survived for 6 months, and they will have just been surviving, and then bringing those sort of slightly desperate people back into society, and all they've done is rape and loot and murder. And I just have a horrible feeling it's going to continue. I mean, we've already seen reports of this happening more than I would like to admit. And yeah, I just feel as though that is one of the extra pressures now that their society might not be able to continue to put up with. We've already had a lot of instances of, villages protesting that people are coming back when, they murdered someone last year and so on.
Oh, that honestly, there's so much heartbreak in all of this. I mean, it is, by now I think most of us know that, trauma repeats and repeats generationally, and hurt people hurt people. And also that traumatizing people is in fact a weapon used to, indoctrinate warriors for, terrorist organizations and things. But the idea that like when you said earlier that they just don't care, and I think that's probably the truth for Putin, because I don't think he really cares about anything but his own, whatever bizarro world he's living in, and whatever fantasy that he gets to be the ruler of. And people are driven by visions like this, so it's not surprising that that's the case. But I think when it comes to people not caring about each other, I wonder if instead, um, nobody has yet understood that it requires work to do that evolving. That, like, there's a book, I cannot remember the name of that cannot remember the name of the author. I read it, it's got to be 10 years ago now, so I can't reliably quote it. But his premise in the book was that basically, as we as humans, we go through our stages of growth. We're babies, and our primary concern is obviously just food and comfort, kind of thing. um, I think he said it was like seven stages of stuff, and it's like as you grow as a human being, like babies are not capable, even toddlers often are not capable of understanding that somebody else might, um, that essentially empathizing or understanding how someone else is feeling, because the focus is on the self, and that's necessary and required. But it's like once you reach, a later stage, you start to be able to consider, um, the needs and wants of people that are, for instance, in your life. And then you start to consider, at a sort of more evolved space, you start to consider the needs and wants of people in your community. And then, at ideally the sort of the highest space, you start to consider the needs and wants of, all of humanity, kind of thing. And that so his the premise of this book was that basically, that just like individuals, we all go through these stages, and hopefully we get to go through all of these stages, because if we don't have those needs met when we're really young, then the next layers can't properly build on the original layers. um so you know so there's this scar tissue that you might be able to sort of cover over, um, but it's still there, and it can be reactivated and retriggered because it was never fully lived and grown through. And this conversation is making me think that Russia is in, like hasn't had good parents or whatever. I don't, not to I don't want to point fingers or blame or something like that, but that there has not been an avenue for Russia as a nation to do that sort of, evolving, where you, of course, self-interest. We all have to have self-interest. We must. We don't survive otherwise. But once you once you feel sort of secure in that, then you have room for other things. And in this particular case, if they're not even caring for their own citizens, that could be just utter, you know, carelessness or neglect because they don't actually care. But it may not have occurred to some people that that this, that it matters that you care for other people. It matters that other people are harmed or traumatized. Anyway, I do hope that there's some kind of guide, because I don't get the impression from my very simplistic understanding of Russian history. It's not something I've studied, but I have had a number of conversations with people who are familiar with the culture and everything like that, and it sort of feels like as if no one has cared to nurture the culture the way that every human and every culture really deserves.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there, Liz. What they've generally done is assimilated other cultures and then forced them to believe this narrative that they all get sort of fed and indoctrinated with. And it's a level of control on a whole of society that it's worked for a long time, and I suppose this tight control does work, but there comes a point where it stops working.
Well, maybe it
Because
works if you want to rule, as opposed to ruling is a different headspace than coexisting.
yeah, exactly. That there's nothing for those little people. It's very much the days of the Tsar and his boyars that look after the various areas, and that gives him a level of protection, because if there's anything wrong, you just blame it on the boyar below you, and you berate him publicly, and he does a couple of things to help the society, and that's it. Everything's fixed, and it's never the fault of the Tsar. The Tsar is always benevolent, and of course, so they never rise up against him, because he's the only person that ever helps them. And so that's kind of how some of that works. Kerry, good morning.
Hello, darling. I'm going to have to talk quite quietly because it's early morning and all the little huts are so close together. People can hear you. I was just going to say, hello, Prince, as well. I was just going to say,
Hi, Kerry.
hiya, darling. I've passed, I saw on your feed, Mockers, you had the message about how some people or a person in Romania had filmed the air defence working over the Danube, obviously from the Ukrainian side, and I don't know how else to get it out. So I've just done a repost to MriyaReport, Iona, and Radu, and I was I don't know, just today, if we can try and circulate that message about, we shouldn't have to say it, but about not filming the bloody air defence by Romanians and anybody else who's on that side, just to get that out as much as possible. I mean, it is insane that it needs to be said, but sadly it also points out that in so many ways, the Ukrainians are the only people who are really tangibly feeling this on their lives. It's like, if you're just on the other side of the river and you don't feel enough of an urgency to realise that you should not be filming and posting that, I find that really upsetting, actually. But yeah, I think there's an effort that we can all try and make today to get that message out to the Romanian people that we know, because society should really be pulling together and trying to protect as much of what the Ukrainians are doing as possible, because they've got so much stacked up against them. The last thing they need is friendly countries not realizing just quite how serious every single aspect of this is. And there were other things I was going to say, but I just thought I'd mention that for now.
You're totally right, Carrie. But the reality is that, as I think about this, and I was thinking about it because I read that earlier today too, Do I need to whisper also? Will I wake up the people in the huts
No,
nearby?
no, no. I've
Anyway.
got you down low, darling. It's fine.
I just wanted to say that, Romania, let's first look at that part of Ukraine. That part of Ukraine, Ismail, and those ports on the Danube, they have not been attacked, as far as I know, until the recent weeks, just in the last month to 6 weeks or so, since the grain deal ended. Since ships started going there more frequently to pick up grain to avoid the port of Odessa. And so it's fairly new for that area to be attacked. Um, and and the Ukrainians, of course, are consuming the Ukrainian news on a regular basis, and they know, of course, not to share the air defense because the government puts that out all the time. But I don't know that, right across the river in Romania, I don't believe it's an extremely populated area. I'm not exactly 100% sure, but what I can say is that being in another country, you may not read the news of the other country. And I have a feeling what's actually going to happen. I think, yes, we do need to spread the news, obviously, because that needs to be spread. But I have a feeling what's going to happen is there's going to be some phone calls made over to Romania, and there are going to be a bunch of public service announcements put out, especially into that area. To not, here we go. Let's ask the source. Not all Romanians follow what's happening so closely, as Iona or Anda or Daniel or Radu or any of the many other Romanians that we have on the space on a regular basis. So I know that it's wrong, and I agree that it's wrong, but I also, in some ways, understand that it may not be as clear to somebody who hasn't been living this day in and day out with the reality like the Ukrainians have. So that was just a little point that I was going to make. And Iona may have more to add, but Carrie, let's go back to your hand real quick first.
I was just going to say, related to what we were saying about Russian society. So, just two things, just two remarks, because it's quite quiet at the moment. So, remember that I think it was about 9 months ago when a father was already put inside because his daughter did in school. I'm laughing, but not because it's funny. But yeah, the daughter in school did a drawing that had, showed empathy for the Ukrainians, and the father was thrown into prison. He'll be in prison now, and his daughter removed. I mean, that must be messages like that must be palpable in terms of creating a sense of fear. If every parent can't even, well, yeah, they can't talk to their children about it. It's like, Mao and the Red Book, and every child is already, whether they are indoctrinated or not, the children are living in fear. The parents are living in fear because the children, in effect, are spying on them. They're all getting that indoctrination in school because they're trapped in a space where they have to go, where they're constantly receiving this message. And I saw the horrendous video the other day. I think Julia Davis put out, or maybe it was Sarah actually, of the Wagner doing these bloody summer camps, so sick, with these kids. And there was a picture of a girl. There was a moment where a girl was standing between two Wagner. One that was masked, and you could physically see her body language. She was trying to, her shoulder that was next to him was up. She was attempting, she could not hide the body language of trying to be pulling away from him, but being forced to have to stand there to have a picture taken. But yeah, I was just thinking about, the impact on families, regardless of any disgust I have for them as a society, that will be going on every moment of every day. Every house is dossing each other, turning each other in. Every child is a weapon as well. who's being indoctrinated or brainwashed or terrified to say anything. Or if they say anything, the parents know that they're being watched by their children the whole time and could be dubbed in. I mean, how completely dystopian is that? And that will be happening in every village, in every town, in every city. They're turning against each other.
Yeah, exactly. It's a very strange world to live in. I can't imagine being like that. The thing which it reminds me of is if anybody's seen the film Equilibrium, where that it's a very sort of dystopian, controlled world, and people aren't allowed to have feelings, and it reminds me kind of that. Ioana?
Yes, hello, Mockers. Hello, Prince and Kerry. So, about these Romanian films of filming the air defense in Reni and Ismail. To be honest, Twitter is not very popular in Romania. I don't have many Romanian contacts on Twitter, maybe a few tens of them. So I didn't see persons posting air defense in Reni and Ismail on Twitter. I didn't see that. However, there are films about this. There are small short videos on the newspapers or news sites in Romania. The first strike on Reni was on 24th July, so a month ago. And I remember that I've seen that video then, and I was happy that there is air defense. And then there were, I believe, two other strikes, if we are not counting the one from this night. And on the last, there was again another video, and it was showing much more air defense. I remember that I've talked on the space about this, and again, I was happy that there is air defense. Now, those videos are showing a black rectangle with some lights on the sky. And at one time, at least on the last video, the one that was the most clear, let's say, there is an explosion on the side of the river near the water, and then you can see the surroundings. So I'm not trying to excuse this in any way. I understand this operation security thing. I don't think that Romanians understand it in the same way, unfortunately, because not everybody is following the news from Ukraine and is so aware of this as we are here in this space. Indeed, the area around the ports, Reni and Ismail, is very sparsely populated in Romania. There are some small settlements, there is a fishing village nearby. There are two cities, Sulina and Tulcea, but they are not really over very close to Reni and Ismail. They are not just over the water, so the filming is not done from there. The filming is done from really nearby. Across the Danube from Reni, or across the Danube from Ismail. So I will post a tweet saying this, but again, I don't think it's persons. I think it's mainstream media that is posting these videos, and it will be very hard to fight with the mainstream media. So I guess they are happy that they can provide the news and they can provide the video. I will try to tag that site in the message to say this, but again, I don't think really. So I'm very honest here. I don't think that this really discloses anything about that area, because, as I said, the beginning. The videos are mostly showing a black screen with some lights on the sky. So you have no details about the surrounding in them. It's very, very dark. There are no lights from buildings. There is practically nothing. But anyway, Kerry, thank you for attracting attention on this. And I promise I'll do a tweet and try to explain this for our Romanian, Twitter enthusiasts.
Thanks, Iona.
we try our best not to make things worse for Ukraine at the moment, and whether it's through, stupidity or in itself. So in one location in Moscow, yes, we saw that the high-rise building hit. Now they're stating that this particular building has been damaged, the facade of the skyscraper, but because it was under construction, there were no casualties. However, there's also wreckage in Starbevo. This is a village near Moscow, where an empty shop has been damaged, and on the street you can see, lots of broken glass, and pieces of a drone which people appear to be kicking, which I think is quite funny. There does also appear to be continuing smoke rising above Moscow from the top of a building, and I'm not quite sure what that is, so we'll get to that at some point as well. Now, the blast wave of an explosion here has blown out the windows in the apartments of a multi-story building on Antonova of Sakino Street, apparently, about 100 meters from the site of the explosion in Moscow City. So I'm going to imagine there's probably a bit more going on than just one drone there. So we got this from you, Prince, didn't we? 11 windows on the 14th. On the 11th to the 14th floors were broken in the tower that was under construction. However, no walls or load-bearing structures were damaged, according to reports. I do like how they downplay everything. So windows in 8 apartments of a high-rise building were shattered by the blast. At the moment, employees of the Ministry of Emergency Situations are inspecting the damage. Again, no casualties. And there's a guy here giving a little speech about it. Well, I think it's most likely a drone. We're scared to go to the windows now. Good. Now, this guy, he says he arrived in Moscow just 2 weeks ago. And, he says if he doesn't move out of this particular apartment, he's certainly going to move his furniture away from the windows. Indeed. So it was around 3 o'clock in the morning. He was asleep on the sofa, and he woke up by the roar of a sound and then falling glass. And the windows in the entire apartment were blown out. Going onto the balcony, he saw that all his neighbours also had a similar situation. Just regular people. Love it. Sorry, I love the fact that they're consequences. This is what happens when your country goes to war. It will affect you too. Then we found here in the village of Lava in the Belgorod region. Now, apparently, 2 grenades were dropped from a UAV onto the territory of the sanatorium. Now, these are usually larger buildings which are taken over by the military and have certainly been in occupied areas. So that tells me that was probably a military target. Unfortunately, there were no casualties, but 4 windows were broken and the facade of the building was damaged. So that they're working on that as well. I've just also seen an incredible video of a man running after setting a conscription office on fire while his pants fall down. That's awesome. So I had to share that with you. I'll tell you about that in a minute. So Bryansk region, there was also what appears to be a drone. They say it was shot down and its wreckage is being studied. According to our information, the UAV was destroyed the day before, about 9 in the evening, near the village of Darivsk. Pogarsky district, just so you know, located about 5 kilometers from the border. Of course, there were no casualties and everything is fine. No need to worry. Talking of need to worry, Ryan, I see you with us. Did you come up to speak?
Good morning. Yes, I did. Actually, I was getting up and around here, and the air raid sirens went off. So I am taking a little bit of a slow day. We were out delivering stuff to a couple villages about 5 kilometers from the Russian border yesterday. And today we're taking some time off. Tomorrow we have to make some more deliveries. Tomorrow, I think, is Ukrainian Independence Day, so that might be interesting to say the least. We were actually kind of warned or advised, or whatever you want to call it, to keep our first aid stuff near just in case the Russians try anything stupid this week because of Ukrainian Independence Day. But the plan for today is I have to go get a haircut at a barber because my beard is way too long. And then I have to go find a relay switch for the RAB that we're driving because the air conditioning doesn't want to work anymore. And then we'll be going to Kharkiv Humanitarian to prepare more meal kits for the Thursday delivery. We gave away everything we had yesterday. It was about 200 meal kits and 50 cleaning supply kits. And I don't know how many we're planning to deliver tomorrow, but we don't have any more meal kits because we gave away everyone that we brought up here, and we made 60 more with Kharkiv Humanitarian, and we gave all those away. And now we've got to go build a bunch more, so we have something to do tomorrow.
Excellent. Well, yeah, make sure you get that beard sorted out because I did think you were starting to look a bit like Santa.
Well, my flavor saver is curved around and like poking myself in the lip now, so it's getting to the point of uncomfortable, and I probably look like a homeless caveman. So I don't want to scare people when I show up to deliver humanitarian aid.
Oh, I don't know. That there's an awful lot of Ukrainian guys who are sporting a big beard.
Oh, no doubt, but I just look a bit disheveled. I need a good trim. There are plenty of competent barbers around here, and there are plenty of people with well manicured beards, and I might as well be one of them.
Yeah, get yourself sorted, Ryan. Kerry.
It was just a quick thing. See you later, Prince. I see you've that Ming's up. Hiya, Ming. So Richard came up last night, Frontline Kitchen, and I don't know that everyone's heard the message possibly today, but they've got a fantastic campaign going on at the moment, and I know it's a bit orcs in terms of for him, you know, mentioning that stuff on MriyaReport with your charity status and the you know, the governance side of it. But just to let you all know, they've got a really good campaign going on at the moment for IFACs, and they've got a bit like LR does with us. They have some people working with them that are, I think, tripling donations. So you've got a couple of match funders. So if you go onto their site, they're doing a big campaign at the moment for IFACs. So if you can, people on here, you know, without compromising the report, can get that message out as much as possible. That's really worth doing.
Yeah, medical supplies are always going to be in need, aren't they, Ryan?
Absolutely. I'm happy to support anybody who's bringing in IFAC items or medical supplies in general, or procuring them here in the country and making sure they get to the front where the soldiers need them. There's tons. We went and bought some medicines the other day, just basic needs stuff, some antibiotics, some painkillers, over-the-counter painkillers, by the way, like ibuprofen or acetaminophen, or paracetamol, whatever the hell that is. I think it's aspirin. stuff people need, boo-boo items that the medics need to give to guys if they accidentally impale themselves on a stick or a rusty piece of metal or something else. And it's kind of frustrating because you know that stuff is here and readily available. I went and bought some in a store same day when I got permission to buy it through Maria. The problem is these soldiers are sending stuff in to a guy through a requisition somewhere in Kyiv, and it might be a request that goes under 20 other requests. And their sense of urgency is just as much as every other 19 people who put in that request, and it might take a week to get through all of them. And if there's already people sick or already people with an infection, then that's a freaking problem. And exactly the same scenario exists with tourniquets and medical supplies, or stuff for trauma. So anybody who's trying to push stuff to the front quicker, I'm all about it. Actually have been talking to Richard in the background. I owe him a phone call for some humanitarian aid work he's trying to do. He wanted to maybe partner up with us, and I heard he might be headed in my direction. So I need to follow up on all that today.
Well, enjoy that, won't you? Yeah, it sounds like you're going to have a busy day. Kerry, go ahead.
So we had Nuki on last night. I couldn't listen the whole time. I'm being mega auntie boo. I've got a pile of kids in the beach hut that I'm babysitting, but they've all been angels. So Nuki was on talking about how things are on the front where he is, and he was saying it's as you would expect, but a really, really hard grind. He's always so honest, and he said, obviously, unfortunately, the Russians are learning and learning fast. And I think we sometimes forget that because obviously we're quite rightly wanting to take the piss out of and wanting to notice the things that are just ridiculous that they're doing. But he was saying that they are learning really fast now and making it much harder, much slower for the Ukrainians to carry on slogging through the trenches. But also, I can't remember if it was Nikki or who else it was. Maybe it was Richard. But they were talking again about one or the other of them about dead Ukrainian soldiers with broken Chinese tourniquets on their limbs. It's just such an endemic problem. And, I just don't know if anybody, because we're all trying all the time, but if anybody has contacts and time and effort to just get thousands and thousands from a big system of appropriate tourniquets out there, it just seems so tragic that obviously Ukraine is having to prioritize their energy, their politicians, with the military support to get those big ticket items. But does anybody have, is there any idea we have? Because there must be millions of them around the world with Ukrainians partner nations. But we're doing our best to shore that up, with smaller by comparison campaigns. But is there anything we can do to just get en masse, just thousands, tens of thousands of good tourniquets out there? Even that on its own would just seem to make such a difference. I mean, it must be, I cannot imagine how horrific it must be for them to be, even when they get these things out and they're about to use them, it's like, Jesus, where is this from? You're in that situation. You can't question it. You just got to use the bloody thing. But just that in itself would make such a difference.
Ryan. Ryan?
Ryan, can you hear us? Take your mic off, darling.
Ryan's run away. Put his hand up and then he left it, didn't he? Never mind. Okay. Well, me personally, I don't know. I don't know. Ryan might have an answer, but I think some of it comes from sourcing and production as well. Oh, there we go. Ryan, are you talking to us?
Part of the problem is cats are made in the United States. They're not made in Ukraine. There are a couple of tourniquets that are made in Ukraine. Those tourniquets have a metal windlass on them, and you can, if you don't know how to apply it properly, do more harm than good. I wholeheartedly agree that we need to get thousands and thousands of tourniquets sent in. I've seen a request list from another aid organization who put out just kind of a notice, hey, if you're a unit and you need something, send us info so we know what you need so we can try to help you. And the list they received within 24 hours was a bit disheartening. All that
Explain,
said,
Ryan. Explain.
different units all saying we need 1,000 tourniquets. Maybe that's just the magic number because everybody thinks they're going to need that many. And maybe people are asking for more than they need in hopes that they get half of what they need. But what the bigger point I was trying to make is dumping a bunch of tourniquets at the front line isn't the worst idea in the world, but it would be a lot better if people actually had some training for 1 or 2 days to know how to apply a tourniquet, where to apply a tourniquet, when to apply a tourniquet, and all the other shit you need to do after you put a tourniquet on. I wish that was part of basic training. I've never been through Ukrainian basic training. I hope it is. I don't think it is because I've talked to a couple of people who've been through basic training, and unfortunately, they didn't get an IFAC. I know some aid groups, and I even know some people here working in Ukraine that put on TCCC courses. One of them is a Ukrainian guy who worked with the American Air Force and paramedics that jumped out of planes. He's happy to train any Ukrainian he can get in front of him. He has TDF people come and train with him in their days off. He has civilian volunteers from Ukraine and from outside Ukraine come and train with him. They will train in an English class and a Ukrainian class. They just need people to show up. It's kind of hard to pull guys off the front line out of a trench and teach them how to do basic first aid. The guys that need it the most are the guys who are already doing the job. So it's complicated. No, this isn't as perfect as we all wish it was, but as much as I hate to quote Donald Rumsfeld, you end up in wars with the army you have, not the army you want.
Thank you, Ryan. Kerry, go ahead.
It's no good solution. I understand what you're saying, Ryan. And we've had Language Learner on here talking about this in particular and the training he does. And it sounds laughable for me to even say this, but
Tony
absolute.
and the guys
Sorry,
he's
darling,
working
say it
with,
again.
Tony and the guys he's working with are trying to do exactly that. It's just give people some basic instructions and some tools they need. So if their friend or their battle buddy gets blown up, you can keep his blood in his body long enough
Yeah, I was just going to
get
say,
him
I mean, this.
to get
Sorry,
him to
Brian.
an evacuation point. It's basic need to know stuff. Civilians need to know this here. It should be part of elementary education, unfortunately. But when you live in a city that air raid sirens go off every day, and a year ago bombs were dropping every day, it's need to know info. It's probably more useful than knowing how to drive a car.
No, it's going to save a lot more lives, isn't it? If you need it. Kerry, go ahead.
I was just going to say it's really, really not a suitable solution. However, it is some potential vague use that somebody like Language Learner and the team he works with and the other people that, as Ryan was saying, are doing this. I sound ridiculous even saying this, but in your absolute worst case scenario, if you could have as instructive a video as possible, even that, which is a very, very poor alternative, may possibly help a little, sufficient enough that it might be worth doing.
Well, hands-on training, there's nothing better than hands-on training. When somebody's put a tourniquet on you tight enough that you know how tight it's supposed to be, you remember. When you've put a tourniquet on yourself or someone else tight enough that that's how tight it's supposed to be, you remember. It's not rocket science. It's very simple stuff, but doing it and muscle memory is integrally important when you're freaked out and your adrenaline's pumping and shit's blowing up around you. Like when you're watching your best friend bleed to death and looking for his leg, it helps to have done this before and not be scrambling trying to unpack your tourniquet from the plastic wrap that you bought it on Amazon in.
I agree with you, darling. I was just thinking, your like absolute pathetic response in the worst case scenario possible, it may have some vague usage, even if it's then, okay, let's try and see if we can copy this in our downtime. I know you don't really have downtime, but if it's something you can look at on a device, it is, I understand it's a very, very poor alternative, but worse, maybe not quite as bad as absolutely sweet FA.
Well, I don't want to be too morose, but when your hands are covered in blood, it's really hard to get a chest seal torn open.
Unfortunately, these are the realities that, even the civilians are dealing with on a daily basis. It's horrendous. It absolutely is. And, well, I know there are an awful lot of people who are indeed looking to fund medical supplies, extra tourniquets, chest seals, all the thingamabobs that they're going to need medically. I know there are a couple of well-known nurses, shall we say, who are, I would call, particularly trusted people. And I would say that, we can all do our part to help in that. And it's down to some of these, individuals who are doing it, putting it upon themselves. But like Ryan said, right, we have the guys who are doing the training here. We have the individual groups that are, trying to contact as many people with regards to getting them familiarized with the process, getting them able to do something when, previously they would have been fearful of even trying. And it's also, that the individuals who are, again, it's the community, it's the grassroots, it's, all of that which Ukraine is well known for. The connections that they have. And I really feel as though it's something that their government and the procurement and what have you have been absolutely overwhelmed. Previously, they were not as prepared as they could have been. There has been corruption in the past. I'm pretty sure that IFACs are something that have been, yes, we've got thousands of them, only they haven't, because who's going to check? These things have happened in both Russia and Ukraine. And it's a very good job that Ukraine's got a lot of friends and a perfectly righteous cause, because we're doing everything we can to help. But as Ryan said, the best known tourniquets, the capped tourniquets that people are more familiar with and that appear to be very high quality. It's procurement and logistics for them, like everything else. And of course, everything going into Ukraine comes through the logistics bottlenecks. And so, yes, we can get things there. We can, ensure that they've got plenty of them. But it's also then getting that disseminated from, one place to people on the front. And I think in between those two places, there's an awful lot of steps and stages and training that should be done. So, yeah, it's not ideal, unfortunately. Let's face it, 2 years ago, nobody was particularly, apart from maybe a certain few Russians, nobody was particularly planning this. And we were still sort of living under the assumption that, all the big wars had finished and there was skirmishes and, interventions, but there was never anything that we'd consider to be a war. And so, yeah, we've let ourselves down in a way. And Ukraine, unfortunately, is paying that price because we never knew we would need millions of tourniquets. So, I would imagine that because of that, it's never been a priority to produce billions of them. Certainly not for military use on this scale. So, yeah, I appear to have lost my co-host. Never mind.
I'm still here, but I'm not your co-host anymore. Sorry, mockers.
While there's a pause, I've sent some of you
Yes,
girls a picture that I took last night. It's from
It's a
down
really
here.
good picture too.
Oh, I was chatting into a closed mic, guys. Don't worry. I was paused by stupidity more than anything else.
I thought perhaps that you missed Doman so much that you were doing an extra long Doman pause.
You were doing a Dominator pause. When is Doman back, guys?
Another week.
Yeah. How are we going to manage without him?
Shush, I'm already rocking in a corner. I only just started to get his highbrow jokes. I mean, guys, you just, I just start to understand you and then you start to abandon me one by one. It's terrible. Now, sorry, I'm just looking again at that explosion in Moscow. There's a lot of new video footage now of it. And there's a really nice one, which is taken from far away. And you can see just how big and bright the explosion is, which is always nice to see that they could see it from a long way away. And yeah, just consequences. Oh, talking of consequences, in occupied Olenivka, in Western Crimea, there are explosions this morning. It would appear that quite a few Russians are having an early morning wake-up call. Lovely stuff. Who was first? Was it you, Prince?
I think so. Just real quick. On some of those videos that we're seeing come out now, I bet you Genesis, who just popped up, will be able to give much more information than I can. But my note is going to be that on one of these drones, they say that it was taken down by electronic warfare, yet still managed to collide with a building. So that that is sort of what I think on that, on that one. If they managed to take it down by electronic warfare, it still managed to collide with the building fairly well. And that very well may be where it was aiming, trying to head to anyway. Either way, it looks like a drone exploded into the building. I don't think that looked like debris or anything else, but I have no expertise. But that is my thought on that. One specifically that is very, very explosive and beautiful.
Always got to appreciate a good explosion. Kerry?
I was literally just going to say, and then I got to get on with some work. So sad. That I just love the fact that these drones are just like annoying mosquitoes, giving the Russians the beginnings of a tiny, tiny sense of what the Ukrainians are having to put up with. And they're so highly bloody strong that it's sending them bonkers. Just send in those annoying mosquitoes that just make you sort of run around and try and swat them away. It's great to see that it's starting to give them a taste of their own medicine.
Mockers, may I correct Carrie really quickly?
Please do. I'm
They're not.
always willing to
They're
be
not.
corrected.
They're not. It's not really correction. They're not mosquitoes over Moscow. They are beavers over Moscow. And if you have not seen the picture, I will send it to you. They are beavers over Moscow because that is the name of the drone. I think that they think is going and invading Moscow. And beavers over Moscow is a whole lot funnier.
For all sorts of reasons. Morning, Genesis man.
Morning, Mockers. Morning, ladies, and morning, everyone else. First and foremost, I'd like to say just a quick shout out to the two speakers we had last night, the disinformation person and then the operational one. I found them both fascinating. In fact, inspirational. I've got to say that, and quite sad. And he's dropped down now, Ryan. I wanted to send my love and best wishes, and I feel his pain, and it gets you sometimes when simple things and because all your analysis of where we are with what, and he's absolutely right. You fight with the army you've got, and unfortunately, the Ukrainians have been put in a position where a year and a half ago, we might have a fight, we might not, but they didn't realise what was coming around the corner. Bless them. And it is in all our cases to support him in any way, shape we can, and I hope we can help relieve some of Brian's pain. That's the first thing. Second thing is this Twitter or whatever we're calling it this week is a bugger for me at the minute, and I can't see videos. So Mockers, or I can't find stuff. Mockers, could you just drop those videos in my DM for me, and then I'll drop down and have a look, and then come back if that's all right with everyone.
The Moscow drone is that
Yes.
what you're after?
Yes, please. Yes.
I will find a few good ones and send them to you. I mean, it's nothing, huge.
No. It'll probably be a lovely, great big explosion, and I will correctly address them as beavers over Moscow, which is most inspiring. But thank you.
So yes, I will send you a few that I find. If I find the one from far away, I've only seen that on Telegram at the moment. But it was lovely. It was lovely. So if I find that one, I'll send you that one as well, because you sort of see the full explosion, as it were. So yeah, that's worth having. I might have to download it off Telegram. Ew. Right. So yeah.
Thank you.
See that one too. You know me, I am the purveyor of the best of the booms, or at least I try to be.
I'm going to say something now, Mockers. So in the fire service, where we had a term, and you would not believe how many of them there are, and some of them are quite dangerous. They are people that love to be at the scenes of fires when we all turn up with our flashing blue lights and all that malarkey, and they're always called red eyes. And you are definitely a red eyes, but a good one, not a bad one. So what they would do, they would get in the way and they'd ask you questions while you're doing stuff. But you are the best type of red eyes, so keep up the good work, please.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't like leaving the house too much because, there's people outside. So, I can't walk for very long distances, shall we say. I can, but I get very tired. So as a result, I travel when I need to.
These people used to have scanners, radio scanners, so they could pick up our radio communications and quote it back to us. They're quite frightening people sometimes, but there you go. But yes, you're a good type of red eye, so please carry on. Thank you.
Yeah, I like to see them from afar. I'm quite happy to wait for the videos. I don't need to be there. And like I say, going somewhere at the a moment's notice. Oh, I couldn't be bothered. So yeah, I'm I'm not a fire chaser, as it were, just a fire appreciator. I think that's what we call it. Oh, damn it! I'm going to find that video for you. I will. I'll remember what channel I found it on. Oh, I've remembered. Amazing.
Thank you ever so much. And just a question to the room. And harping back to Ryan, he's going to be in my thoughts all day. Is there anything you can do practically to help the poor fella relieve his pain a little bit? Because I don't know about you lot, but it came across palpably to me how upset he was, which I don't like. I really don't. And as a bloke, I always want to fix stuff. So is there anything that we could do, MriyaReport could do? I don't know, general question.
We can keep doing what we're doing. That's the thing. I mean, Ryan has a lot of friends in the background here who will be reaching out to him. And we know that Ryan is a big, soft, big-hearted Oklahoman. And don't worry, he'll be absolutely fine. But yeah, he's an emotion guy, and he doesn't mind people knowing. And you can see absolutely the situation that he's in, and I honestly think it's really healthy to be able to let your emotions out like that, even if you feel silly afterwards. It is healthy. You've got to be able to do that. And he obviously feels that this is a safe enough space to do so, and I really appreciate that. And yes, you guys, some of you don't show enough emotion sometimes. You very stiff upper lip. I'm a bit the same, but this is somewhere where we can share exactly how we're feeling, and it's not a big deal. And he'll be getting about 50,000 hugs sent to him in the background, no doubt. So don't worry, we'll look after our boys.
Good, glad to hear it. Thank you, Marcus.
No problem. Kerry.
So it was just a quick thing. I mentioned the other day about the guy who was in the forces for 30 years, who tries the noddy down here. And I've had a word with him, and he's applying for a job at the moment that's obviously in the forces. So he'll hear today what the outcome of that is. So he was holding off to wait to hear on that in terms of Official Secrets Act and so on. But he'll hopefully get a response today that means that I know whether I can bring him on the report or not, because he's trained. He used to train people to use the star streak. So if it's if it's possible to get him on, then I will do. So I've not sort of forgotten about it, but there's just stuff going on here that he's waiting to hear what the situation is, and therefore know, because obviously they'll do a search on him and so on, and all his activity. So he was going to wait to see if he got himself in or not before he came on a public space to talk. But I'll find out today, and if it's possible, I'll get him on and sort of try and encourage him to stick with it. He said if he does do it, if he is able to come on and get in, he says he does stuff 100%. So we might have a new person on, hopefully, cross fingers, that can give us another perspective from a lot of personal background and expertise.
Well, yeah, that's lovely. And yes, of course, if he gets his job and he can't come and talk to us, that's fair enough. I understand that entirely. And that is one of the things with, some of the people that we asked to come on as guests, that they have reasons why they absolutely can't. And we fully understand that. Yeah. So some people send us messages and they say, this person would be a brilliant guest. And I go, yeah, I know, but they can't talk to us. It's the same with MPs and things like that. Some of them can, some of them can't, depending on who they're affiliated with and all that, depending on their particular position. And Ming, I'm still having problems bringing you up as a speaker. So
He's there as a
I
speaker now, Mockers.
can't help.
He's there as
Oh,
a
is he?
speaker now,
Is he?
darling, on my screen anyway, yeah.
I'd love for that to show on my screen because, yeah, I've just got this annoying button that says he's requesting.
I see him as up a speaker with no mic, so he might be a ghost now.
That is true. I've got the same.
Ghosties. Ghosties. That'll be it. Anyway, never mind. I was going to tell you about the man with his pants falling down because I just thought it was particularly funny. So
Why
this
haven't you
fella,
retweeted this video?
because I don't have it. It's on some Telegram channel somewhere, and I've lost it. So, but I did remember to get the caption from it. So this guy running down the street away from, I'll be honest with you, a very small, weak ass fire. Not his heart wasn't in it, put it that way. So in Yekaterinburg, a utility worker set fire to the military enlistment office. He didn't really set fire to it. He set a small fire next to the wall of it. Anyway, but after running away with his pants clearly falling down, he surrendered to the police. I'm sure he did. I bet you they caught him because his pants were falling down. Anyway, and he has admitted that he acted upon the orders of Ukrainian scammers to whom he had already transferred 3.8 million rubles. According to our information, at 8 o'clock in the evening the day before, a power engineer from the Electro Center Management Company threw 2 Molotov cocktails at the building of the Sverdlovsk Region Military Registration and Enlistment Office on Lenin Avenue and disappeared towards Shakeman Street. 2 fires with a total area of 3 square meters were quickly extinguished. Yeah, he didn't do a great job. You've got to break the window first, mate. Anyway, a few hours after the arson attempt, the 48-year-old man turned himself into police and confessed to everything. Oh dear, it was his conscience, obviously. He said that scammers had persuaded him to take out loans from the bank for 3.8 million rubles and transfer them into their accounts. Now, God knows how they've managed to do that. But we've heard a lot of this going on. All these enlistment offices that have been set on fire. It was noticed at one point that one lady did this, and she didn't run away. No, she very nonchalantly stepped back, took a photo, and then carried on walking away. And it was weird that she'd taken a photo of it. And it turned out from the story that came out afterwards that the reason she'd taken a photo was she'd been asked to provide proof of the deed done in order to get her money back, which had already been scammed out of her. Now, I don't know how they're doing it, but I can only say that this is fun because it would seem that they're a bit naive. Some I think because they're not educated in, a lot of things. They're only educated in patriotic fervour, aren't they? Really, especially now, and so they miss out on being a bit more streetwise, I think, and they do fall quite easily for some scams. And well, bless them, bless their heart. So as a result, they've even been talked into doing things like pouring the milk out of their fridge out the balcony because there could be listening devices floating in it. Yes, I know. But after getting them to do these crazy things, they then, you know, start ringing them up and saying, oh, somebody's scamming your bank. You're going to need to transfer all your money into another account that we've set up for you. And then, of course, 10 minutes later, they're like, thank you very much for your money. If you want it back, you only have to do this one small thing. Of course, nobody gets their money back, do they? Well, that's a terrible shame for them. But yes, they have actually been, in a lot of cases, encouraged to do this through blackmail. And although I would never say that blackmail is a good thing, in this case, they're kind of getting what they deserve. It does show as well, doesn't it, that they don't have any real loyalties because, oh, yeah, I'll go and burn that down. Why not? Yeah. A lot of people would immediately, well, you know, in the UK, you'd go to the police, wouldn't you? And you'd say, somebody's trying to force me to commit a terrorist act. Not in Moscow, not in Russia. No, they're like, oh, if I only have to set something on fire, that's easy. Yeah, so it would seem that there's a lot of it going about, and I know Budrinov said that it's amazing what you can pay for in Russia, but I think these hackers and scammers have taken a slightly different approach, and well, it's working out for them, isn't it? It amuses me greatly. Genesis Man, I have found the video that I want to send to you. I'm about to send it. Bear with me. I've had to download it.
Standing by, Mockers. Standing by.
There you go. Right, I've sent that one as well now. It's just sending to you. But I thought it was a nice overview of just how big that explosion was. I appreciate it was at night. So I will, you know, assume that that's why the light carried quite so much. But it's a nice visual reminder for anybody in the vicinity that you're not safe. Oh dear, what's your air defence doing? It's that sort of thing. Now then, yes, I have the problem that when I am on my own as a co-host, I never see people requesting, I'm sorry, I'm not being ignorant, I'm just blind. So I will send out that speaker request. Hopefully you get it now. And Genesis Man, go for it.
No, thank you for that, Mockers. They're all pretty, aren't they? And I don't know whether anyone else has noticed, but these don't look, in terms of explosions, not very damaging, but they are making an effect in terms of they're a big bang and loads of light, which I absolutely love. And they're obviously designed light and portable because they need to get them there or closer to Moscow, but demonstrate to the population. You know, hang on, look, see what happens. Fuck around with Ukraine and look what happens, which I'm all for, of course. And I think they're making the point slowly but surely. They're making the point. Not a lot of damage, but lots of what's the word I'm looking for?
Psychological damage. Psychological
you
damage.
got it, Kerry.
Yeah.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, designed to terrorize, I would say, which is a really good thing. But yeah, thank you, Mockers. That's excellent. Thank you ever so much.
No problem. You know me, I always like passing on good news. Rich, go ahead.
Good morning. Yes, very much emotional damage in that one. There, that's quite brilliant. He surrendered when his pants were down. It's not like Russians to do that. Anyway, in terms of I don't know if you've noticed, but at precisely about 1:45 FAFO o'clock last night, there started being a lot of drones flying everywhere around Moscow, and they couldn't get planes on the ground. The planes were getting diverted. Did you see anything about that, Marcus?
Yes. It's nice, isn't it, that they're having their aircraft interrupted on a daily basis.
It's a shame. It's a great shame. What is it, like the 6th day or in a row now, or something like that? It's wonderful. It's like a week of festivities leading up to Ukrainian Independence Day. It's almost as if someone planned it. It's glorious. Like I think I messaged you this the other day saying the one thing they really need to do is just get these drones carrying a load of like old food or something and just drop it off the end of the runway, so all the seagulls and the birds move in, and then they really are buggered. Because no one's going to take off or try landing through a flock of seagulls for obvious reasons. Well, they shouldn't do. They may well do. It's Russia. But there we go. Do you know? Have you heard anything of what happened in Sevastopol last night with this supposed training exercise? Because there was lots of booms and small arms fire and the like, but apparently it was just everything is fine, which obviously means everything isn't fine.
Yes, they put out a statement that they were having some training with gunfire, and then there was a statement a bit later that they'd actually shot down some drones, so maybe it wasn't training after all.
Yeah, training at 11 o'clock at night. Like, no one's going to believe that shit, mate. No one.
That's very true. Yeah, although they do the strangest things, don't they? But yes, I think you're absolutely right there. That there's something happened, and we don't know what it is yet. But there's something happened. And there's also an explosion in Crimea this morning. In let me find the name of the place again. Olenivka in Crimea. And well, there's a very large plume of white smoke going up in the air. Maybe Genesis Man can tell me what white smoke means.
New Pope.
I was about to say that, new Pope, but yeah.
Sorry, couldn't resist. Sorry, Genesis. I got excited.
Hi, Rich. I'm with you, mate. New Pope, and we all know what white smoke is. It's a lovely telltale sign that you've exploded something rather lovely. So I'm all for that. More of that stuff, please.
More of that. But if we could have some black associated with a burning submarine in dry dock, I'd be a lot happier. Thank you, please, Budanov.
Rich, I totally agree with you. Or we could send a little lady to the dock gates as well. I'm all for that.
In a cat-drawn carriage. Let's do it.
Excellent. Well, I'm glad we've got all that planned.
It sounds like a
yeah.
good day's activity to me. Good day out.
Yeah.
Ferris Bueller's day out. Right, guys, I shall love you and leave you. I'll be listening in. And yeah, morning to my girls. And I took the chance while I had a little bit of signal, and I'll be listening in, finding out how things are going as I can throughout the day. But I'll catch up with you later.
Bye,
I am
Carrie. Have a
absolutely
good day.
I'm
Thanks,
absolutely
darling.
certain that Kerry cannot hear me, because that's the second time now. She's thought there was a gap. So where was I? Oh, sorry. Yeah, right. I'm back where I was now. Genesis Man, go ahead.
Just a point, geography one. Where exactly in Crimea was that? I know you named the town, but geographically, was it towards the Kerch Bridge, Sevastopol? Where do we know?
You're gonna have to bear with me on that one. I've got to get back to who it was that told me about it. Olenivka. Bear with. It is an urban type settlement. Oh no, that's not it.
It's
There's
the
obviously 300 Olenivkas.
yeah, but the one in Crimea, it's at the western extremity. There is a kind of like a peninsula on the west side of Crimea, and on top of it, it's Olenivka.
Thank you. See, I knew you would know, and I would get to my maps too late. Rich?
Yeah, on the mention of the Kerch Bridge, I just suddenly remembered I haven't come up and actually discussed this this new fun aquatic assault course that the Russians are putting in around the Kerch Bridge.
Where they're sinking 6 ferries that
Yeah, sinking 6 ferries and then putting booms in between them. Yeah, I'd flip it, Nora. But the flip side, the flip side of that is obviously they don't really need those ferries. So it would be a shame if something were then to happen to their other ground lines of communication and supply, and then they don't have enough ferries. Shame, really, isn't it? I hope no one identifies that and sees this as an opportune moment to do something. It would be terrible.
It would be absolutely awful for them, wouldn't it? You're absolutely right. It would seem counterproductive, but you know how it is. Every time we've seen them take an action, what they haven't done is plan for what might happen after then. They don't seem to have any forward planning skills at the moment, and that's fine. Ioana?
Yeah, actually, I have seen this yesterday and I wanted to ask about it. First of all, I don't think it's about ferries, probably barges or something like this. They won't sacrifice working ferries for this, probably some old barges or something similar. And will this work? Because, you know, the sea drones are very shallow. They are small, so they can pass over whatever is sunk there. Also, if we are speaking about underwater drones, I believe they have like a guiding system or something. Those ferries will not do a wall underwater. There will be places to pass through. And overall, it seems like a very desperate measure, and kind of not really to put it in practice. I would like somebody who is more, you know, knowledgeable about Navy stuff to comment on this. But maybe Genesis can help.
Thank you, Iona. So no, Rick, I saw that as well, and I think it's barges. And I think this is again, and we see it quite often, how the Ukrainians put out disinformation and they get the Russians to do something, and then they'll visit the bridge with Storm Shadow or something like that. You watch, because Dernroth, the intelligence bloke, has said something's coming in the next few days. So my expectation is we're going to see big booms on the Kerch Bridge very shortly, and I will be dancing a jig.
There is a guy who does a dance every time the Kerch Bridge is hit. I've seen him doing his Kerch Bridge dance, and bless him, he's very lovely, and he's he's an excitable chap. But yeah, I would like to see his last dance. Something has been targeted in the city centre of Donetsk Oblast. This is occupied Donetsk, and Donetsk the city, sorry, not the oblast. What am I talking about? And there is grey smoke coming up from that area. Just having a little look at exactly where that is. Yeah, so that is bang in the city centre. Don't know what that is yet, but it's being reported. So I don't know, maybe just a smoking accident. We know
It's something poetic about this, you know, 50 Shades of Smoke. We have seen all the shades.
Indeed, we have, and it does make some people very happy indeed. Yeah, so also quite satisfying. Brilliant. Now then, we know our friends Atesh, and they have been monitoring, well, an awful lot of places, and also they appear to have been infiltrating inside Russia. That's very curious, isn't it? Because I've just had a report from ATESH, monitoring the Moscow region. So, our agents have identified a small Russian military base in the city of Lubnya. It's best as you get in. They've put on coordinates in the Moscow region. Now, you should know you cannot hide from us. We know of the deployment of many bases on the territory of Russia. Many agents are throughout the territory of the Russian Federation, and every day more and more servicemen of the armed forces of the Russian Federation join with us. They understand it is necessary to stop this criminal war. Join ATESH today. I like that bit of news. I couldn't say whether or not that was a psyop or whether they were being truthful. But, you know, these Russian conscripts are pretty desperate, I would say, and be willing to sort of join up with anyone that was maybe going to help them save their lives. Let's face it, when you push people into a life or death decision, for some, the survival mechanism kicks in, and that's that. That's how it goes. And yeah, the fact that they say that Russian soldiers are now starting to join them, I like that. Unfortunately, my co-host Ming is having terrible trouble, so I have the beautiful Iwana standing in. Now, I am hearing as well that there is more gunfire and explosions in Sevastopol this morning, 9:50 a.m. local time. That's interesting to know. Oh, hang on, there's that little flipping bug on me. Get off. And you're right, Ioana. Things appear to be hotting up. Now, yesterday I didn't have, a lot of news of big booms. There were more news of frontline positions shifting. Oh, wow. And sorry, I'm just seeing something which I'll bring to you in a moment. Yeah, we saw the, liberation of the people from Robotny, because obviously the Russians didn't bother evacuating the civilians from Robotny. And, well, it was very heartwarming to see them people being freed and being able to phone their families at last. However, today, things appear to be kicking off on the right foot again. Lots of booms reported already, and a little video here from Ukrainian partisans. So these are partisans within an occupied area, and they appear to have an amazing stash of weaponry. Let's just say that they appear to have quite a bit of stuff there, and they're just saying basically, we're ready when you are. We have this available to us, so look, we're not hanging around. And the fact that tomorrow is Ukrainian Independence Day, I'm just wondering if there might be some festivities planned. What do you think, Ioana?
I think, it will be a very important day. Apparently, they decided not to have public events because, of course, we have seen that the Russians are taking advantage of those. So probably there will be something, but not advertised in advance. But in Moscow, they will the workers, the state workers, especially those working in offices in the high-rise buildings, were advised to stay at home, not to work on that day. So there is no panic. Everything is going well in Moscow. And also, I wanted to say that today is the National Flag Day in Ukraine. So happy National Flag Day for all Ukrainians. And well, we celebrate together. It's a beautiful flag. It's really a beautiful flag, and it's so amazing how much you can find these colors in nature and how joyful and beautiful they are. Yeah, I really love it.
Sorry, I was just popping something in the nest here about the powerful cotton in Crimea this morning, and well, hope to see a little bit more of that. Now, in the meantime, I have a bit of info. So this is another report from Atesh, and this is the occupiers from the. They just give these things names, I think, just make them up. The 247 DSHP, whoever they are. Anyway, whoever they are, they refused to storm the positions of the armed forces near Staromyorsky. So their report states, Zaporizhia direction remains one of the hottest spots. This provokes a decrease in morale in the Russian units. For example, on the 20th of August, soldiers of one of the companies of the 247th Airborne Assault Regiment refused to carry out a combat order to storm enemy positions in the area of Staromyorsk settlement. Subsequently, the company commander was detained and delivered to Mariupol. Further message reads, there is also reports that the 177th Marine Regiment, stationed near the village of Verbove, left their position after several small attacks. A criminal case has been opened in the case of desertion for them. Remember when I said that, you know, that there comes a point in every person's life, even if you are incredible at suffering, like the Russians clearly are. Even when, you know, the best life has to offer you is, you know, just scrimping for your entire life, scratching to survive and get by. Even that is better than being sent to your absolute certain death, or at least to be horribly maimed, and then have to live the rest of your life like that. I think at some point your survival instinct does eventually kick in, and I like that they're not. It's not one or two people that are saying no; it's entire groups now that are saying we'd rather not. And well, it's a snowball, isn't it? Nothing creates chaos like chaos. Nothing is more easy to catch than panic. Of course, there's no panic, but yeah, I get the feeling that these cracks are now widening. We've seen little things, we've seen infighting, and you know, people literally injuring themselves in order to not to be sent to the front and stuff like that. It speaks of a level of desperation that they've really got sunk down low into, and yeah, that's going to continue, and it's going to continue to get worse. And when you see entire groups like that saying, "Actually, I've had enough," and their commanders can be punished all day long, it still doesn't make those men actually want to go into the suicide mission. So, you know, I just think the more and more this happens, the more likely it is that the Ukrainians are going to, you know, get past those minefields and defences and just not have anything very much to stand up against them. I'm really sort of waiting for the breakthroughs to happen. I know they won't like have a massive charge down to the Azov coast, but it may be a lot easier than we expect once they get past the main defences. Iwana?
Yes, I do hope that this will be the case, and I think this will be the case. About the Russians' morale and the fact that they begin to realize that there is no point in this war. There is no point for them to submit themselves to this suffering. We talked a lot in this space about the Russian fatalism and about their, willingness to suffer. And I just wanted to point the discrepancy between this type of thinking and the Western thinking. I think it's important to realize that they are taught like this from the early age. And in the United States Constitution is written that all men are created equal, and they have the right to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. In Russia, it's more like there is Brazilian theologian Rubem Alves. He lived but he was born in 1933, and there is a philosophical debate on one thing that he said, and he said that happy happy oysters don't make pearls. So basically, this means that you need to suffer in order for something valuable to get out of you, and this is wrong. This is wrong, but this is the way in which the Russians are taught, that suffering is a part of life, that suffering is necessary, that only through suffering you can make something or you can be useful to the country. And it's wrong. And it should be called out as wrong, because every person has the right to live and to be happy. And I just wanted to underline this. Peter?
Hi. Yeah, we had a really good chat with the Israeli guy, Nuki, I think, is really actually quite hit me what he was saying, and he wanted to say it as it is rather than he said, I'll probably get into trouble with my superiors, but I want to say it as it is. And there were various points which came out. One was the mind, which are the biggest problem. And as he said, we are not getting the equipment to demine, and the equipment we are getting is Soviet era stuff which doesn't work. So it comes down to they're not getting the right equipment. Now, interestingly, he brought up F-16s, and he didn't actually think as they were that a few would make much difference, because he said they are still a platform, and it very much depends on weapons that they have to dispose. But he also talked about how the Russian army has changed since a year ago. And he said a year ago they were chaotic, they were disorganized, they didn't know what they were doing. But they're a very different animal today. And they do think about they are a really big problem. And he said it was probably because they now have the experience. He said before they would have quite happily, they would give up and surrender. Now they don't surrender. So there has been a big change there. But he also talked about experience, and how the experience they've had in the year has probably contributed to their change. And then he went back to the F-16s and these pilots being trained. And the biggest thing, and the thing I want to push now, is something which I've felt for a little bit, and that is that Ukraine needs to bring in these pilots and engineers from abroad.
Well, it is something that's been discussed.
That's already experienced. We need to really discuss it and discuss it and discuss it until it registers, because otherwise we're going to end up with a handful of F-16s with pilots who haven't got the level of experience needed to make a big difference. So, being said once,
Well,
say it
the
1,000
pilots,
times.
yeah, some of the pilots that are being trained are indeed. Sorry, you're just picking up on me
Until it
there, Peter.
happens, because otherwise we're going to still have. We're still going
Peter?
to have.
Peter?
Yeah.
Yeah, Mokos was speaking. Just a moment.
Hello.
Yeah, you keep breaking up, Peter, so I keep thinking you finished.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think I'm in a bad area. I'm
Yes,
not in the.
you are in a bad spot.
Absolutely are. Yeah, I had a feeling that was coming, that he was going to disconnect any second. But with regards to the training of pilots, I mean, some of these pilots have been identified as already combat capable pilots. They've already had combat experience. So I would imagine these are the people who are going to be coming out first. I mean, look, they've had plenty of time to prepare for this because of the fact that, you know, we've all been watching these slow grinding gears. And I actually feel as though this decision's been made some time ago and they've actually just waited to announce it. And wow, you know, we've all been calling for F-16s. There have been a certain few people in the know who've had a little secret smile going, yeah, don't worry, guys, you keep that up. But now, of course, there is the training to go through. Now we know that pilots and ground crew do appear to have already started training. I'm so shocked. I'm so shocked. Now, they've said they're a certain way along. And again, that could just be, you know, to placate the masses, to give people that hope and what have you. And it could actually be further along than we think. I'd like to think so. I'm ever hopeful. I'm quite the optimist these days. What the things that I've noticed is when they've given out statements, they've said they will be there before the end of the year, the first of the aircraft. And you know, there's now is before the end of the year. So not necessarily the last week in December, put it that way. And again, that they've also, you know, said that things will happen in a certain time scale, but we all know that Ukrainians have absolutely smashed through training timescales everywhere, because they're doing it because they have to. Now, I appreciate pilots are probably going to need a bit more actual rest and downtime, but I can imagine that these guys, even when they're resting, they're still going to be reading up. They're still going to be, you know, trying to get that knowledge into their heads. And don't think that they're going to be slow learners. The English has been something that, well, we know that there's been pilots trained in the UK. I think the English lessons were a bit of a overblown situation. I honestly feel that they were slightly overblown, but it's still another hurdle that they've had to get through. And yeah, the very whole approach of the training from start to finish isn't something that can be done at the click of a fingers. But we know it started some time ago. And, you know, that's enough. I'm quite happy. Karen.
Well, you guys know that I tend to send you almost anything that I think you might find interesting. You know how many times I tag you guys and say, here, look at this. Well, Covert Shores, H.I. Sutton, he is a very well-known naval, you know, intelligence guy. He made this observation. I want you to take a look at what I just sent you. And it's from H.I. Sutton. And it's, he's into naval open source intelligence. And he just showed a letter by the Russian government asking hotels to report food and fuel stocks on Crimea. Okay, so and all the hotels in Crimea are supposed to report how much food and fuel they have. And then he goes with a lot of different information. And also, it appears that Russia, there has been, we've talked about the construction work going on by the Kerch Bridge, okay, and how they're sinking ferries. Well, according to H.I. Sutton, the bridge, Russia has been building temporary extra parts for that bridge. And just, something they can slip in right away to use. And I'm looking through this. You'd have to take a look at the bridge. It is late at night, and
I'll go through it, Karen.
I'm
Don't
not.
you worry. It's quite
Oh,
interesting,
good.
actually.
Oh, good. But yes, and did you see the intelligence update from British intelligence?
I
As of
haven't yet read
okay.
through it, but I have seen it is out, and yeah, it does appear to form part of the H.I. Sutton's report there.
Yeah.
So I think we'll do that at the same time. Thanks for that.
Yeah, if you could, yeah. Like I said, I'm sleeping and I'm not making a whole lot of sense. So please take a look at that. It seems like they're employing pontoon bridges at Chandar and Hanichesk. And and there is one other thing you should know. Now, this doesn't have directly to do with Ukraine, but it is Black Sea. And so, you know how anything that goes in the Black Sea or out of the Black Sea has to go through the Dardanelles Straits and then through the Bosphorus. Well, the Dardanelles Straits in Turkey have been closed off because the wildfires are raging so badly. So no ships are going out in or out of the Dardanelles. And I don't know how this is going to have repercussions, but it could. So anyway, I'll leave you there. Like I said, I need to go to bed, but I'll listen a little longer. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for bringing me that, Karen. And we'll go to Chris first, but I will have a little look through that now.
Good morning, all. Yeah, I was just going to say, when are you going to do that, Mockers? Because that sounds interesting. So, how long roughly? So I can plan my Malamooting and horsing around you. What do you think?
If you want to go through it, I'm quite happy to do that now. So, yeah.
Okay, you crack it. Yeah. Let's do that now before I say what I was going to say. That'd be interesting. Yeah, if you're ready.
Yeah, sure. So, H.I. Sutton has found this document, and obviously following Ukraine's continued systematic attacks on infrastructure and supply lines to Crimea, cracks are beginning to show, and the reports are that their efforts are working. So the Russian government have indeed asked hotels to report food and fuel stocks via some information that's come through from Follow This Account, which I am now doing. So He states this may be strategically significant both because Crimea is a route to reinforce Russian positions in southern Ukraine and because it is the duel itself. And of course, we know there's a major naval base in Sevastopol. So he also states that the sea babies have disrupted the main supply line and the threat of it being cut off for them is very real. They have been building temporary extra parts of the bridge, but it's still limited. And he shows a satellite image that shows a number of what may be new sections on the bridge and a repair ongoing. Yeah, that looks quite interesting. So Russia has tried to use Navy landing ships to sail supplies to Crimea, but of course they don't have loads of them. And we recall one of them being successfully attacked. See a great big hole in the side of it. So Ukraine has also targeted a tanker moving fuel for military aircraft and vehicles. And the SIG tanker also has a massive hole in it. And in the north, the bridges connecting Crimea to the rest of southern Ukraine have also been seriously damaged and constricted. And this is where we bring up the UK MOD report. So the intelligence report today for what are we on, the 23rd of August, just checking, is talking about this in particular, these two bridges. As of the mid-August 23, Russian forces were continuing to employ pontoon bridges at Chonghar and Henichesk, crossing points on the border between southern Ukraine and occupied Crimea. Both permanent bridges sustained damage from Ukrainian precision strikes in early August 23. The pontoon bridges will unlikely to be able to fully sustain the flow of heavy vehicles carrying ammunition and weaponry to the front. The resulting bottlenecks mean Russian forces are partially reliant on a long diversion via Armyansk, northern Crimea, and adding further friction to Russia's logistics networks in the south. So, a prediction that they will start panic buying fuel. There's possibility of runs on supermarkets. I would say that, yeah, that's very possible that might continue. Now then, he then goes on to say, correction, translation of the original post, inventory of power generators, batteries as well. This is mainly about power supply currently, not food. So that would appear to be that they're talking about fuel and power supply rather than food. But still, those things are well, they're obviously concerned that they've got problems, aren't they? Chris?
Yes, thank you for that, Mockers. Yes, it's quite interesting, that, isn't it? Yeah. So as you say, there's obviously a wee bit of panic going on there. I was going to say, are you putting that up somewhere? By the way, the H.I. Sutton thing on the intelligence report. But anyway, I was going to say, unfortunately, I was just like putting together and thinking about what Nucley said and. And okay, yeah, we're hearing that, there are people surrendering and he's saying that they're not. And I think, unfortunately, well, I think the first thing is that we just can't and don't think like they do. And that's always, I think, the first thing to remember, isn't it? Right. I just think it would be impossible for us to think like Russians do. Maybe some people and that have been under the Russian control and that might be able to understand it a bit better than us. But anyway, I think unfortunately the reality is, right, that if the Russians were getting what they wanted, you know, i.e. the supplies they wanted and the men they wanted, and you know, they were basically winning, and that they would just keep going, keep you know, trying to destroy the Ukrainians, keep murdering, torturing, raping, and all the rest of it, right? And that's just the reality of it. And I think we should never forget that, right? So it's only because they're having such a hard time that they are even surrendering. Because if not, they would just be carrying on doing what they're doing. I think that's one thing I think to keep in mind. And the other is on the training, you know, just to say it's clear now, isn't it, Mockers, you know, that, like, for example, there was training going on in Romania, which like stacks up with what's her name? Cirillo, what's her name? Sorry, I've just gone out of my head now. Sarah, sorry, thank you. Just went straight out of my head. Yeah, what Sarah was saying, because she was saying that they were already done. What was it, 60 to 90 days of training, or was it 60 or what? Something like that. And that actually matches up with when the Romanian training base was made public, right? So, like, as you keep saying, Mockers, right, all of these things undoubtedly will have happened earlier than we know about. So I quite agree with that. So you know, we could say, I don't know, 90 days worth of training or something like that already, couldn't we? I think something like that. So fingers crossed that we get the F-16s and the Gripens, because I'm very pro the Gripens at the minute.
Yeah, why not? Why not? Gripens would be lovely, and I'm sure the Ukrainians like them. Now, yesterday we heard, first thing in the morning, a statement from Bryansk saying that Ukrainian forces had attacked Bryansk. And they've again put out this same narrative today. We've not seen any evidence of it. There's no photos of damage or anything like that. They say that 7 people were killed today. Quite sure if that was the case, we'd see some evidence, but none so far, just a Telegram post. It seems as though, I don't know, some way of trying to discredit or what, but yeah, if you see that, don't get too excited. It appears to be a lie. Ming, I see you have unscrewed yourself.
Yeah, I have indeed. I've been struggling all morning. So weirdly, Twitter logged me out of my account on my desktop yesterday evening, and sort of trying to get back in on that, messed everything up. So I don't know, finally I'm here. All seems to be working. So apologies for the delay, but there you have it.
Don't worry, it's been doing some very strange things recently. I fully understand that there's weirdness going on, yes. And I see that we have also been joined by the lovely Will. Morning, Will. Afternoon, or whatever it is for you.
Yep. Afternoon. Good afternoon, Mockers. Good day, Ming. Glad to see everybody got their IT stuff sorted out. Hey, you know, I got a new phone today, so I could stop watching mine melt into the counter when I'm a co-host. But I'm now reminded of why I never upgrade my technology, because, of course, I got an iPad and a phone, and I never put a password on my my iPad because it never leaves the house, right? So I had to enter a password on the thing to load it up. And in transferring everything from one to the other, I, of course, forgot the password that I just gave it. So now I'm locked out of this brand new iPad, and I got to wait around for 4 hours until I can get into it again to try another password. And I've got to write them down so I know which one I use, because I'm a big fat idiot. Hello.
Well, that, you know, you guys, bless you. That doesn't surprise or shock me in any way. Oh, I've now got a new image coming from Crimea. And let me see, Andrushenko is reporting on the defeat of the coastal anti-ship missile complex Bastion, which is one of the carriers of the Onyx missile. And this appears to be this large plume of white smoke that we're looking at. So it wasn't a new pope after all. And I might just have to pop that into the nest because that's quite impressive. And it would seem that cotton is indeed blooming in Crimea at the moment. And let me find that post. There we go. Now, I'm going to say that that looks a bit close to the beach for there to be no further information. Now, I know the beachgoers have been told that you know, they're not allowed to take pictures of air defence, but surely a big plume of smoke would be too difficult to resist, and it appears that it has been. I absolutely love it when they give us damage reports. Yeah, just looking at, well, this is from quite far away, but looking at the location, it would be likely the location of some sort of defence system. It's over there on like the grassed area away from the actual beach. I love how the beachgoers are just sort of, you know, just looking, not doing anything, just looking. I suppose it is quite a sight after all. Wonder if that'll make them think twice about their, you know, holiday. Do you think you'd be going home early, Ming, if the neighbourhood was blowing up around you? Oh, I've lost him already. Brilliant. So yeah, if the neighbourhood was blowing up around me, yeah, I'd probably want to spend a bit of time thinking about how to get out of there. Just saying. So while that's all going on, all the excitement of the day, shall we have a little word about the Russian word on the street from Telegram is that Russians are now starting to feel the economic pinch. The number of defaulters on loans has reached 17.7 million people, about a quarter of the entire working age population of Russia. Such data has been provided by the Federal Bailiffs Service, who I'm going to imagine probably keep better records than, you know, everyone else. It's planned to forcibly recover 2.5 trillion rubles in favour of the banks. I don't know about you guys, but I know a fella who's a bailiff, and you know, if the money's not just there, if the money is just not there, they can't do an awful lot. There's not an awful deal that they can do. Anyway, there is more price rises coming for them, so the pinch is going to continue. Electronic cigarettes will rise in price in September by an average of 30% due to the ruble's exchange rate, difficulties with logistics, or even being able to get these things in the country, and of course tightening of laws. So the average mortgage payment after the growth of the key rate in million plus cities will grow on average by 19.4 to 19.6%, which doesn't sound great, does it? The largest payment from the residents of Moscow, 127.4 thousand rubles. Residents of somewhere like Chelyabinsk will pay at least 33,000 rubles. This was calculated by CIAN analysts. So this information is all coming from Beefeater, by the way, so I'm quite happy that you know, it's well sourced and as well informed as can be. Sorry, I'm just doing stuff in the background. So The American company MSD will stop the deliveries of Zepatia to Russia. I don't know what this is. Oh, it's one of the most popular drugs for the treatment of hepatitis C. Eesh. It accounts for 20% of all public procurement of drugs, worth more than 1 billion rubles in a year. Gosh, what does that tell you about the health of the nation? Shocking. So there's more pain, more pain. In autumn, bread in Russia will rise in price by 10%. One of the main reasons for the jump in price was Russia's withdrawal from the grain deal. Oops. Did they shoot themselves in the foot again? Perhaps. So, apparently, after the news of the grain deal breaking down, prices for grain and flour went up on world and domestic markets. Therefore, that purchase now costs about 20% more. In addition, the cost of servicing imported equipment for foreign molten additives has risen by 50%. Citibank ran out of currency. That's a bit awkward for a bank, isn't it? From August the 22nd, the bank has suspended the acceptance and purchase of US dollars and euros at its cash desks. Prices for new buildings also went up due to the increase in the key rate. Thus, the 16 largest cities of the Russian Federation, in all of them, the average cost of housing increased by 1.9% over the month to 147.1 thousand rubles per square metre. And that is just a little summary with regards to what Russia doing and how Russia doing. It's painful, and it's going to continue to be painful. And yeah, I had a feeling I'd lost Ming again already. Will, go ahead.
I heard you saying I've lost him already. That must have been Ming before, because I thought, oh, I had to step away from my phone. I thought, uh-oh, she's calling for me. But I wanted to add on this inflation issue. I spoke with my Russian contacts on the weekend, and they told me that the interest rate rose to a huge, massive rise to 12.5% or something like that. I see, and I was asking this person about what they were seeing in relation to inflation, because we've been talking about it here a lot with Beefeater and others on the site, and so just anecdotally, but this would apply to everybody in the city, that there is quite a lot of inflation on the ground in St. Petersburg. So in one of the big cities where it's important, right? Because it doesn't really matter what's happening out in the regions. They don't care. But once you start affecting people in Moscow and St. Petersburg, you might be onto something. And I was told that month on month, so from I talked to him this last weekend. So from 1 month ago till today, or last Saturday, prices of things, especially foreign goods, foreign butter, foreign toothpaste, foreign whatever you can get from overseas that's still trading there, Unilever. The prices of virtually all those products went up 5 to 10% in that month, in the 1 month alone. He said they're paying 5 to 10% more for all of that stuff than they were just in 1 month. So he would expect that I can't remember exactly what Beefeater said, but something like that might be on an annualized rate of something like 40%. I think the sanctions and the grain deal and it's all coming home. The economy in Russia does not look good at all, and it doesn't look good to the folks who are living in it either right now, because I also asked about the issue related to, it doesn't really matter what interest rates are doing sometimes, right? If you're in Birmingham or someplace like that and interest rates go up 3.5%, you'll basically see all housing sales stop like immediately, right? It would be a massive shock to you. But the weird perverse system that is Russia means there's virtually no place else to put your money. So prices were still rising all through the early part of the year, even though interest rates were rising small amounts. It's too soon to tell, right? Because that just happened last week. But so it's too soon to tell whether or not it will impact things this time. But perversely, prices were still rising on houses in Moscow and St. Petersburg because that's the highest priced, biggest market where the prices are the highest. And even though interest rates have gone drastically up, people are still buying housing because it's the only real thing to invest in. They're locked out of a lot of stuff that they used to invest in overseas, and all the kinds of things that are happening with the sanctions. They can't move money around. So eventually, I think it might bite, and I'll keep checking back to try to get anecdotal information, little bits of information to see if they're matching up to the kind of more macro studied work that people like Beefeater do.
Yeah, they're struggling in an awful lot of ways, and well, while Ming is here, I'm going to just check that he can hear us.
I can. It seems to be working again. Oh, sorry, my mother rang. It's just one of those mornings. Phone calls auto beat you as co-host.
Don't worry.
I forgot.
It doesn't happen to me.
I forget to add one thing, if I can, too, on exchange rates. That we know the exchange rate of the ruble is garbage, and you had said Citibank ran out of actual currency at issue because people are still buying U.S. dollars, and they're trying to curb that. Some of the brokers now in the banks. So the way it works is, as far as I remember, you can go to the bank and you can fill out a bunch of paperwork and transfer and get U.S. dollars. You can trade currency that way, and there's a commission on it there. Or you can go out the side of the bank and into the open air markets about a half a block away and see a grubby looking guy that's hanging around with no purpose in life, it looks like. And you go up and you ask him the right question, and he'll trade your dollars or euros or whatever for rubles, and you sometimes get a better rate from the guy in the back alleys, because when times are bad in Russia, when times are good in Russia, nobody trades money that way anymore. You all go back into the bank. But right now, the banks sometimes are charging commissions of up to 30 to 40% in order to trade to get U.S. dollars or euros. So yeah, I mean, there's lots of signs that things are actually really, really, really getting bad in Russia.
Yeah, exactly. And sorry, just bear with me a second. I'm just getting out from under cats. I wanted to just ask you, Ming, have you also seen? Well, I know you have, but have you seen anything recent that might suggest that their aircraft are also having the similar issues here with expense and parts and things?
Nothing specific. What did you have in mind, Mockers?
Well, I just you know how we've heard of sudden breakdowns and things being sort of left not done, and bits falling off aircraft and what have you, and them flying for much longer without the proper servicing and whatnot. And now, on a daily basis, they're also having to hang around for longer, either in the air or on the ground, because they're constantly having their schedules interrupted.
By the
I
drones,
just
yeah.
wonder about the wear and tear.
Yeah, and so the funny fallout from Rosaviatsia of the incident, when was it? It was like 10 days ago was it Antalya, where the 3 aircraft all had to show up because 2 of them had their air conditioning break down, the 777s. So the funny fallout from that is the Russian Aviation Authority has said that they want to put a stop to that sort of thing. And the way they want to put a stop to it is by, instead of sending replacement aircraft, cancel the flight. So I don't know how that's meant to work, because it doesn't really help the system as a whole, capacity wise, because someone's still got to send a plane to pick up the people stranded in Turkey. So I don't know. They seem very strange. I think they probably feel a bit embarrassed about the technical failures, so they don't want that to be too obvious to the likes of you and me. So if they just cancel the flight with no specific reason, that probably looks better than leaving all their passengers stranded and near death from heat exhaustion.
So, in other words, we're going to see an awful lot of cancelled flights coming soon, yeah?
Absolutely, but we've seen a lot of that anyway because of the drones. That's literally a daily occurrence,
And that really hurts. It really hurts their business and industry, I would imagine.
Yeah, so I don't think they're very good at paying refunds, the old Russian airlines. There's a couple of schemes out there where there's a kind of industry insurance thing, a bit like is it with the travel agents in the UK, what's it called, ABTA or something. If your tour operator goes bust, ABTA covers the cost of your holiday in Torremolinos or whatever. So there's a couple of schemes like that, but I guess my bet is that they aren't particularly good at paying up either.
Something tells me that some people are going to lose money on that. Will?
So just another question for Ming on care and maintenance of aircraft. Now, we're obviously this air conditioning type of problem would be a problem in the summertime, well, and also the winter because you got to turn the heat on. But as winter comes on, I mean, it's my impression that winter will be a worse time for repair and maintenance of airline equipment than summer is even. Is that correct? And do you expect to see specific types of systems fail more, or are we going to see a wave of plane equipment failures because of winter conditions too?
No, I'm not actually. It'd be the other way around. So, all air travel is seasonal. Now you're down in the southern hemisphere, so you're probably less affected by seasonality. But summer is high season for air travel. If you look at it, for instance, from a US perspective in terms of quarterly results, so first quarter is the worst for US airlines. They don't make any money at all, and they do make a bit of money these days, but historically the first quarter was a loss-making one. Second quarter was really picking up. Third quarter was great, and then fourth quarter was always great because of Christmas. So the other three quarters kind of sub the really low quarter. And the idea is, if you're running an airline, is you do all your maintenance in your low season when you don't need to use your aircraft all the time, so they can fly spend the maximum time flying in the high season. And unfortunately, the Russians haven't been able to organize things the way they should have, because in their low season, they got slapped with a bunch of sanctions. So that's basically what we're looking at here.
Right. So I guess we will continue to see these problems work. Well, I guess we'd see them grow over time, because if a significant amount of maintenance is now being deferred or even skipped, or the periods are just deferred for a longer period of time, we should start to see less and less aircraft be available, and that will be still a problem. If less and less aircraft are available and they have to cancel a lot of flights, we should see a lot of cancellations in the second highest month, or second highest quarter, which is that September, October, November, December quarter, you say?
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly how it would work. The difficulty I have though measuring is it's very hard to measure how their available capacity is matched up against their demand. I mean, from what I see, their aircraft fly pretty full, which tells me that their capacity is a bit on the low side, but you can't measure their capacity in the same way as you would with a normal airline, because you have no idea how much of it's sitting on the ground because they can't, do the maintenance, as opposed to, are they just parking aircraft to match capacity with demand? It's just simply impossible to tell.
Right. So the indicator we'd be looking for is flight cancellations, and you're saying they're now going to that instead of aircraft replacement. So, are there numbers published quarterly, monthly, or anything on airline cancellations of flights inside Russia?
Yeah, so apparently there is somewhere where you can track that, and I only found out about it yesterday, so I haven't had a chance to dig into it. But apparently, the Yandex, the Russian equivalent of Google, has a Yandex Flights version of it, which tells you all that stuff. So I'm going to have a look at that, possibly later today, and see what kind of data we can pull out of that, because that'd be kind of interesting.
You bet. You bet. I'd be interested in seeing the last full year, month by month, because if that data was available, because it'll give you a picture of what's going on now, but we'll also have that period we're talking about in the fourth quarter and into the first quarter of next year available in the old data.
Year on year, that'd be really interesting to track, to get a better sense of what's happening.
Sorry, Ming, I just assigned you a bunch of homework.
No worries. I get it all the time.
Well,
now you could ask me about poo.
While you're writing all that down, I have a little bit more information with regards to this booming Crimea. So I did say it was reported that an anti-ship missile complex, Bastion, was hit. And this is one of the carriers of the Onyx missile, which the Russians have been using to strike into Ukraine. But also, radar stations have been damaged, with 7 explosions in total, which sounds like a good morning to me. And I wonder what those radars are for. Those coastal defences, well, let's just say we didn't expect that. And certainly the Russians didn't. So, today also, the presidents of Portugal and Lithuania have arrived in Kyiv. Just to note that, and I'm sure we'll get some announcements from that shortly. Will.
So actually, you had said that they hit the air defense in the Bastion area, and then they also hit the base where the Onyx missiles are launched from. Is that correct?
The Bastion missile system is what launches the missile. Yeah, the Onyx.
So that is exactly what we'd expect, because if they've hit the air defense system there, that means they've gone in with harm missiles ahead of a strike with something that's a surface to surface, or a air to some sort of delivery system to take out the Onyx missile play, maybe a drone, I guess. But the strike on the air defense before that is superb. That means a coordinated attack on the thing that can defend against the next weapon that's incoming, which was probably a cruise missile. And so that looks to be, and the color of the smoke, I mean, it looks like they've hit an area that isn't a fuel tank or something like that. This is something with munitions in it, and a concrete bunker possibly, because of the color and size of the smoke plume. So I'd say that this probably is worth looking at, this thing in Bastion, Crimea.
Yes, I'm going to be keeping an eye on any more information coming out about that. But first, I have news about the visits to Kyiv. So, it has been announced by Ukrainska Pravda that a delegation of parliamentarians from 14 countries and European Parliament will be visiting Ukraine. So members of Parliament from 14 countries in the European Parliament will visit Ukraine on Wednesday the 23rd and Thursday the 24th. Of course they will. This was announced by Estonian public broadcaster ERR. So details are the chairman of the Estonian Parliament's International Affairs Committee has said that the international delegation's goal is to express strong support for Ukraine during the visit, which falls on the eve of Ukrainian Independence Day and the Independence Day itself. The meetings with the MPs and the government will discuss the security situation and provision of assistance to Ukraine to ensure a strategic victory over Russia and its aggressive war. The issue of bringing Russia to justice and compensation for the damage caused by the aggression will also be considered. So, a 25-member delegation will meet in Kyiv with Ruslan Stefanchuk, chairman of the Ukrainian Parliament, and heads of parliamentary commissions, and attending a session of the Ukrainian Parliament. All right, okay, they're going to attend the session of the Ukrainian Parliament. Furthermore, the delegation is expected to meet with Olha Stefanisha, one of them, Ukraine's Deputy Prime Minister for European and Euro-Atlantic integration. The Deputy Prime Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Deputy Defence Minister, and the Deputy Interior Minister. Notice how I got out of their names. During the two-day visit, the delegation will also participate in the third summit of the Crimean Platform Diplomatic Summit, yes, mate, to be held in Kyiv. The MPs will visit the airfield in Hostomel and the city of Irpin, located near Kyiv, on the 24th of August, which is Ukraine's Independence Day. The visit will be attended by delegates from Austria, Belgium, Bulgaria, Canada, Estonia, Finland, Germany, Iceland, Ireland, Lithuania, Poland, Portugal, Spain, Sweden, and the European Parliament, all 4 members of the United for Ukraine Global Parliamentary Network established to support Ukraine. The Lithuanian president reportedly arrived in Kyiv this morning to participate in the celebration. And earlier, the head of the Dutch Defence Ministry visited Ukraine to present a model of the F-16 fighter jet to Alexei Reznikov. Which we all saw, and some people got a little bit overexcited about his message there, and we had to calm them down. But I think this is brilliant. It shows that they're not going to back down. They're coming to Kyiv, even though the country at war, still under attack. But they have proved that they can keep Kyiv very safe. And it's good to see that they're commemorating this occasion in some way. So, yeah, I'm very happy to see that. And you never know, it gives them more opportunity to chat about things as well, doesn't it?
Did we lose Mockers, or was it just me?
No, I was just seeing some news that I was just trying to see if there was a proper source for it. Sorry, I got a bit lost because it seemed a bit strange. Will, go ahead.
So I was out most of the day, so I don't know if you talked about this yet, but have you talked about the plan to essentially use ferries and build an artificial reef? The Russians I guess they found a use for that LSV that the Ukrainians put a hole in the side of, because they're going to build like barriers, cope cages of sunken ferries and stuff around the supports for the Kerch Bridge to keep, I guess, try to keep drones from driving into them and blowing them up. But it just smacks of desperation, sinking a bunch of ferries out there, like building an underwater cope cage for these things to try to prevent them from USVs from coming in. And this isn't so. This is something I just can't quite figure out why. So the Russian military has been announcing themselves, the VKS, the Air Force, has been announcing that they have interdicted drones on the surface. Basically, I guess, spot them, find them with down-looking AWACS type aircraft like their A-10, and then strafe them. Right, you could strafe them with guns and take them out of the water. They're probably not impossible to do. So when I read the reports of that, I thought, oh well, those drones probably won't be that effective. Yet they must not be that effective at doing that if in fact it works, because why then would you be building artificial reefs around the footings of your bridge so that to hit it first, a sacrificial something for to take out an explosion so it didn't hit the piers. I don't know. It just doesn't sound very high tech and likely for success. And I think it just speaks more to the lack of capabilities that Russia really has to counter what's going on from the Ukrainian side in this. It's tit for tat. We always talk about the fact that there'll be some tactic will occur, and they'll shift and they'll learn and they'll adapt and they'll find and this works for, like, the Bayraktors work for a while, and then they find ways to deal with it. This one in particular seems like a desperate move to sink boats around your bridges to keep attacks from hitting them. It sounds bizarre. What do you think?
Well, not being a naval expert myself, I'm going to say that it does sound indeed bizarre. I can appreciate they're trying to form some sort of barrier, but I can think of maybe other ways to do it. And Gunny basically said, no, if they use their navy properly, they wouldn't need to do this at all. So, they're just getting out of actually having to patrol the water for, well, a myriad of reasons, I would expect.
Yeah, and the Air Force as well, right? Because those planes, they're called an A-10. One was parked on a runway in Minsk before and got damaged earlier in the war, and they were, we looked at them way back then. That's an AWACS, and AWACS can be run in multiple modes. You can use it to be scanning the air all the time and finding out all these air threats and directing missiles shot by aircraft around in this system, this Link 16 system. But they can also set and do regularly use it as a capability like this. They set AWACS to scan surface areas like the sea and find things as well. And I would expect Russia to be doing that and interdicting these vessels, these USVs, on the water rather than build a last line of defense to try to blow up on this rather than blow up on me. An interdiction type control is what I expect to see, and what you're talking about that Gunny would also expect the Navy to be doing their surface sweeps and observations and taking these things out well away from the target. But having to build artificial reefs there, just, it smacks of desperation.
It absolutely does. Freight Monkey, welcome on.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I think it's still morning for most of you. So I'm going to say something which I might be really, it's really speculation, and I might be completely out of my depth. I am completely out of my depth with my knowledge, but it makes me think what you just said, Will, it makes me think that maybe it's one of two things, or maybe two things combined. One is that their capabilities for doing that scanning maybe are diminished or not necessarily functional because of a number of reasons that we can all guess about, you know, their efficiency, etc. Or number two, maybe I don't know if this works similar way as a radar, but maybe these USVs are quite good at evading, at having basically a very small radar signature, which would make them much more difficult to intercept or to detect, at least until maybe the final approaches. But that doesn't answer the question of, you know, if you're attacking a bridge, maybe not continuously, but very often, there's only so many approach areas for these USVs. So it should be quite easy to detect them because, you know, they're all going to be coming from, well, the same direction, right? I mean, it can't come from that many different directions. So that's sort of the thoughts that I had in my mind. And I had a question, this latest hit on the bridge, I didn't really follow it, but do we know if that was actually a USV? And finally, I think it's Ukraine Independence Day, or something of a similar name. So, you know, happy Ukraine Independence Day.
It's
On the
tomorrow,
24th, yeah.
Franklin. Yeah, it's tomorrow, the 24th. But yes, indeed.
So preemptively, we'll then save for tomorrow. In that case, we'll keep that for tomorrow.
It's Flag Day, I think, today, Ukrainian Flag Day, and I think the Russians are celebrating the same thing, obviously with their flag.
Yeah, I just put a post in the nest about that. You just got in before me, Ming. Yes, it is Ukrainian Flag Day today, and well, we're going to be able to see an awful lot of blue and yellow today. This flag represents the history and the spirit of Ukraine. And Reznikov here also says it represents our unity and our strength, but most of all, it will be remembered by countless generations as a symbol of our victory. And I thought that was worth it, worth popping in the nest. Go ahead, Will.
Yeah, I was also going to say Flag Day and then Independence Day. There are activities going on in Australia. The Australian Ukrainian community is having events on the 24th, the 25th, 26th, and 27th in Sydney. I think theirs is the 24th, 25th. Melbourne, they're having something on Sunday. Most of the major cities have the Australian Ukrainian organization that I didn't know existed and popped up around the time that this war has happened. And we've seen a lot of things that they put on, and they're putting on an event in virtually every major big city in Australia. The Canberra one you'll love is a relatively small get together because you have a hard time getting a lot of people out on the street for a get together in Canberra this time of year. A bit cold, and those politicians' sons and daughters don't really come out that much, but they're having an outside get together across from the Russian embassy site that we became so famous earlier this year. So lots going on.
Yeah, and we may even have a roving reporter from a London Ukrainian Independence Day event tomorrow. So that's being arranged, I believe, that we're going to have a roving reporter. Freight Monkey.
My wife and I were trying to get a reservation at a very good Ukrainian restaurant here in Dubai, which I highly recommend if anybody's around. I think I've mentioned it a few times in this space. It's called the Oi, and it's authentic Ukrainian food, but also with a bit of a, what would you call it, fancy gastro touch to it as well. So very nice ways of presenting the food, and it's got, in my opinion, the best borscht that I've had in my life. But then I've only had it in a few places. But that is, it's phenomenal, and they do all kinds of different types of borscht as well. Not only the very famous, red-colored one that everybody's used to, but also the different sort of summer borscht and etc. And it's absolutely delicious. Although if you're trying to lose weight, not necessarily ideal, because a lot of the food is let's say very generous.
Oh, Shaggy Fella, you've joined us.
I heard roving reporter. Wonder who that is. Anyway, yeah, me and Peter, are Peter Hadley, fellow co-host, heading to London tomorrow for Ukrainian Independence Day. I'm going to be co-hosting from 4 till 7. So yeah, a bit of roving co-hosting, roving reporting. I'll do the co-hosting and Peter can do the interviews and maybe we can swap this. But yeah, it should be quite good. We'll be heading to the Russian embassy. Not far from the Russian embassy is the Ukrainian Social Club, as well as the Czech embassy, actually. So we'll have a good old wander around and try and get some interviews in a place that's not too busy. I mean, hopefully it will be busy, but we'll find a spot that's not for the interviews and stuff like that. So yeah, looking forward to giving that a go.
Well, hopefully it'll work out good. I would like to hear report from on the ground roving reporter. Love it. So I'm also having reports of information of drones this morning. Now it would appear that the airport at Vnukovo Airport in Moscow. You know how it's been closed down and opened and closed and opened and closed and opened. Well, unfortunately, it hasn't stopped. An Iranian jet, which has taken off this morning from Vnukovo Airport on its way to Tehran. Earlier this morning, the same flight was noted departing from Begishevo airfield and arriving at Vnukovo. So it appears this is the latest set of flights related to the construction of the drone production that's going on in Elabuga in Russia. However, that said, the Lancet drones that Russia have been using have been obviously very bad news for the Ukrainians. And this morning, from what I can see, there has been an announcement on the telethon channel of, well, it doesn't look quite the same. In fact, it looks a lot more nifty, a little bit like a satellite. And Fedorov has stated that Ukraine will soon send its answer to the Lancet. According to Mikhailo Fedorov, there are manufacturers who have already made a suitable product. It is named the Perun, Perun, and they are currently in the process of scaling up. There is a clear vision for our timing and quantity. So there they are, building an additional drone to add to their collection. And again, it's going to be the answer to the Lancet. It looks a lot swifter, shall we say. It's got 2 sets of like 4 wings on it coming out the back. It almost looks like a missile, would you believe? Freight Monkey.
Yeah, I just had a question for Sir Shaggy Fella. Can you tell us a little bit about the proceedings, what's happening in London exactly tomorrow? Is there a big gathering, demonstration, protest, or is it something small? Or can you tell us what's going to be happening in London? I'd love to be there, but I'm halfway across the world, unfortunately.
Frankly, I don't know at the moment. I'm about to start more research. I know something's going on, but I'm going to be doing my research. I don't know whether the protest is going to be held outside Downing Street or whether outside the Russian embassy. But all I know is definitely me and Peter are going to be there. But I will do my research. It'll probably take me a few minutes, and then I'll come back and let you know.
Well, I'm very excited. I'll be listening to you tomorrow then.
Thanks very much. I'm going to be there with my shark costume, which should be kind of amusing. Yeah, hopefully nobody wants some sushi. We'll see.
So, Mockers, I'm kind of interested in this attack on this Onyx Bastion station and the radar thing. So, the first question I've got is, well, broadly, what I'm trying to get at is, what are the Ukrainians signaling by doing this? I mean, so the first question I have in my mind is, where is it? And it's on the western peninsula of Crimea, which basically is the pointy bit that's over Sevastopol. So it kind of it kind of juts out into the western end of the Black Sea. And what I was curious about is, were these Onyx missiles, obviously land-based, were they the same? Was that site used to launch Onyx missile attacks on Ukrainian cities? Now, we know they've been using shipborne Onyx missiles, but we haven't been necessarily aware that they've used this particular site. And then adding into the mix the fact that they've taken out the radar station, are the Ukrainians potentially signaling we're coming? So that's what I'm wondering about. Will, go ahead.
I was just going to say, they did say, didn't they? Budanov did say that there was going to be some things happening in Crimea for Independence Day. So perhaps.
Yeah, Ming, and at a bare minimum, this is a signal that so that coastal defense would be used to take out ships and things coming in from that direction. So taking out the air defense, protecting it, and then taking out that Onyx missile system, which is basically an anti-ship system. At a bare minimum, it signals that you better move some forces down there to reinforce in case we decide to do some sort of wild ass landing down there, because of course Budanov saying it, he's the guy that organizes all that sort of stuff. So yeah, at worst it's a good feint, and at best it provides them another opportunity to open up another angle of attack into Crimea.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe that Gunny has had a look at this, and I'm trying to find on the map myself exactly where it is, but there is a radar station. Here we go, at Mayak, I believe. Where is it? Tarkunsky Mayak, is this it? And basically, we've seen pictures of it before. It's like these sort of golf ball things that are situated on the coast. And, well, there's pictures of these Bastion missile systems stood next to one of these golf balls. And so I'm going to suggest that that is exactly where they've probably hit. Just trying to find some pictures of it, but I obviously can't. Mainly because they've updated Google Maps and I'm all freaked out by it. But anyway, go ahead, Genesis man.
Well done, Mockers. You beat me completely to it. Gunny has posted something, and it's on my thread. I don't know how to share it, so if you want to pick it up, please pick it up. But that will help Ming in his understanding of what was there and what they were firing at, which is really good, I think.
I've just popped that up in the nest if anybody wants to have a look.
Sorry, brain words not working. Sir Shaggy, go ahead.
Yeah, find the button, find the button. Yeah, right. I found out. Yes, there is a protest tomorrow in London. It's being held by, where's my tab gone again? So Support Ukraine London Hub. That's Ukraine_hub with the @ sign beforehand. It's going to be held 6 o'clock till 8 o'clock in the evening tomorrow. The location is near the monument of Vladimir the Great, which is next to Holland Park Station, which is very handy because that's where I was going to go anyway, because that's really close to the Russian embassy and the Ukrainian Social Club and the Czech embassy, apparently. I was told the other day. I didn't spot that. But yeah, so me and Peter will be around there. Brilliant.
And it appears I've introduced you to a new buddy, Sir Shaggy.
Have I? I've got a new buddy. Who? Where? I'm catching up on.
Peter.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, so yeah, Tweedledum and Tweedledee. Brilliant.
So yeah, I've teamed you up for co-hosting, and look what happens. It's turned into a flourishing friendship. I like it. And I'm loving that you're teaming up to do something positive for Ukraine.
Exactly. It's really handy actually because my co-hosting session is 4 till 7 tomorrow, and the protest is 6 till 8. So that means we'll be able to get those protesters and have some words, and then be able to slope off afterwards for a nice beer in the social club, where I will of course come up as speaker. I won't be able to co-host or even speak from the social club as it's underground, but I'm sure I'll be able to figure something out. Although you may want to shut me off after I've had 3 beers, but I'll start mumbling as I do. More, not war. And that's to Alan, who misheard me the other night. I think everyone else did as well. Anyway, I'll shut up.
Lovely. Well, I'm hoping that that it all goes off and that you get good connection and stuff. Oh, there you are. Sorry, I just lost the cat. He was just yowling from another room, and he's actually behind the door. What an idiot! Sorry, he's a bit strange, this one. Sorry, I'm dying. I'm losing my voice and everything. Ming, can I give you 2 minutes while I just grab a beverage? Right, okay, I'm trying to be polite here. I desperately need a wee, so someone else talk.
Off you go. So this attack. So Gunny, I've read Gunny's thing, and I've read the other reports that I've seen of this around from other places, and I just want to tie something together that Chuck said this morning with what's happened here. Looking at this further, it looks like exactly what we predicted 20 minutes ago, because all the expertise is now chipping in, and this looks like the hit on a complex low altitude radar system, which you would use to pick up cruise missiles and drones that were flying in against another system or that air defense system. But it looks like they've taken out an air defense system and then used the opportunity for that air system to be down and not available to attack the Onyx missile base as well, just down a few kilometers down to the southeast of that. So a really well coordinated attack, it would appear, and we'll have to look at more that comes up at later on, which is I want to tie this back to the complexity of the attack on the Tupolev airfield that was housing the backfire bombers that was taken out this morning. I mean, we report on these things, right? Air defense system taken down, and then our Onyx missile system. You don't tie those things together. What that points to in excellence in carrying out military operations is that a well coordinated attack like that just looks like 2 isolated events, but I think these 2 events probably are related, and it goes toward what Chuck was saying the other day. That we reported on and then passed on until Chuck came on this morning. Those Tupolev 22 being blown up on an airfield, and then another one at another airfield hundreds of kilometers away from that, and the fact that the Russians had now moved their strategic bombers from the base down near St. Petersburg to up near Murmansk, right? So they've really shifted away as a result of this attack, and we covered it, but only briefly yesterday. And the importance of it doesn't ring true until you hear Chuck's analysis of it this morning, which was quite lengthy, and points out what an incredibly complex system of an attack like that is inside 600 kilometers inside Russia for the GRU to plan out and carry out an attack that was by drones, but drones that were very short range drones. There's no way they flew from Ukraine. So this was a very, clandestine, covert op to take out these backfire bombers, which are the bombers that release the missiles that attack the cities, right? So it's a really important target to take out, to send a message, as well as push a capability back away from the border. But we kind of pass off on it. But I tell you, this last week, we have seen some incredibly impressive looking coordinated attacks, both from the special forces, including just back another week, a week ago, the river crossing at Kazachi Lahari. So you would see the reports in the New York Times or the Washington Post, still people, and on the TV news, poo-poo, not poo-pooing, not even poo-pooing, actually not even saying things aren't going well for Ukraine by looking at a map, or we're hearing some unnamed source in a Defense Department in America who isn't even privy to the actual information kind of suggest that things aren't going well for Ukraine. But the truth is, if you can't see these many well executed attacks, well coordinated and executed attacks on the very things that have been pissing us off. These Onyx missiles, those are the really, really accurate ones that they used on the center of Odessa, the World Heritage Center, and they did them in a double tap too to make sure that they got the first responders. These are, they're the kind of things that really piss me off when I hear them happen. So hearing those bombers get taken out, or hearing these Onyx missile systems getting taken out, are really, really good wins in Budanov's world. Because can you imagine how much you would be crapping yourself if you were in the know in the defense ministries of Russia, knowing that somebody had just done a covert op that took out a strategic asset of yours, a Tupolev 22, a backfire bomber, or several of them, and you don't know how they did it. You don't know where those people went. It's just like a ghost. They disappear. They would have to be absolutely crapping themselves over things like that. And to now know that if what we see here today is the coordinated attack, it looks like your coastal defenses are now weak in Crimea, and if I don't know how many they have there, but it might look like those trenches they were digging along the coastline in Crimea might actually see some action, which we never would have predicted back when we were. It looked like a make work program back when we were looking at it back then, but to potentially open up another line of attack from a seaborne landing of something like special operations there to go do some of their work to support whatever happens from the north coming down it's just amazing. It's a privilege to be able to sit here in real time and watch this stuff play out, because I think these are going to be big stories when this war is over. How Ukraine carried out some of the most complex special operations work and coordinated well coordinated attacks to overcome this Russian force that, remember, at the beginning of this thing, they were the vaunted Russian force. A smaller force taking out a larger force that has way more resources and capabilities available to it is amazing to see. And but it still further says to me, this is why the West needs to really get Ukraine get the competent hand of Ukraine the capabilities they need to finish this quick, because there's no reason this should drag on forever or even another year and a half, right? I can accept we're not going to be done by this Christmas, but there'll be significant strategic gains by this Christmas that any reasonable foe would capitulate at that point in time. Now we know Russia's not that foe. We know they're idiots. We know they're bloody minded. We know that Putin can't give up or he'll lose all for him. So we know they're not going to. But we can. This war will essentially be won all by Ukraine once they make enough strategic gains. Hopefully that by this Christmas. But if they have the capabilities in their hands, who knows? Who knows? Might even go quicker. You give them all the ATACMS they need to be able to do more long range strikes, and give them the F-16 fighters they need so that they can push that Russian aviation way back, so that they can't affect the outcome on the ground at all, and then let the capabilities that we already see on the ground loose on them further. This is only going to go one way, and so why not get Ukraine the tools it needs now to finish it quickly? And I read an article that a Danish guy I think was publishing today that Russian lives matter too. You know what? Russian lives do matter. They do, as a secondary consequence of this war. And I'd like to see all the Russian lives that can be saved as possible in this war too. And that means every day that this war goes on, it costs another 600, 400, 500 Russian lives. And that number will go up. When the real ass kicking goes on, you'll start to see 1,000 or more a day Russians being killed. So if you don't want to see that either, let's get the tools in Ukraine's hands so they can finish this comprehensively and quickly, and it doesn't have to go on any more than it need to into next year, or heaven forbid the following year or the year after that. Because the smart guys, the guys who know what they're talking about, Chuck Ferrer and others, are talking about this war going on into 2025, 2026. Folks, I got to get on to something else. I'm here for the duration, but there's no way I'm going to put up with this going on until 2025, 26. I'm calling the manager if we don't get some action before then. So we really got to get Ukraine all it needs to finish this now, so that we can all go on with our lives and I can disappear back into oblivion. Marcus, where's that Ming gone? Oh, there he is, down there.
Yeah, Ming's been having terrible technical problems. Thank you. I could have made a sandwich and everything then. You were brilliant. Now I know who to call upon if I need somebody to chat for a moment while I fix myself up. My hero. Not all heroes wear capes. Karen, welcome up.
Well, I had a couple sips of coffee, so I'm a little better than I was before, but I just want to ask you a quick question. You just did a news briefing of all the booms and different things, and Jason J. Smart just tweeted a few minutes ago about another large explosion in Russian occupied Donetsk. Now, is this a new one? Or is this part of the ones that you already did? He just tweeted it, so it looks, I don't know. That's all I wanted to ask. Thank you. I did send you the tweet.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I have heard that there has been a boom this morning in occupied Donetsk. Bear with me 1 second while I just bring it back up. There we go. Oh, but that one there, I haven't seen that video. So thank you very much for that. And
I thought that video was pretty impressive.
yeah, that seems to be a definite explosion, I would say, that one. And yeah, so far today, occupied Donbass, Crimea, and Moscow have all had hits on them. Well, they've had a hat trick there, and maybe we'll see some more today, because I do believe they're gearing up for some celebrations. And what celebrations if you can't use some fireworks, eh? Mete.
Yeah, good day. I just wanted to say, Will, I share your thoughts. Like, it's like every single word that comes out of your mouth, I agree with. So thank you for the. I just wanted to, sort of confirm: is it only USA with ATACMS and Israel with their systems that can give Ukraine the capabilities? Because I know, we have something in Finland that can be sent from M270, but I think we need US approval. It's just getting so frustrating. Is there any other country that can give ground-to-ground long-range capabilities? Because we have Scalp and we have maybe Taurus coming up, but it's at the moment the ground-to-ground. It seems like it's only US and Israel that can approve such weapons. But yeah, but they're doing quite well without them as well. But I'm so frustrated that they haven't got this. Thanks.
Will, you go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a puzzle that we keep placing in front of Ukraine, right? So if they're capable of getting planes and they can push the air cover back, and then they can use cruise missiles from air launch and that, or they can convert these S-200s and do their thing, generate their own surface capability. But the direct, simple answer, easy answer is ATACMS can absolutely be the thing that they have to have. And you're right, they have to get approval from the Yanks to release them anywhere. But we got a bunch down here in Australia now. They got some in Romania just next door. There's plenty around that the NATO, as in the case of their fighter aircraft, of which there are about 4,000, there's a certain number of ATACMS in Romania because that's what they needed to cover their need. Everybody's got their own little bit, and it's what they defined as their need, right? And actually, Randy Mott's article today about what and how the thinking of defense departments do in allocating and building budgets is a very good read today. And it goes to this very thing that everybody's building up to take care of themselves, but they're not looking at the whole. If you look at the whole of NATO, there is plenty of capability that they can release and not reduce their overall protection level one iota, right? If you got 4,000 4 and 5 advanced fighters, then you got plenty that you can cut out 200, say, and give them over to Ukraine and cover each other in the interim until the additional fighters come into place through the regular manufacturing process. There's no reason why this is not happening. But Meta, I don't know of anybody who has a surface-to-surface ground capability like the ATACMS with the accuracy, the CEP that it needs, and the type of warhead. I just don't think anybody else has kept anything like that around or had anything like that around that could replace that, which is why you see Ukraine doing the things they're doing in these old S-200 systems and things like that. But this is the point, right? We shouldn't keep making this a puzzle for Ukraine to solve. This is actual people's lives we care about here, right? These are our allies. You don't sacrifice your allies' lives because you want to have a nice, interesting experiment on how much they can win with how little. That's not what we're here for. It's just absurd to do it, and it is phenomenally unethical to even consider that that's happening. And that's it's the source of outrage, because if this was a NATO nut to crack, they would get the biggest goddamn sledgehammer they could possibly get, and then they'd borrow one other one to smack them both at the same time. The pulverization of Iraq during the second Gulf War, first Gulf War or second Gulf War, the whole thing they shock and awed about. That's the way NATO goes and cracks this nut. And they have the exact tools in the arsenal to crack this very nut, because this is the war that NATO prepared to fight. Ukraine is fighting on the ground right now. And so continuing to let this go on when we know that Ukraine's got a phenomenal capability, and they're demonstrating it day by day by day with what little they have. So we know it's not a question of whether or not Russia's going to lose. Ukraine is going to win this. How long is it going to take, and how many lives are going to be lost on both sides? And if you care about Russian lives, you count those guys as important. I don't say that they're not important. Those lives aren't important, but they aren't as any life that's inside Ukraine that's Russian. It isn't important at all compared to any Ukrainian. So they all got to go. And I just find it absurd that it seems like Ukraine's playing some sort of war game and seeing what they can do, how they can crack this nut, how innovative they can be to solve these problems when things are taken away from them. They're under-equipped, under-capabilitied, and still making these great strides. They're fantastic, but they shouldn't have to be doing this. They should be able to minimize life lost, still be brilliant. They'll still be brilliant stuff. It's just they'll do whole much more brilliant stuff much more rapidly, and the war will end. That's what we're talking about. That's the only difference. But no, Meta, I do not know of anybody. And remember, the ATACMS was a system that nobody was going to use anymore. It was being phased out because the HIMARS system, nobody's going to use these short-range missile systems. We're going to fight war differently. But the truth is, we're not fighting war differently. And a lot of these systems, like ATACMS, are coming back, will be in people's arsenal for a long, long time right now, including next to their Gepards and their other good point defense that has a multi-role capability in shooting down slower moving aircraft at a point source, and also is an incredibly powerful tool used on the ground if you get into city fighting and stuff. So I think we overlearned some of the lessons of war, but one of the lessons of war is if you want it to finish quick, you give them a massive, massive sledgehammer, and that still isn't in the hands of Ukraine at this point. Oh, and Meta, by the way, we've started to talk to our representatives down here in Australia with the twist on the idea of the F-18s that you brought up the other day, because that was an excellent idea that we ought to get into a consortium with Finland to accelerate the rate at which pilot training and maintenance of planes and all of that could happen if the F-18s from here were donated.
Go ahead, Mette.
Oh, Will, thank you. I just thought it's sort of a simple answer. Of course, I don't have the Ministry of Defense here with me, but I can't see any country supporting Ukraine as much as Finland, and we're operating them, so it's easy. So it's so easy, we have the crew and the fleet and everything operating. We have so much space, so adding those planes here and maintaining them here and doing some training for the Ukrainians, it's only about, I think, the will, and of course, if Ukraine has pilots to send that, but somebody said that there's 6-to-1 ratio, so they have 6 pilots to 1 plane at the moment. So I don't think it's going to be a problem for them to send pilots for training. It would be a very, very good solution. And I think we all should just push for ATACMS as much as possible. That's this space has some power anyway. So let's see what we can do. Thanks, Will, for pushing this, because I think it's a good solution. We are very close to Ukraine, and we have the training grounds here. Thank you.
Well, it makes sense, doesn't it? We see people collaborating all over the darn place, so it makes sense. Ming, have you finally unshafted your connection?
No idea, Mockers, but it seems to be working for the moment, so I'm here.
Well, while it's working, if there's anything you've seen or want to bring to us, now's your chance.
Sorry, I haven't had a chance to see anything because I've been a bit busy dealing with, silly background issues.
Fair enough. In that case, I shall continue. I've got a bit of information that somebody sent me here, and I don't know if anybody knows anything about this, but there is a Korean missile. It's got an amazing name. It's called the Chongmu, and it is the K239 Chunmu missile. There's a Wikipedia, which I'm going to have a check of. So, this apparently was a system developed in 2013, developed by South Korea, and is used within their country. And now I'm just having a little look. Here we go. It has an effective firing range on its on one of its missiles, let me say, which is GPS aided by the looks of things, of greater than 200 kilometers. And there's one here which is even 290 kilometers, which is the URE-2, apparently. I don't know which one that is. Oh, here we go. The 600 millimeter URE-2 missile. Cat's just fallen off my knee. And could this be an alternative to ATACMS? Is the question. Will?
Could be. It's a bit shorter range, of course, and I don't know anything about the size or type of the warhead, but I would expect that the Koreans have built something that would be comparable, if not equivalent. Slightly shorter range, but obviously just more than twice the range of the current Gimlers. So might be. But the thing about South Korea is, when South Korea says they're building up military capabilities to deal with for their own defense, you have to believe them. They're not like you Europeans, where you got thousands and you're all building this capability to meet your own needs, but you're building a capability that collectively that covers you fantastically. But South Korea is a little bit down there in the Wild West, all on its own, kind of like Australia. And if they build up a capability for those missiles, and they've only built a capability to cover themselves and not export them or build up a massive surplus for some reason, they might not have a need to give. But yeah, it does sound like a comparable, if not equivalent, missile.
Well, it's just something to note anyway that was brought up. A photograph of the BRICS summit has appeared. And it's got the leaders standing in front of their flags there, and of course nobody's standing in front of the Russian flag. Somebody has very kindly put in a television with Putin's face on it. I'm pretty sure that bit was photoshopped in, but still very funny. Now then, let's have a quick look. Temporarily occupied Donetsk. Now then, I've got an unblurred version of this video, and that's a nice boom. I'm just going to retweet that one so that you can have a look as well. For some reason, auto translation is not working, but it just says temporarily occupied Donetsk, I believe. Well, there's definitely things going on. Now then, I have a story for you, which is funny. Yeah, I'm going to say it's quite funny. I'll bring it to you after we've spoken to Freight Monkey. Go ahead, Freight Monkey.
I was just reading an article from The Guardian that M has retweeted about some rumors going around because Xi Jinping did not give the key speech that he was supposed to give at BRICS. I will retweet that article as well. It's free to read if anybody's interested. It doesn't say anything that interesting, but kind of well, interesting to keep a tab on things.
Well, I mean, BRICS is sort of a created entity anyway, isn't it? It's not really, it doesn't really exist as a power as such. I think they were talking yesterday about the Vietnam dong being stronger than the ruble. So that's indeed the situation with the BRICS.
The dong does have one of the best sounding names for a currency, in my opinion. I mean, ruble is so, yen, yuan, etc. But if you can own a lot of dongs, I think you're in a good place.
Indeed, it appeals to the to the sniggering child in me very much.
To the more childish on this space, myself included.
Would this be the dong with the luminous nose?
Well, I don't know, but I've got a big fat wad of dongs with me.
Excellent. I don't know who was first. Shaggy?
Yeah, I'm very glad that country doesn't have a king. That's what I'm going to say. Will, what do you think? I know you're pure as I am, so I know you got something to say on this.
Guaranteed. When I was in Vietnam in 1992, right when they opened up relations again, the dong was trading so poorly. All I had was I was backpacking, so I had $100 US bills, and I got so many dong. I left there literally with a backpack full of dongs.
Well, there's jokes about that sort of thing. Freight Monkey?
Yeah, on that note, it's actually a lovely country to visit. I used to go to Vietnam every year for shipping reasons because they're actually, it's a massive country. People kind of disregard that, but you've got a huge population, very growing population, a never changing economic, basically huge economic growth. If you go to Ho Chi Minh City, which used to be called Saigon, it's completely unrecognizable today from even 5 years ago. It really makes you think of when you look at those old images of Hong Kong in 1960 and Hong Kong in 2020. Well, it kind of makes me think of that. Vietnam is on that sort of really massive upward trend, and they're not too fond of the Chinese. I mean, it is in name a communist government, and they do have horrendous issues with corruption, but they're quite pro Western in many ways because they have had pretty horrendous experiences with the Chinese since the end of the Vietnam War. It's a little known fact that they were at war with the Chinese, and they still have territorial disputes with the Chinese, trying to basically control all of the South China Sea, which the Vietnamese and the Filipinos and well, basically everybody in the Southeast Asian area don't really agree with. If you ever have a chance to visit Vietnam, it's really wonderful.
Go ahead, Will.
Yeah, I'd like to second that. I mean, look, I'm Australian, so I'm required. If you're going to have a currency named dong, I'm going to make fun of it. It's my constitutional right as an Australian. But I can absolutely tell you, Vietnam is a fantastic place to visit. And if you were over, some of these folks that are like continually swamping Thailand and Indonesia, Bali particularly, you really ought to go off the beaten track and check out Vietnam because it is fantastic. Fantastically friendly, nice people, and everything. Good food, and there's almost no chance you're going to run into an annoying European tourist. well, a lot less chance. It's great. And there's other business opportunities being set up with Vietnam right now. One of my good friends is an accountant, and he owns a small accountancy firm. And they do work with, like people get Indian call centers or whatever. They've got a group of accountants that live and work in Vietnam because it's much cheaper. But math works the same everywhere. So they send them work overnight, have it all processed, and it comes back the next day, and it reduces their costs drastically, and basically have an economic boom for that group in Vietnam too, because they're 100% worked all the time, and it seems to be quite beneficial.
Frank Monkey?
Yeah, also from an industrial point of view, if you look at the way that the West has been deindustrializing and then relying on places like China, which has caused and is going to cause a whole slew of problems in the next sort of 10, 20 years. Vietnam is a very good alternative for that. From anything from electronics to ships, for instance. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if in the next decade you will see European, maybe even Americans ordering stuff like ships from Vietnam because China is not really an option, and Japan is Japan has significant demographic issues, which means that the average heavy industry worker in Japan is over the age of 50, which is a big problem going forwards. But what they've done quite smartly is create all kinds of JVs with Vietnamese companies, and basically, offshoring a lot of industrial production that they can't do anymore in places like Japan to Vietnam because the skilled labor is there. And they've moved up the quality chain a lot. So keep an eye on Vietnam, folks. It's definitely on the list of up and coming places. Sorry, we strayed very far away from the conversation, but
Shaggy?
Yeah, just a bit out there, and then I'll bring it back. Vietnam never had a king. It had an emperor, and he was ousted from power in 1954, and he died in 1997. A bloke called Bao Dai. So there's that little bit of information. And anybody know anything about a colonel in the Russian military, a Colonel General Viktor Avzalov? Because he's the new acting commander-in-chief of the Air Force after Surovikin was removed from his post the other day. So anybody got any background on that chap?
I have heard
I
of him.
I can help with
Go
that.
ahead.
Yeah, so as we know, Surovikin was discharged dishonorably, I think. He got his own Surovikin line because he was on home arrest. And now I guess the line is even bigger. Viktor Avzalov, he's the chief of the general staff of the Aerospace Forces, sorry. And he was been appointed as acting commander-in-chief of the VKS. He was born on June 9, 68. He graduated in 89 from the Pushkin Higher Military School of Air Defense Radio Electronics. In 2000 from the Air Defense Military University and the Academy of the General Staff of the Russian Armed Forces. He went from head of the calculation of the missile division to the first deputy commander of the Air Force Air Defense Army and then in July 2017 he was appointed Army Commander of the Air Forces and Air Defense of the Eastern Military District. 2018 Chief of General Staff, first Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the Aerospace Forces of the Armed Forces of the Russian Federation. Sorry, it's difficult to read all this. In 2020, he served as acting Commander-in-Chief of the Russian Aerospace Forces. And now in 2022 he was awarded the rank of Colonel General, and now, as we know, he is the Chief of the General Staff. So he had quite a career, but yeah, what do you think about it?
Well, thanks very much for that info. Very helpful is what I think about that info. Yeah, thanks, Fiona.
Sorry for rushing in like that. I was prepared with this from since this morning, because I knew about this his appointment, and I got a little bit overexcited. Sorry, mockers. Let's
You're
go to
allowed,
Ruth.
my lovely.
Let's go to Ruth, maybe.
Yeah.
Moment. Okay.
We just
If he
lost
need,
you. Just said okay.
if he needs a few seconds, I have a news. Just a moment to get it,
To
because I.
Marxist Maoist night watchman state. So the government doesn't really care about what the people do, as long as they can stay in government.
Yeah, I guess we know that already. So, do you want some news? Somebody else arrived in Ukraine, mockers?
Yes, go ahead. I'm being shouted at by a cat.
Oh, I'm sorry. Give my cheers to the cat. Sorry. So, Petteri Orpo, the Prime Minister of Finland, arrived in Ukraine, and he was received by President Zelensky, who posted a tweet a few minutes ago. I thank Finland for its military and humanitarian support, sanctions, and readiness to co-lead a number of peace formula items. Finland will take part in our defense industry forum this autumn. So another leader arrived in Ukraine to participate in the festivities for the Ukrainian Flag Day and Ukrainian Independence Day tomorrow.
Well, that's lovely. Go on.
I was wondering if we say Petteri Orpo 3 times, will Mete appear?
She might. You never know. Sir Shaggy.
Yeah, I've got another bit of news if you'd like something to do with mines.
Oh, go for it.
Okay, so the Ministry of Energy of Ukraine and a branch of the British non-governmental organisation, the Mines Advisory Group, have signed a memorandum that provides for cooperation in the clearing of mines at Ukrainian energy facilities and their surrounding areas. So this was news was given at the press service of the Ministry of Energy of Ukraine. Was it today? Oh, yes, it's today. So the memorandum was signed with Deputy Energy Minister Yaroslav Demchenkov. Yeah, there we go, Demchenkov. That was easy enough, wasn't it? And John Cunliffe. That was easier. So yeah, and Grant Shapps. Oh, I know him. He used to be my MP, but he's not anymore because I've moved. He's the UK Secretary of State for Energy and Net Zero. Well, net something anyway. So mine clearance of energy facilities is a very important thing. Unfortunately, the resumption of power supplies is hampered by territories being heavily mined, especially in the liberated areas. Many Ukrainian energy companies are ready to train their specialists and purchase equipment at speed. To speed up mine clearance. And we thank MAG for its willingness to provide assistance. So the memorandum means cooperation to create conditions for the safe reconstruction of Ukraine's critical energy infrastructure by clearing energy facilities, their premises, and adjacent territories of explosive devices and their components that pose a risk to human life and health, and to ensure the proper safe operation of energy facilities. So that sounds like very good news. One of the things they're thinking of the Zaporizhzhia power plant or other ones. I'm not sure what other ones are going to have mined by them. I can only think of the Zap power station. But yeah, any thoughts on that?
Well, what they've also said is that in newly liberated areas, there's a lot of mines, so you know that, and damage to the infrastructure as well. And I suppose that's part and parcel of it, isn't it? That they're going to have to deal with those areas too, which will be very dangerous. Now, I've popped into the nest an extra video for you folks, and this is, well, it's just a beautiful explosion. I suggest you all have a little look at the absolute amazing boom that is. Now, the GUR have released this video and stated that this is a Russian S-400 Triumph complex that has been destroyed today in occupied Crimea. An explosion that took place near Olenivka on Tarkanut. As a result of the explosion, the installation, the missiles, and the personnel were completely destroyed. Well, it makes a lovely boom when it goes up, that. Shaggy?
Oh yeah, that seems like a triumph for the Ukrainian defenders, and deserves lots of acclaim. Bum bum. Well, I'll drop.
Thank you very much.
I have to say, Mockers, that this is really impressive. So it's one of the best explosions I've ever seen. Fireworks, yeah, really fireworks. And you know, S-400 was allegedly, and I say it will, well, between quotes, the best air defense system in the world. When you search for the best air defense system, the answer is usually S-400. So yeah, it's a very good aerial view of this. I'm happy it is destroyed, and if we are taking into consideration the position where it was, I think it was used to cover all the northwestern part of the Black Sea. And it's very interesting that it was destroyed, because maybe Ukraine will be able to, get closer to Crimea in a way.
Well, yeah, it's a capability, isn't it, that Russia have obviously been using to hold Ukraine back. And, well, it's also this fabled S-400 system. There's a couple of people who've got some of those, haven't they? And, yeah, untouchable, it would appear, except that Ukraine have just reached out and touched it. And caused it to blow up greatly. I can't imagine how they did that, and good for them, good for them. I just hope to see more of this. And yes, it's making a big difference to take out the crew as well, because I would imagine that you would require a little bit of training on these systems, and well, I've seen the inside of one of these sort of general air defense complexes, and they look pretty complicated. Lots of buttons and stuff. You can't just shove any old person in one of them. Shaggy?
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's going to allow Ukrainian air assets, well, mainly planes actually, to get closer and fire things off even closer to Crimea and stuff like that. I don't think those S-400s are used for drones and the like. I don't even know if they're used for cruise missiles. They might be. Any Ukrainian missiles. I don't know if anybody's got any idea of what those S-400s for. I think it's just planes or helicopters, but I'm not 100%.
They are supposed to bring down missiles. I have to check, but I remember that I read it a few days ago, maybe weeks, and they are supposed to bring down missiles also. But let me check and I come back to you.
Actually, that does make
as well.
Yeah, that does make thinking about it. Actually, I need more coffee. Obviously, that does make sense. Like ballistic missiles and cruise missiles, but not drones. I don't think. Not small drones, anyway.
Yeah, so this is anti-ballistic missile system. Yeah, so they are supposed to bring down missiles, cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles. But again, this is a Russian system, so very often they say things and they are disproved by the reality, to put it like this.
Yeah, absolutely. They like to give strong write-ups, don't they? Now then, I have a funny story, and I've been sat on this for a while, so I'm going to bring you the funny story first before we do anything else. Now, we understand that there is a Russian former pilot called Fighter Bomber, and he's been a little scathing of the Air Force recently, and maybe the Air Force Command. However, he has admitted that a couple of weeks ago, a Russian Mi-8 helicopter got a bit lost, disappeared from the radar, and it might have been due to Ukrainian radio electronic warfare, or just loss of their navigation. Attempts by the Russian Mi-8 helicopter to regain orientation, however, ended in vain, and they saw an airfield from the air and landed. However, the airfield turned out to be a Ukrainian airfield in Poltava. After realizing where they had got themselves, they tried to take off, but were then shot. He reports that 2 members of the crew were killed and 1 wounded. And what the absolute... that's just so funny. Can you imagine being the guys at that airport watching this helicopter come flying in going, well, they're not shooting at us. What am I going to do?
Poor Russian guys, they got lost and they landed on enemy territory. This is really, really funny. I imagine you can get a little bit disoriented being in the air, maybe taking turns and so on. But even so, you must know where east and west and north and south are, and you must realize that you crossed the line and you are in Ukrainian held territory. But yeah, again, these are Russians. I don't know how much they trained in geography and astronomy and so on. What maps do they have? And yeah.
Yeah, I just think that's a beautiful story. It just goes to show, doesn't it, that their pilots may be a tad inexperienced.
I think so, yes. Ruth?
Well, that is a beautiful story. But at the same time, it's either very worrying or very unlikely to be true. Because if you can land a helicopter at the Ukrainian airfield, there's something seriously wrong with the air defense. That's not something we'd want to be able to happen. And I'm not sure it actually did either.
Did you catch all that, Ivana?
Bit and parts of it, but thank you, Ruth. The sound was kind of terrible.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, I hope you've heard that. I really do.
I'm sorry, not much better than you.
Ruth, do you want to try that again?
Ruth, can you repeat, please?
I'm going to take that as a no.
I guess he's in a bad spot. But I have some other funny story, Mokers. You talked about earlier. You talked about the BRICS summit and the picture with the, the leaders of the 5 countries and the little TV or I don't know screen with the face of Putin on it. So today I'm seeing on Guardian they are reporting on the BRICS summit. And so there was Cyril Ramaphosa, the South African president, that spoke. There was the Brazilian president, Da Silva. He also spoke, both of them stressed upon, the UN Charter and so on. And Vladimir Putin spoke also. He began thanking South Africa for the chairmanship and for inviting him there. Of course, he chose not to go because South Africa is signatory of the Rome Statute, and there is a mandate from the International Criminal Court for Putin. So if he went there, he would have found himself arrested. So yeah, he addressed this by video. And let me just read 2 lines of his speech, which sound very, very true. Some countries promote their hegemony, exceptionality, and their policy of the ongoing colonialism and neo-colonialism. I would like to note that their aspiration to preserve their hegemony in the world led to a dire crisis in Ukraine. So I believe everything is true. But do you know about what countries he's speaking of?
I do not.
I think it fits Russia perfectly, a country that wants to promote its hegemony, exceptionality, colonialism. I think he's speaking about Russia. I don't see any other country that fits these lines. And speaking about this, yesterday there were 2 funny incidents with Putin. Have you seen them?
I certainly heard the deep voice speech that, yeah, it seemed to be a bit strange.
Yeah, there was that speech with the deep voice, but just before that, in the same setting, I think it was from that speech, there was Putin, trying to check the time on his left hand to look at the watch, and the watch wasn't there, and he was kind of disappointed. And then he continued waiting, because I believe he was waiting to get online or something like this. And he scratched his head with the right hand. And guess what? The watch was on the right hand. So how to explain this? This gesture, this thing, checking the time is an automatic gesture. You are used to check, your watch on the hand you are wearing the watch. You are doing this for years, and it's just an automatic gesture. And he seemed to I don't know, to be confused about the hand. So I think this is kind of a good proof that there was a double, not Putin. And maybe this explains the incident with the voice. Maybe they were trying to mask the real voice of the person speaking. I don't know. This is just pure speculation, but yeah, what to do? We think of many things being here.
Well, it does make you a bit suspicious, doesn't it? It does make you a bit suspicious. But we are suspicious souls, and we do like a little bit of a conspiracy theory. But yeah, it seems awfully strange, certainly to me. Now, I have some news. Just lost it, of course. Oh yes, this area in occupied Donetsk, which has been hit this morning. It's well, it's being confirmed as not the only hit within Donetsk right now. There appears to be another explosion that was a little bit earlier on, and well, we shall see what comes of that. But it would appear that there's an awful lot of stuff going on at the moment. I'm trying to keep up with it, but one of the main things that we have to really talk about is this S400 system that's been taken out in, wow. Sorry, I'm just seeing more pictures of it now. So an S400 system being confirmed to be taken out, that's a big thing, isn't it?
It is. It is, because it's a very expensive system. It's the best that the Russians have, and I don't think they have too many. I will check. And also, you know, Turkey was very happy with the S-400 that it got from Russia. I guess now they will be crying for Patriots. What do you think?
Well, there is that, isn't there? That a number of countries have made a decision with these S-400s, and well, we already saw the amazing work of the S-300s and how they appear to be a little bit of an easy target. And again, here with this now, this is actually a real declaration, I think, from Ukraine that they have the power and the opportunity to take these things out. And well, it sends a message out to everybody, doesn't it, who's reliant on those systems that maybe they're not as good as they once expected them to be.
Yeah, because it was took out, it was targeted and destroyed by the systems or by the missiles or by whatever was supposed it was supposed to defend against. That's the irony. That system was designed to take down missiles or whatever, and it was destroyed by probably a missile.
I'm going to expect so. And if there was any radar on that particular thing, then maybe a harm missile was also involved.
Yeah, it's possible, but anyway, it was destroyed. So yeah, this means that it doesn't work as it's supposed to work.
Shaggy?
Yeah, I'm having a little play around zooming in on the site. So there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Looks to be about 10 pieces of equipment surrounding that piece of equipment, which blew up, and a launcher just to the top right of it as well. If you zoom in, so they're quite close to it actually. So they've probably got some damage on it, at least, if not taken out by maybe one of those other explosions that seemingly happened in the area. So it'd be nice to see kind of get a view of that site when the dust has settled, literally, just to see what pieces of equipment are still there, burnt out, and what have managed to be moved. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see.
Well, you know, shrapnel does a terrible amount of damage, doesn't it? So, yeah, if they were anywhere near that thing, it's gone up in spectacular fashion. I'm going to suggest that those other items may indeed also be slightly broken. And, well, I'm sure the Turkish people in government or their Ministry of Defence, whoever they are, will be looking at this and thinking, oh, that doesn't look good. And, you know, you put your eggs in a certain basket, and sometimes these things don't work out. Oh, well. Oh, sorry. You're sending me images here in the background, Shaggy Fella, that I'm looking at. So, yeah, I see what you mean. There are a lot of other things installed around there. And, yeah, that looks to be quite serious. Excellent stuff.
Yeah, I'm just creating a little, adding these to my previous post on with Zelensky looking very happy about the initial blow up. I'm just adding those now to that thread.
Lovely, thank you. Excellent work. And yeah, another serious issue that probably we'll talk to Nick Brown about a little bit later on today is the International Court of Justice has now set the date for the hearings on Ukraine's genocide claim against Russia. These are going to take place between September the 18th to the 27th this year. During these hearings, the preliminary objections raised by Russia will be addressed. I can't imagine what they are. And Ukraine has been supported in its lawsuit against Russia by 32 other states who will appear in court on September the 20th. In July, an international office to investigate Russia's invasion of Ukraine was opened in The Hague, which is the first step towards possible tribunal. So I think it's important that the legal stuff gets done as well, and that they are indeed gearing up for a tribunal at The Hague. And well, it's not going to happen like immediately, but all these steps need to be taken to put it in place. And morning, Nale.
Good morning, my friends, or good afternoon, where I'm standing. On the subject of the S400, did you know that they have an S500 also? And I know this because my Vatnik acquaintance said that they did, so I went to google.com and searched for S500 and actually found some information, and it has been put into mass production, and then and this was on Wikipedia, of course, because I'm too lazy to do other kinds of research. But there was a segment that said that yes, it's in mass production, and then it said how many units they have deployed, and it said that they had about 1 unit, and I thought that was very amusing. So I'm telling you this amusing bit too. Have a nice day, people.
Thank you very much, Nale. It's good to know, isn't it, that mass production of one is pretty much all they can cope with at the moment. And yeah, they can make all these production promises, but in actuality, do they ever play out?
No, they don't, and I think they started mass production in, was it 2019 or something? So they would have had 4 years to actually build a larger facility and have a production line for these things, but apparently not.
Well, it's because all the money that should have been put into that is probably floating around the Med somewhere.
Yeah, and another funny story I found out today, actually. Do you know Roscosmos, which is the Russian equivalent to NASA? They are the leading supplier of water slides and water park equipment also. So there we go.
Well, they've obviously used their technology wisely. Stay on the ground as much as possible. Brilliant. And yeah, hurtle towards the ground at water parks. It sounds like a strange sideline for NASA or the equivalent to be having, I must admit. Ioana, go ahead.
So in the meantime, I searched a little bit about S400. Let's say also the Western name for this is SA-21 Growler. You see, I learned my lesson. The cost of 1 unit is about $200 million. The export cost of 1 unit is about $500 million, even $625 million for battery plus reserves. They are talking about it in battalions. So one system is comprising eight launchers with a 72 capacity for launching missiles in one shot, let's say. And into September 2019, Russia had 57 battalions or 57 units. As I said, 1 unit is usually 8 launchers. So that's the figures I found about the S400.
Genesis Man, welcome back.
Cheers, Mockers. A production run of 1 in 3 or 4 years. I want to work for that company. I really do. And Iona, I have to take umbrage with your figures, sweetheart. And you're usually spot on. But an S400 obviously costs 25 quid, and you can pay that in installments.
Thank you. Or dongs. We were speaking about dongs earlier, so maybe you can buy them for dongs.
Sorry, Mockers.
Excellent.
It just goes to show the absolute disinformation that Russia put out cost 200 million quid. Who are they? Who are they trying to bloody kid? It doesn't cost that. It costs 55 quid. Everybody knows that. I mean, you know, I don't know what's the matter with them.
The export version is 500 million quid or dollars, or nowadays 50 quid.
So Shaggy, I totally agree. How can the home version be 200 million and the expert be 500 million? I think somebody's making a few quid over the top here, and as you rightly pointed out, Mockers, it's probably floating around the med somewhere.
Oh, it absolutely is. Yeah, it's lying in someone's pocket. Now, one thing about this S400, this was the very thing that was touted as the reason why F-16s were, you know, being held back at first. That they thought that this system might be able to shoot them down quite, you know, quite a bit easier than any of the other stuff that Russia appears to be fielding. And I'm just seeing a message here. By the time the F-16s show up in Ukraine, there might not even be any left. And I like that thought. I like that thought a lot. Genesis, ma'am?
That's properly funny. That is. It's probably true as well. The way the Ukrainians are going, bless their cotton socks. So I have seen, Sir Shaggy, your roving reporter kit ready for tomorrow, and I'm well impressed. Let's put it that way. Well impressed.
Yeah, I've actually had a little think about that. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to do my co-hosting from within that costume. It's going to be a bit hot, but I'm going to give it a go.
I would recommend putting in some ventilation vents if I were you, mate. Because if you spend a few hours in that, you're going to be sweating like a good.
It comes with a built-in fan to keep it inflated. So at least my left hip will be cool. The rest of me might not be, but I'll work something out.
I've just remembered what else I was going to. Has everybody seen the explosion? The actual video of the explosion of that S400 or whatever it was in Crimea.
The nest.
Sorry, late to the party as usual. Sorry.
Yes, it's up in the nest. By all means, have a look because it is a thing of beauty. Stabilizer, Nale, whatever you want to be called these days.
Yeah, it's confusing, I know. But I forgot one thing about the S500. And can you people guess what one of its features is? Do you have a guess, Mockers?
Does it have a boiling vessel like a Challenger tank?
Well, I think it has a built-in samovar or something like that. But the missile is, of course, it is hypersonic. So the Russians have hypersonic fetish and turrets at the same time. Poor guys.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, they have to put labels on everything, don't they? Claim that they do fabulous things. Even missiles that turn around just before they land. Yeah, they've got all sorts of strange tales. But
you know that the tale with the missile that turned around was from a specialist in monkey breeding or something like this.
Well, that's why he had all that specialist knowledge, obviously, about things that flip in the air.
Exactly.
Amazing. Genesis, ma'am?
No, on a really serious note, I heard that it does have a second feature to its itinerary, the S500. It can be used as a lunar recovery vehicle should you happen to park something on the moon not quite right.
It aimed to the moon, we can say that. if you have seen the explosion, wasn't very far from the moon.
And isn't it lovely that the Russian tourists are giving us solid battle damage assessments, even though they didn't need to, because it appears there was a drone video. Amazing.
Yeah, it's not like the Ukrainians weren't watching that as it was happening, was it? I mean, and nobody could see the drone that was flying around the airfield, waiting for someone to land on it. What air defence doing? Just asking.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. What air defense doing? They're doing. They're blowing up. That's what air defense doing. So I'm also noting that a few days ago, there was a Fab 500 missile that was dropped on a crossing over the Oskol River in Kupiansk. And I'm pleased to say that there has been a repair to the damaged bridge and it is back in action already. I'm not sure that tanks could cross it, but still vehicles can. You can see there's quite clearly still some damage, but it is now passable again. So it's amazing how fast they get on with these things, isn't it? And just put into context the issue with the Russians putting up bridges. It's not quite the same. Ioana.
Yeah, sorry, this is a little change of the subject, but I think it's interesting. Coming back to BRICS, there is a very interesting article in Guardian a few minutes ago. Rumors swirl after Xi Jinping fails to give the BRICS speech. He was due to address a high-profile forum in South Africa, but instead his speech was read by his commerce minister. So he unexpectedly skipped this scheduled speech. He arrived yesterday in Johannesburg. He was met by the South African president. He was expected to attend the forum and deliver remarks alongside with the other leaders today, but instead his speech was read out by his commerce minister, Wang Wentao. He attended yesterday the summit dinner. No reason was given for missing this speech today. It appears to be a last-minute decision, as state media articles in China publish the speech as he had delivered it himself. So those in China, when reading what is published, believe that he was reading the speech himself. So some China watchers are speculating whether something is amiss or he's temporarily ill. No explanation is given yet and unlikely to be given. Yeah, so this is some news from the BRICS. I thought it's interesting that Xi Jinping didn't deliver the speech that he was supposed to deliver.
But he said he did, which tells you that, you know, that was definitely unplanned situation. Interesting. I wonder if he's been drinking any tea. You never know. Sir Shaggy.
Yeah, just a little bit of background on this S400 system. So I just dug up an article from 2017. That's when it was originally deployed. There was a ceremony held with the missile regiment of the 4th Air Force and Air Defense Army of the Southern Military District on the 14th of January 2017. So yeah, it originally came. It was armed with missiles, 3 different types of missiles it can be armed with: 40 N6s, which have a range of 250 kilometers. So yeah, I quite like the heading of the article, actually, considering today's events. So it said Russia's scary S-400 air defense system is now protecting the skies above Crimea. Bad news. Well, it's bad news for the S-400 system, I think, and it's not protecting anything right now, I don't think. Anyway, just that little bit of info, background info.
Well, thank you very much. Jorn.
Hello everyone. This is very interesting because I'm currently battling the S400s and S500s and all those systems in the Norwegian media, because there seems to be some sort of discrepancy between my reading of their capacity and the reading of the officials of the Norwegian Air Force, because they are continuously in the media saying that giving F-16s to Ukraine is first and foremost a political thing. It will not affect the war in any major way, because the Russians have the world's best air defense systems. And it just doesn't make sense to me, because it's quite clear for everyone that's been watching anything since last February that it isn't, and that they can't perform what the advertisement says. And I wonder, what are their motives for saying this? Why is the Norwegian Air Force so skeptical to giving F-16s to Ukraine, when Norwegian politicians and people and everyone else in the world is very enthusiastic? So if anyone can help me understand that, I'd be very happy. Thanks.
Well, we'll see what happens as we go through. Unless, Shaggy, you've got an answer to that, as your hand just popped up.
Yeah, I can answer that in one word: deterrence. So if you believe that the other side has got something which is really scary, then you'll go, oh, maybe I won't do it. So basically that, bullshit. And if the other side believes it, then yeah, deterrence. But if you fuck around and find out, then yeah, it's not much of a deterrent anymore, I don't think.
Yeah, but why does the Norwegian Air Force still believe it, or pretend to believe it? Because they had this scaremongering before they got funding for the F-35, but the F-35 is already bought and delivered, and I understand it's difficult for them to go back on. They've been screaming from the top of their lungs that the F-16 is outdated and can't stand modern war, so we need the F-35. But now they got it. I don't understand why they need to put themselves in the media saying that the F-16 won't help Ukraine.
Yeah, sometimes people, quite a few people I come across in life, when they're proved wrong, can't admit they're wrong and just keep on going down the path in denial. So there might be a few people in the Norwegian Air Force who are still in denial because they got it wrong previously and they can't change their mind. That's generally human nature I've come across.
Absolutely, and these people aren't really career military officers of such. They're professors at the War Academy and stuff. So I tell people that you shouldn't look at them as a lieutenant colonel. They are a academic employed in the public sector in Norway, and that's the sort of respect you should give their word when they're saying something that is obviously wrong.
Yeah, I mean, some people do come up with good stuff, but time passes, and it doesn't mean to say they're going to be right about everything else going forward in life. So a lot of people stand on their achievements, and then every other thing they do afterwards, then they expect to be honoured, whether they're talking nonsense or not. So that's another thing I found. Yeah, I'll shut up.
Thank you very much, guys. Mette, you were next.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I can remember it was almost a year ago, and when F-16 talks were, there were these typical Russian propaganda sources saying that F-16s can't beat S-400, so they are vulnerable. But that's proven wrong since we've listened to real experts like Ben Hodges, etc. And today we saw they are not unbeatable. And Shaggy or somebody else, do we have a number? How many S-400s does Russia have? Because they make a beautiful bomb, so we could sort of think what we are going to see. Thank you.
Certainly does. Genesis Man.
Thank you, Marcus. I just wanted to go to Xi not making the speech. He's distanced himself from the speech because he knows at some stage somebody will quote, well, you said this about BRICS and it's a total load of poo, like was described to us last night by, I can't remember whom, but eloquently described that actually BRICS is a non-starter. It's very good to talk about it. And, you know, in theory, it looks really good, like so many things do in life. But actually, to get it off the ground, it won't ever happen. I mean, Russia's got the GDP of New York, I think, or something. You know, it's just not going to happen. And to the I think it's stabilised to the point about the Air Force screaming about F-16s. It's not just you; it's the whole West has been hoodwinked for the last 30 years by Russia about its capabilities. Because on paper, it looks brilliant all the time, but in reality, it's a pile of poo. We just have to go through things like we're currently going through to come up with the actual thing. And like you said, and was talked about in the disinformation part last night, Boom is putting this out. Turns out it's no one in the actual Air Force. It's an advisor to the Air Force, and they've been wrong for the last 30 years. So they're still going to be wrong now. And like Sir Shaggy said, once you take a position in life, sometimes it's really difficult for people to move from that position and admit that they were wrong. There you go.
Thank you very much. Peter, welcome up.
Good morning, mockers. On Emperor Xi not giving his talk, I think I'm the reason why. He do it because he had an unscheduled video conference call with one of his regional governors. I've heard this from very good sources, and this particular governor of West China was supposed to attend the thing in South Africa, but he had some sort of legal issues. He had some sort of legal bother, and he's not been able to turn up. And I think that was the reason, I reckon.
That he's had to be called away for some other reason. I can't imagine what might be going wrong in China that he would have to suddenly be called away from such an important speech to the BRICS. Obviously, not very important in the grand scheme of things. Nale?
Yeah, can we talk a bit more about gear? And actually how gear is talked about. Can we? Mockers, please. Well, yeah. So this, I mentioned my Vatnik acquaintance here, and what they seem to do, or what he seems to do, he was writing about this F-16 handover, and that the Ukrainians may get this platform, and he always uses this phrase that it's no magic bullet and stuff like that. But in the very next sentence, he is going into what Russia has, you know, the S-500, that is quote unquote mass produced in the quantity of one and stuff like that. So Western gear bad all the time, and Russian gear fantastically awesome, even if they only have about one piece of it. That's my sort of, I don't know, how do you say it? My observation about this. Do you people agree with that, or have you had similar experiences with this?
Yeah, well, you see, the Russians, one of their main things is their propaganda, isn't it? So, of course, they employ people to put this information out there and support it and update the Wikipedia on their entries to make them sound even better. Yeah, I'm quite sure it's a concerted effort to make everybody think their stuff is amazing. Nally?
Yeah, and then I don't know how he gets off saying that. Well, you know, the internet is full of information, and every information he gives is legitimate and accurate. And then when you Google the S500, they have won. Hasn't he done the same Googling as I just did, or what seems to be the problem? How bad can their sources be, is my question. Where do they read this stuff from? Because Wikipedia even disagrees with them on this. It's weird. I have to work now.
Yeah, no problem. And it is weird, but it is either willful ignorance of only, choosing certain sources, or laziness and just plain old bad journalism. I think both of those things can be blamed. Genesis Man.
Well said, Mockers. I'm just going to reiterate what you said, and this goes to the brilliant discussion last night. So the seeds are sown about deterrence years ago, and you just build on it, build on it, and build on it, and you give it to those people that are easily bent or have a political view one way or the other, and you let them push the narrative, and then it gets put in the place to Wikipedia and this, that, and then you think you're this big great bear, and if you come and attack me, West, you're going to get bitten, and just don't do it. And they are good at it, I've got to say. And they've been doing it for a long time. So it's just disinformation. And you're absolutely right. You need to get to the source and really scientifically look at, actually, is that right or is it not? And it's not. And the West has just got to send all their gear, everything they've got, to Ukraine and shed loads of it. Just don't stop pouring it in there, and they will beat them. Honestly, just send anything Western made, and it will be 5 times better than anything the Russians make. And it will win. It will help them win. They are going to win. They'll just do it quicker. And like Will said this morning, with a lot less life lost on both sides. And it's just down to this constant disinformation. Thanks, Mockers.
It's all right. I try and be the sensible one. Ivana, do you have anything interesting for us? Because I'm just going to put something in the microwave.
I do have some interesting bits. For example, I have an article on Reuters which says that the energy minister in UK announced aid of $245 million for Ukraine to get nuclear fuel purchases. This is interesting because, of course, before the war, Ukraine got this nuclear fuel from Russia, and we know that Russia tries to sell it and make other countries dependent on it. But Britain will guarantee £192 million, which is approximately $245 million, export finance deal for Ukraine to buy nuclear fuel from producers, including British companies. This was said by Grant Shapps, the British energy minister. So they are noting in the article that some of the energy system in Ukraine was damaged by that campaign of Russian airstrikes last winter, making it more reliant on the nuclear power stations, which I believe they were protected, so they were not damaged so much. Those supplied about half of the country's power before the war, and this guarantee will be provided that Britain will be providing will help Ukraine ensure that the nuclear fuel doesn't have to come from Russia in the future, and they do not have shortages on this. There will be more secure sources for Ukraine. UNRECO, part British Nuclear Fuel Consortium, and other sources, of course. For now, Ukraine controls 3 of the 4 active nuclear plants. We know which is the 4th one. It is the one in the Zaporozhye region. Yeah, so I think this is good. This is a good thing for Ukraine, and the preparations for winter already began. So I think this is part of these preparations.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. This is great news. Not being beholden to Russia in any way is absolutely
the right thing for them to be doing for a start. And yeah, being able to source their nuclear fuel in a place which is much friendlier, I think is going to be the best way forward for everyone involved. Yeah, it makes an awful lot of sense, and the fact that they're able to now secure their energy needs for the upcoming winter, I mean, you know, how much of a relief is that, considering everything that they've been through? It's just so much better than the situation that they've been in for the last winter. So, you know, hopefully, fingers crossed, they don't have the same level of attacks, but they have done everything they can do to be prepared for them.
Let's say that now they have much better defense. This is one. And second, I remember that early this spring, there was a statement from, I believe, Ukraine energy minister or someone closer, that practically he said that they found a solution, and the energy system which is much more stable in Ukraine now. And even if some capacity will be hit, they will be able to compensate. I believe they built a network or a grid or something. We don't have the details, and we shouldn't have them, because I believe this is like state secrets or things like this. But I believe that they found a solution to, I don't know how to put it, maybe disperse, you know, disperse the main objectives that could be taken down, and ensure a reliable supply of energy throughout the country. And you know that no one likes to have the word of the mouth, something like this. I think maybe dispersion or dispersed should be a word for a month when we are talking about Ukraine, because they did it in so many ways. And I will add to this the solution that they found for fuel. They managed to just buy trucks that carry fuel and disperse them in the country in order to have supply close to the regions that they need, that need those fuel. And basically, if one truck was hit, is not such a big deal as if a big storage facility is hit. So they managed to find this dispersed solution, and this can be applied to everything, even to the sea drones. So Ukraine doesn't have a navy. Even if they have some patrol boats and so on, Ukraine practically doesn't have a navy. But now it has a flotilla of sea babies. So again, a dispersed solution to a problem they have, as well as the drones they use on the front lines, that may or are able to ensure a little bit of aerial capacity of, you know, even if they do not have air superiority, using those drones, they are able to do some ground surveillance, and even to use them to target some things. So yeah, I believe that this could be a good word, dispersion. What do you think?
Yeah, I totally agree. Just like they've done with their Air Force and their fuel supply, and everything else that they've needed to keep safe, they've been able to sort of break it down into smaller parts. And if you remember last year, there were people sending them transformers and all sorts of large packages to assist with their electrical grid. And this has helped them build a system which isn't reliant on one main hub. You know, they've been able to, like you say, disperse that energy infrastructure out, so that, say you've got 4 connected up in a particular place, and one of them is damaged, or one of them is, you know, targeted, that one can be shut down, and the other 3 can, you know, continue to spread the load. And it's not putting so much pressure on the system because you've built that extra capacity in. So yeah, it makes a massive difference to the possibilities of them being able to deal with it in the future. Sorry, I'm just looking at.
I will propose this word to Dom and let's see what he thinks about it. In the meantime, talking about fuel, apparently in Donetsk there is a shortage of gasoline. The Fortuna and Gazprom Neft gas station in Donetsk ran out of gasoline 92 and 95. That was communicated by Roman Kuraev, the head of the city administration, in his Telegram channel. They said that they have a reserve, and the situation in the city is not isolated. I have read yesterday another article that said that practically there are shortages of fuel in many regions, one of them being Crimea, but we understand why, because the supply lines to Crimea are kind of not working very well right now, with the Chongar Bridge taken down, with the Kerch Bridge in the state it is, and with the other land bridges kind of challenged at this moment. So they say that they reported the situation to the government. And quickly after that, there was another statement saying that they have sufficient gas in stations and the population should not worry. So yeah, interpret it as you wish, as you like, Mockers.
Well, it seems like the regular mixed signals that we get off them, isn't it? But I can probably say that they are having problems. And you know what I'm loving as a bit of Schadenfreude is they invited a load of civilians to travel these, link roads to go to Crimea, and to avoid the Kerch Bridge. And again, through their own actions, shot themselves in the foot, because what do those people also need? Well, they're going to need fuel too. It's just put an extra strain on their logistics. It's so beautiful how this comes together. Sorry, I needed to have a sup. I didn't want you to hear me slurping.
I have other news if you want. So you know that the grain deal is dead, and the Russians said is dead. The Ukraine is not. Ukraine is not interested in reviving that grain deal because it was not really advantageous for Ukraine. But Turkey and UN are preparing new proposal for this zombie grain deal. A source involved in negotiation talked with RIA Novosti, which is a Russian paper. They are continuing the consultations on the possible resumption of the Black Sea Grain Initiative. There are some proposals, not everything is perfect. There are unresolved issues with the banking. We know the Russians want the SWIFT for that Roskozel Bank or something, and basically the Western decision makers said that it's not a valid point, so they will not have SWIFT for that bank. They said the discussions are on the way, and apparently yesterday Putin said that Russia was ready to return to the grain deal during the BRICS summit. But he is upset that none of the terms of the agreement are respected by the other parts in the deal. So yeah, again, talks about the grain deal. I don't know how successful they will be. Again, the Russians are complaining that they cannot export fertilizers. Actually, they exported more last year than in the years before. They are complaining that they are not exporting grain. Actually, they are exporting more this year than they did last year, but they are not happy with the price because the price of grain is not very high right now, and they are just keeping their stocks, and they are exporting just to their, very loved partners like Syria and other countries. And of course, they are exporting also stolen grain from Ukraine. We have seen numerous reports about this. There are observers on the Bosphorus Straits that are sending pictures with each ship that left the Ukrainian occupied now by the Russians ports with the stolen grain. And I remember that even a day before or 2 days ago, there was a ship, Sword Lion, that was sailing under the flag of China with stolen grain from Ukraine, and it was rejected in Israel, it was rejected in Cyprus, and finally it's stranded in a port in Turkey because nobody wanted this stolen grain. So just to get back to the grain deal, Russians are saying a lot of things, but many of them are false. And what they want to reinstate the grain deal doesn't make any sense. The only thing that is making sense is to lift the sanctions on agricultural equipment and spare parts, because these are under sanctions. But I really don't believe that this will be done. So let's I think that the grain deal is dead and buried, and I think that Ukraine is now finding other solutions to export its grain, either by land routes or by the Danube port, or even by sea, because we have seen that they tried to find solution for insurance and tried to arrive at a common understanding with the ship owners and the other countries in the Black Sea region, in order for convoys of grain from Ukraine to be able to go to the Straits in Turkey and then to their place of destination. Sorry, I'm not used to speaking so much, Mokas. I don't know how you do it.
I don't know. Maybe I've had plenty of practice. Yeah, it amuses me slightly that. Sorry, I'm just eating something. It amuses me slightly that Russia are now wanting to come back to the grain deal. Now that Ukraine's basically said, stuff the grain deal, we'll make our own. And gone to, all the agreements that they've made to be able to continue supporting the world by exporting grain. And, they've got their insurances negotiated, and they've been given some really serious assistance to do everything that they want to do. And it looks like that's moving ahead. And of course now, Russia comes back going, me, you've got to include me. No, we don't.
Exactly. And what Russia did yesterday night or this night, they hit again the port of Ismail on the channels of the Danube. According to Ukrainian Deputy Prime Minister Alexander Kubrakov, that hit destroyed 13,000 tons of grain. And still, according to him, this port's capacity has been reduced by 15% by the overnight strike. Adding, Russia is systematically hitting grain silos and warehouses to stop agricultural exports. So while they are whining that they are not allowed they do not get what they want with the grain deal, they are continuing to strike Odessa ports, the ports of Reni and Ismail, the ports through which Ukraine is exporting its grain. So if this is not hypocrisy, I don't know what is.
Yeah, absolutely. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Say one thing and do exactly the other. I can't believe they can do it with a straight face, to be absolutely fair. Now, my lovelies, I have a couple of notes from the Ukrainian volunteer in Ukraine, the 70-year-old gentleman who fought in Vietnam and is now in Ukraine. I've seen a picture of him. He's not a frail 70-year-old, I must say. In fact, I think he's 72, 73. I think he might be 73 now, and flipping heck, he looks good for his age. So this fella, he was originally reported on at the start of the war, and he gives regular updates and bits of information about, you know, what he's up to, where possible. And I always think it's really interesting, actually. So today he's talking about mapping and, well, I'll go through it. Mapping and how you get along, basically, with life at war, I would say. So, the author of the transcripts, who I'm very thankful for, Kyle Mizukami, you can follow him on Twitter. He has said to start this conversation, would you like some maps with Ukrainian and Russian units on them? I could try to whip something up. Roshan Consulting has them, but I can only get them to display one unit at a time, which isn't always helpful. In reply, it would actually be interesting to see how they match up to official maps. The Ukrainians have pretty accurate maps, I can assure you, but obviously they're somewhat static in time and need constant updating. We basically have two systems here. The local one that transfers maps from the paper copy just using a DSLR camera, which can load onto your tablets and then use the app Map Measure to get pretty accurate coordinates. And the other comes from, well, higher up. They use an overhead linear rail system to take accurate photos of sections of larger maps and then stitch them together with software. This can be used as a transparency to overlay a sat photo, and again, using Map Measure, you can get very accurate coordinates with a photo background, including using live pins. It's a very good system. It even takes into account the curvature of the Earth, of course. But in the end, even an incredible looking map has to reflect reality on the ground. And that's always an ongoing issue. That, of course, is one of the roles of our recon and drones. We now have laser distance measuring devices, handheld and made in the US. They can reach about 1,000 feet with normal surfaces, with a retroflector target about 2 miles. Too bad the Russians don't put retroflective license plates on their main battle tanks, eh? Okay, I'll see if I can send you something. Hey, one thing you can do with this system is to quickly and accurately map and/or pin multiple target locations in a grid for fragment munitions, like the M30A1, placing target points in radius circles where they will do the most good based upon the conditions on the ground. We use a hodgepodge of off-the-shelf equipment and technologies, usually cheap, portable and effective. We can transfer the info by USB cable at the HQ or using thumb drives with the double-ended USB plugs. Map updates in the field can be sent wireless or relayed by drone, or even again by a thumb drive delivered by drone. Amazing. Most updates are not large since they're just changed force data and not background. Satellites can easily detect any large movements, especially using AI, point-to-point comparison analysis, and the same ground-based analysis system can even tag vehicles to type, units, and so on, which brings the matrix, the performance status of the movements, i.e. types of vehicles, together with vectoring, movement predications based on the landforms, and so on. There is Western supplied data on the ground and or via drones. We can verify that or provide info to concentrate coverage on particular locations. I think it's pretty cool for a bunch of knuckle draggers anyway. One limitation here is we're not given the map overlays of the Ukrainian troops, of course. We don't get those out in the field. Those we need to know about, we have to memorize, including any planned movements. Luckily, I have a knack for memorizing that sort of thing. I may not be able to remember my ex-wife's birthday, but you tell me data and I'll know it. The Russians obviously know where the Ukrainians are getting crazy good at SAT data from the West. They have a few ways of trying to deal with that. One of those is to move up in smaller units via varying routes, and the other is spoofing movements. That's where AI comes into play, since it can help detect that sort of thing. Incredible. Our SAT maps are also stunted, per what's actually available, but the resolution is good enough that we can recognise the landforms and stuff that's important. It's good enough that we can pin individual vehicles. Now it goes on to a conversation. So I just thought I would come back and just say, you know, obviously it would appear that the reconnaissance that they're doing takes many, many forms that are all put together. And it's kind of like what we'd had explained to us before, that you take many different overlays from all the different places and then make sense of them. And when you pin them all together, you can use that data to figure out formations, their possible location that they're going to be heading towards, all sorts of nifty things. And like he says, pretty good for a bunch of knuckle draggers. So, on to a conversation. I won the arm wrestling bet with C, but I lost the foot race. The latter's not fair though, since I've got swollen feet. By rights, I should have been given a head start based on my age anyway. These boys have no respect. 50 years ago, I would have blown his damn doors off. B pointed out that despite the questionable victory, C ran like a feeble woman, and delving into a philosophy of sorts, he continued that even a feeble woman should be able to outrun a three-legged tortoise. I particularly hate his philosophy when it comes at my expense. So I had to challenge him then to an arm wrestling match. Him using both arms and me one, or him at least with his main arm and me with my secondary. He demurred, obviously not wanting to be destroyed. Instead, he suggested we take sidearms with one round each and track each other in the forest, mano a mano, and the best man walks out. And I said, but man, what if we both miss? That would be embarrassing. I won't, he said. Well, maybe we could do a quick draw at 20 paces, hangtown drawn fighters. It would be most classical, except we'd both likely blow our own toes off. Honestly, in a forest duel, he would likely blow my head off while I was looking the other direction. He's not called the ghost on the team for no reason. Humour is a bit dark here, but it's all in good fun. The hardest part here was C, boozily soliciting bets upon us. Nobody put their money on me. That hurts. Bunch of low-risk wimps. Note my version of fair is one thing for me and another for everyone else. That's just how it is. I get a lot of abuse here. I know it's terrible. Ian suggested if I write a book about this, I should call it The Old Man and the Skeeve, which prompted me to suggest I cut off his upper lip and jam it up his bum. The humour gets edgy sometimes, like the time C said that B glided into the woods so easily because he had greasy skin. B, who was chewing and spitting sunflower seeds at the time, just gave him the ice-cold black eyes. C actually apologised. I told him it might be better to do so in case he doesn't want to wake up one night not breathing. These are all bad boys, but in a lot of ways, they're really good guys. They're good in all the ways that matter. And here's that kind of thing. No matter what anyone says, when you have to kill people, it changes your brain chemistry, and permanently. The effects may be minor or major, and it's different with everybody, but it's there. Many suppress it quite well on the outside, but it's still in there. The Russians and their actions make it much easier to live with. If you ever get doubtful about yourself, just wait a little bit and they'll justify what you're doing every damn time. It seems they think they're scaring people into quitting. No, they're just stealing our reserve to completely take them over, big time. Or maybe they think they're playing 4D chess, and if they commit enough atrocities, the Ukrainians will do so too. That would change the support and calculus. But I think that's giving them too much credit. The next line is, they couldn't manage to get laid in a lady's house of ill repute. There we go. The only thing in this world they seem to be adept at doing is murdering innocent people. Frankly, I think the whole world has had quite enough of this now. Well, we certainly have. There isn't a lot of milk and human kindness left in us for these guys. I guess the hand-wringing libs make us terrible people, but I'm going to live with that. I say, as a bit of a liberal, or as C says, a violent liberal. That's who I am. Well, being of liberal leanings in politics and values is all fine. But when people get divorced from reality, I suppose that's when the trouble starts. Yes, exactly. That's the thing on both sides at some level of the fringe. They believe the fringe becoming mainstream is a worry. It is to me anyway. In the end, we're all actually pretty close. You get that way when you're scared together. You depend on one another to stay alive. You use the same bathroom a lot. In moments of weakness, you tell them stuff you would never tell anyone else. When you figure out you're going to try and write about war in a real way, not airbrushed, not spun gratuitously heroic, and not suppressed, you run into some issues. At what level of violence do you draw the limit? How far do you go explaining or describing it? How far do you go kind of demeaning yourself and others per normal human emotions and weaknesses? How much of that is beneficial to your reader, or is it just cathartic to get it out? Is an honest spew of catharsis good for anyone? Is drunken catharsis valid? And what can you live with when it's all over and your time has gone beyond your ability to help? What do you feel at that time? I don't know. It also helps to have people on the outside. This tight-knit thing here is great to relate it all to, but I mean another group. I don't tell my family much. They're not at all interested anyway. But I do have a small Twitter group, and those people mean a lot to me. Oh, I think it's safe to say we're all here for you, man. Yeah, thanks. I'm not really a publicity guy. I mean, who wants to talk to me? Oh, I don't know. Some crazy people, probably. Well, they must be screaming in the night. There's an emotional pressure release valve, and then the stark raving mad. I think some of us have nearly been there. The difference is a fine line. When you drop your feelings on everyone, just for sympathy because you think your problems are special and everyone owes you something because of your perceived hard existence, I don't do that. Both ex-wife number 1 and ex-wife number 3 said, seeing some videos of me, wow, his sons are really good looking. Oh, right. It's a video of Andrea Bocelli fans. Yeah, anyway, they're talking about the fact that his sons are very good looking. Good for that. Right, okay. Next. I will, well, there's something a bit more personal there. So I will just come back and say that this is explaining the mindset, isn't it? It's explaining the fact that you have to get into a certain mindset to be able to continue to do the job. These guys seem to be very well balanced, I think. They've got a really dark sense of humor that I suppose comes with the territory. And they're not afraid to tell each other, you know, the stuff that you need to get out sometimes. If you're plagued by any sort of ghosts or demons in your head, that's not going to do you any good when you're in a team that you've got to work together. So, you know, all that sort of stuff, really important. And like he says, you create a really tight-knit community together as a team. But it's also really important to have people on the outside of that who are also willing to support you, because otherwise, when you know you're no longer with that team, you might just not have anything to lean on. And so, yeah, that goes back to the things that we've been talking about supporting veterans. And I know that our friend William Attig is currently supporting veterans, and he's gone to a conference delegation, whatever it is, in Ukraine, and they've been doing an awful lot of work to further and focus support on the veterans, because gosh, they're going to be quite a large segment of society, I think. Welcome up, Mette.
Thank you. Sorry for popping up like this. Yeah, but we have a program in Finland as well in the works, and with the about taking care of the PTSD in Ukraine somehow to help. So we'll see. But I just had to come up to quote this. It's Noel reports what Putin said. It's just so outrageous. I had to come up. Our actions in Ukraine are dictated by only one thing: to stop the war unleashed by the West and their satellites against the people living in Donbass. So I just had to share this with you. I don't know if he's fighting the moon or what's wrong with him, but this is what he said. Yeah. West and the satellites unleashed a war against the people of Donbass. Thank you.
Well, we'll have to do something about them satellites then. Does he mean the ones floating in the air? I don't know. But they're a bit far away if they're floating in space to have caused any problems, really. I could swear that it was the Russians, but you know, maybe I'm mistaken. I don't know, Ivana. Do you think it was Western satellites?
Oh wait, I'm sure it was the Western satellites.
It's almost as though they're thinking that Ukraine has no agency. So it seems very strange, doesn't it? Again, typical. Sorry, I've eaten something and my stomach is now making extra noises. So I apologise if you hear those extra noises. It's not anything weird. It's just my stomach. And actually, I've been that busy this morning. People are now wondering if I've got lost. Sorry, just have to send a message as well to say, yes, I do live. Don't worry. Right. So, I'm just having a look. That there appears to be quite a bit of smoke rising in. Do you remember the port area yesterday? That there was a port on fire, basically, and now I'm looking at something very similar. This is Krasnodar territory, Russia, and today there is a fire at Gelendzhik, Tolstoy Cape. I don't know where that is, the Tolstoy Cape, but it's very smoky, and it doesn't look like you know, those things that would produce smoke. It doesn't look like that kind of smoke.
So that fire at the port, it was in Volgograd. This is a port on the river. And you know, the Russians said, never mind, it's not a port that we use. It's useless. So never mind the fire. It's on the Volga River. And the Volozhsky, that's what you said? The new fire?
Yes, yeah. On
it's close.
Gelendzhik. Is that it? Helendzhik?
No. This is what. Let me. If you can send me the information, I can search for it, because I think I made a confusion. There is another port in Volzhisky, near the port of Volgograd. So I thought maybe it was that one, still on the Volga River, quite close to Volgograd.
There you go. I've just sent it to you in the background. Well, you'll be able to see that there's something happening there. And so someone's just saying here, is Krasnodar the new Belgorod? Well, I don't know what's actually here, but it looks very close to the coast there.
Yeah, this is on the Black Sea, and it's a little bit southeast of Novorossiysk. If you look on the map, there is a very nice gulf there, and that's the port of Gelendzhik.
So it is a port. Lovely. Because, yeah.
Yes, Black Sea. Black Sea port.
Sorry, I'm just answering several questions at the same time. It's all right. You know me, I like to multitask. I'm just looking at a bit of updated information about the front. Would we like to have a little chat about updated information along the front? Because,
of course.
Yes, because there's a little bit of news. Here we go. So on the Eastern Front, now this is an area where the Russians were making small gains, and it was noted that there were some areas where they had recaptured places which they had previously lost in the grey area, as it were. However, after that, they continued to follow up and had a series of failed attacks. The armed forces of Ukraine have now reoccupied the center of Klishkivka. Additionally, the enemy was dislodged from positions they had managed to occupy west of the settlement. So it would seem that they have pushed them back out of the center of Klishkivka and also taken additional space back from them. And whether it's a large area or not, it's strategic that they continue to put pressure on the Bakhmut in the east in general, because that is how they're tying up the reserves and attriting them very regularly. And then I have a little bit from the Zaporizhia front, Orikhiv axis, that military hardware of the armed forces of Ukraine has been spotted operating at a distance of 250 meters away from the enemy's second line of defense in the vicinity of Verbove. And that has been confirmed by geolocation. And it does look like things might start, coming out of there. A little bit of interesting news. I'm quite excited. That's all I've got at the minute, because, there's a lot of silence. Now, I did see... Oh, yeah, that's all right. I've done that one. I did see that there was some bad news this morning, unfortunately, that there was a missile attack in the Sumy region. And would you believe it was a school building? So the school building was completely destroyed in the city of Romny in the Sumy region as a result of the attack of Shahed drones. This happened on the morning of August the 23rd, and 2 teachers were killed and at least 3 more injured. Now, this appears as though it happened early enough that the place wasn't occupied with any children, but still, this is... Well, it's aiming directly at the children, isn't it? killing the teachers, well, it's aiming directly at the teachers, obviously, but killing the teachers, it takes away that sort of continuity in their education. It upsets their world almost, because I'm sure, Iwana, you will be able to say that your family's probably had in the past favorite teachers that were particularly lovely, looked up to, helpful, and a lot of people do make a good relationship with the teachers of their children. And also, some of these children will have lost families, and maybe their teacher is, the link to their regular existence, because their parents aren't the same or aren't around anymore. And so, yeah, it's specifically targeting children and re-traumatizing children on a regular basis. And it's particularly sick. Sorry, I had to mention that.
It's not, by far, it's not the first time that Russia attacked education facilities in Ukraine. They are targeting schools and high schools and even universities. We have seen this several times. So yeah, it's a way to do ongoing genocide, of course, because you are targeting the places where children are taught, where children may be. You are targeting the teachers. You are targeting that the personnel that is performing education there. So yeah, it's part of the genocidal invasion. I was looking to some statistics, how many schools were attacked. There are hundreds of them. Hundreds of schools that were attacked. There is an article from April that is saying that. And the loss of life, and every life matters, but teachers are important for the community, as you said, for the families, for the children. The teachers are those who transmit this love for culture and for education in general, and it's not even a war crime, it's just pure genocide. So in April, there were 381 separate incidents in which Ukrainian schools, universities, orphanages, and nurseries were damaged or destroyed. That was done, this is the report after a year of invasion in many parts of Ukraine, not only on the front lines, but even far away from the front lines in Kyiv, Lviv, and other cities. So yeah, I didn't find a more recent one, but the number is in the hundreds.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know it's just another example of what they do, but like the fella said, if you have any doubts or any wobble of whether you think you're doing the right thing, they reaffirm every darn day exactly what this is costing and exactly why they're continuing to fight. That there's no need to, have any doubts, because they're constantly assuring the Ukrainians that they're doing the right thing by continuing to just commit atrocities all over the place. And well, that's why the sooner we get everything we can to support Ukraine, the better. And that's why we've all been so very excited about F-16s. And it's lovely to be able to say that they're coming, isn't it? It's lovely to be able to sort of think, that Ukraine will actually have some of the things that they need. Maybe not in the quantity that they could use, but, they're fighting with everything they've got. And they're not going to be deterred now, are they? I have a funny feeling that they wouldn't give up even if they weren't ever going to receive the F-16s. And for that, we've got to you know, we've got to continue supporting them. It's really important. So I have a little bit of news with regards to the Invincible, another one of you know, Russia's invincible items, the Invincible T-14 Armata tank. Would you like to hear about the woes of the Armata tank?
Of course, Smokers. You know that I love the tank. You know, the power for the tank is calculated in horsepower. You know.
I wonder how many horses, yes, are needed to drag it. So, Russia's invincible tank, the Armata, is actually going to be sent for revision, would you believe, after combat use in the Northern Military District. The Armata tank was used several times in the zone of hostilities in Ukraine, and based upon the results of its use in the special military operation, the vehicle is now being returned to be fine-tuned. This is a defense industry source revealed to TASS without elaborating exactly what will be tuned. And it would appear that there's a bit of a problem. I mean, you know, that they're struggling to build any new tanks. What they're doing is they're refurbing old stuff. And, you know, that's only going to go on for so long. There is a finite resource eventually. And of course, when the T-14 Armata tank was sensationally unveiled at the 9th of May Victory Day Parade in 2015, it embarrassingly broke down in front of all the onlookers during rehearsals. So this proved to be, you know, a portent for the future. And 8 years later, it's still ongoing, the strange old story of the T-14 Armata. So that they're still trying to resurrect this thing, which I think is just amazing.
It's the zombie tank again. And you know that story when the tank broke down? In fact, they brought in another tank to tow the broken Armata tank. And that one didn't work. So they brought another tank to tow the two tanks that didn't work. So it was really funny to watch it.
Yes, and you know, they've got all these sort of Wunderwaffe weapons, haven't they? And would you like to hear about another one? This is
Please.
something that, yeah, this is something that Ukrainians have found a few, but it's something that they don't seem to have found deployed a lot on the battlefield. But let's have a look at why. So, Russia also has these Wunderwaffe mines known as the PTKM-1R. It's an anti-tank mine designed to engage vehicles through the top. So basically what happens is this mine sort of sits on, you know, a set of feet, and it's got quite a complex mechanism. So its activation process is generally quite straightforward through its sensors. The mine detects, discerns, and trails a target, and when it feels that it's within range, it deploys a submunition into the air towards the vehicle, targeting the more vulnerable roof. Now, there's a recently surfaced video of some guys trying to set one of these things up. And, well, for starters, it's pretty hard to disguise because it's a great big thing. It's about as big as the man who's kneeling down next to it. And it also appears to require quite an amount of time for deployment, which has to be done manually. And the mine's functionality depends on sensors powered by batteries, which obviously don't last forever. And it also depends on it being set up correctly, of course. So this guy who's setting it up, he just, yeah, it's like a full minute of just messing about with various bits of it to make sure it's set up properly. And even then, I don't think there's a guarantee. Anyway, so the Russian AT guide recommends installing these mines on the periphery of towns towards the anticipated path of vehicles. The mine fuse setup allows the targeting of the third to fourth vehicle in the convoy, which would therefore cause a blockage in a column of vehicles and then set the right conditions for them to be attacked in other ways. So this mine is marketed as a cost-effective solution utilized by Russians in the war. This naturally, however, leads to the follow-up questions. Have we seen a lot of these in use? Are they common? How extensive is the damage being caused by these particular mines? Have there been any documented losses attributed to this? So, our friend Tatarigami did a dive into this information and made efforts to address the questions. Reading reports, reaching out to multiple people, checking captured documents, especially relating to minefields. And apparently there have only been very few isolated instances where these mines were found and they were either inactive or were captured before deployment. So, considering the full year and a half of the largest post-World War II war in Europe, you would expect to encounter a multitude of these, showcasing the use of these particular mines. However, in reality, what we see is something almost like their armata. It's a myth in actuality. While, not one to downplay the lethality of a weapon, the fact that it is noticeably absent from any front line implies substantial issues, perhaps related to production, perhaps performance, perhaps it's not so cost effective after all, or maybe just a combination of these factors. Now, I have a funny feeling they just didn't make that many, and nobody really knows how to set them up. And it's like, oh, damn, man, that's so complicated. We'll leave those over there until we desperately need them. And then they just get left. Yeah? Or at least that's how I see it anyway. I can, yeah, I'll talk to myself all day, don't worry.
I'm here, Mockers, I'm here.
Oh, you're all right, sweetheart. I was going to say I can bring you another thread, but I do need a drink in between. So, yeah, you go for it.
I have some news. So there is a Romanian newspaper that looked really into the flights yesterday, and the conclusion is that it was a record of aerial presence yesterday on the Romanian sky and on the Black Sea. There were two Boeing E-3 Sentry of the NATO force of two AWACS that flied in parallel over Romania, NATO 11, NATO 12. This is a modified Boeing with the capacity of detecting aircraft, ships, vehicles, missiles, projectiles, and so on. It can command and control the space, the fighting space, and it can direct planes. I'm sorry, I'm trying to translate from Romanian. So there were the two AWACS, Forte 10, the Global Hawk, also Challenger 650 Artemis, a bombarder, a Boeing KC-135R, a Stratotanker, a Lockheed EP-3E Ares. So a lot of planes over the Black Sea and over the Romanian space. They fly in circles over the Danube Delta, so in the region of the channels. and over the Black Sea. What else? They also went in a patrol flight over the border with Ukraine. The Challenger 650 Artemis seems to be a normal plane, but it's full of sensors and computers that can intercept and decipher communications at a range of hundreds of kilometers. It has a satellite connection and the data can be exploited in real time. And the Global Hawk, a lot of optical, electronic, infrared sensors, very performing radar. It allows the surveillance of 100,000 kilometers, square kilometers of terrain per day. This is almost the surface of Iceland, for example. And it's a very, very capable drone. So a lot of planes yesterday. So seeing this article, I thought to search what is happening today. And today we have a lot of planes also. We have a Lockheed EP-3 Ares that is doing patrolling on all the Romanian coast. We have another plane, a river joint plane that is flying along the border with the Ukraine and Moldova. We have the Airbus KC-3 Voyager that is doing other loops in the region of the close to the Black Sea, and we have very interesting 2 Eurofighter Typhoons that are flying above the Black Sea right now. And I didn't finish searching, so I already found 5. I will be looking forward to see if I can find others. It seems to be really very busy above Romania, above the Romanian coast, and above the Romanian border with Ukraine and with Moldova.
Well, I think, isn't this part and parcel of, I mean, there's also, that's the stuff you see. There's probably other stuff that we don't see, isn't there? And my neighbour's just decided to mow their lawn right now, thanks.
We are not hearing this, Morris.
Good.
It's
So
fine.
I was going to say, I apologise for the noise if you can hear that. However, where was I? Yeah, this was part and parcel of the security guarantees, was it not? That there would be more oversight, more support, as it were. And I think it also, you know, is to assist with the possibility of insurances and, you know, putting the level of risk that they're taking into a different category, because, you know, they've got the heavens above watching over them, sort of thing. You know, Gunny's talked to us a lot about the fact that it would be a terrible idea to put any sort of additional ships into the Black Sea, you know, any sort of warships, as it were. And only really Turkey could, you know, help to patrol those waters at the moment, or anybody else who's willing to do so, at least within their own, you know, borders in the maritime space. What they call it, the littoral, and the international waters there. You know, Turkey has a big navy and could indeed protect any ships that were passing through there if they wanted to. But of course, it's all a case of, you put something there, the Russians are just stupid enough to drive into it by mistake and say, oh, wasn't us, or just lay a mine in the path and say, oh, must have been someone else's mine, couldn't have been ours. So, you know, there's all those sorts of things to take into account. And so I think the air reconnaissance is actually it's peace of mind, but without actually putting their toes in the water and saying, here we are. But they are saying, here we are, because those aircraft are visible. And so I think that's, you know, important as well.
Yeah, so you know what's funny, indeed, as you said, this is part of the, you know, security guarantees that were given after the strikes on Reni and Ismail, and I'm glad that there is a lot of surveillance. What is funny is that I found this news not in Romanian press at first, but in the Russian press. They are reporting on this. They are quoting this Romanian paper. Is not one that I check regularly because it's kind of towards the left a little bit, and I don't like it very much. But well, this article is neutral. It's about the planes above the Romanian skies, and yeah, it's funny that I found about it searching in the Russian press. So they are well aware of the capacities that are now surveilling, doing surveillance above the Black Sea and above Romanian border with Ukraine, with Moldova, and in the region of the Delta of the Danube. And with that, I will leave you, mockers. There is Nick that will come up. Thank you, and well, see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you very much, Joanna. Look at everybody clocking in and clocking out on their shifts. And I don't know what happened for me. Never mind. So, I can't always see speaker requests, and I don't think I have anybody coming up to talk to me, and I certainly don't see any hands because, you know, apparently nobody wants to talk to me today. So, and we'll go through something else that we've encountered and has been reported on by Tatarigami. That recently the Ukrainian military have been encountering what appears to be new versions, new modifications to the Russian loitering munition known as KUB, K-U-B. Obviously, can't share all the details, but certain adjustments have been made to these in order to try and improve them. So the munition was equipped with a container containing explosive material, which, based on the marking, seems to be OKFOL, whatever that is. Now, it's quite primitive in its design, so it allows mass production and cheap. And it's something that, because of these modifications, because they're actually making them more effective, a countermeasure is going to need to be put in place to, you know, help deal with these things. And it's something that if anybody knows how to countermeasure drones, you know, come and talk to me because I'd like to know. Nick, welcome up.
I'm waiting for the HQ to ping me up to co-host. A little bit of news about Spain. For those who've been watching, we have said that the Spanish election is not really of great importance to Ukraine, but people keep an eye on it. So the Spanish elections were extremely indecisive, and there's been a lot of horse trading. The current situation is that the king has invited the leader of the largest party, the centre-right Popular Party, to go first and try and form a government. This after a lot of negotiation. There seems to be a certain amount of natural justice in the largest party being asked to go first. It's not at all clear that he will be able to get a majority. First of all, he has to try and get an absolute majority, which is to say 50% plus one of all members, abstentions counting as being against. If that fails, he can try and get a simple majority, which is 50% plus one of those voting, abstentions not counting. But it's already not looking terribly good for him because before the government is formed, the first thing that the new parliament does is vote for a new speaker. And the new speaker was elected, was from the party of the outgoing Socialist Party, who came second in the election, but who managed to get enough votes together to get their candidate elected president of the assembly, as speaker. So basically things are going to drag on. It's fairly unlikely that Alberto Feijó, the candidate of the Popular Party, will be able to form a government. Then I imagine the king will go back to the current outgoing and currently acting prime minister, although in Spain he's called president. Spain has a president and a king, confusingly, and ask him to try and form a government. The whole process can take 2 months. So from the first moment when the first proposed candidate stands up in front of Parliament and says, I want to form a government, please give me a vote of confidence. After 2 months of various candidacies, if nobody has obtained a majority, then the king will dissolve Parliament and there will be new elections. So that would happen 2 months from today, or whenever the vote is, today or tomorrow, mid to late October. Election campaign needs to be 5-6 weeks long, so that wouldn't happen until December. In the meantime, Pedro Sanchez will continue, would continue in that scenario as Prime Minister, President of Spain, and as President of the EU Council of Ministers. And Spanish other ministers will hold the chairmanship of other EU committees. Again, there is no major policy difference between any of the parties when it comes to Ukraine, but I think the EU would appreciate or would be happy with keeping the same Spanish representatives throughout the Spanish presidency, which started on the 1st of July. I don't think they're really looking forward to having to brief and deal with completely new incoming ministers at all of the Council of Minister levels, especially since Sanchez is an extremely experienced European operator with good English, and his replacement Feijó speaks no English whatsoever and has no European experience. So that's the situation. Which government is best for Spain, I think, depends on your view of Spanish politics. I think that continuity of the current government is probably best for the EU, but in any case, it's not a huge problem. It's just a minor thing. So for those who've been watching this, things are moving slowly. I was going to say don't bet on it, but actually you can get the things are neck and neck. There really is, it could go either way. If you want an interesting bet, by the way, Donald Trump's weight, he gets arrested on Thursday, will be made public. We will finally learn what he weighs, which is going to be quite interesting. And there's a book, you can bet on it. All right, I will pick up this co-host invite. If anyone has any questions about the Spanish situation, feel free to DM me or pop up and ask them, and I will now fax myself down to the chair next to Mockers.
Excellent stuff. Very good, Nick. Thank you. You've woken up Prof. Hello, Prof. Put his hand up anyway.
Yeah. Thank you very much. What you just said.
Can I not hear him?
Sorry, do you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, that's so very brilliant, and you said almost said everything. But Spanish is my second language. Hablo español perfectamente. Estoy mirando. Maybe most of you don't speak Spanish, but very exciting. But one thing is that you're right. Pedro Sanchez, which you really said, what you rightly said, is he speaks good English, and why that's PSOE, the current president, and why the PP candidate. I've never heard him speak English. I don't really know where that is.
He doesn't speak a word. And actually, during the election campaign, the Socialist Party actually had a campaign advert showing their various the Sanchez and the various Europe ministers, speaking English and being interviewed on CNN, etc. And Feijó acknowledged this, and he actually did a TV interview in which he said, "But I'm now having English lessons." But he's 61 years old, And it's very difficult for someone with a full-time job to learn a foreign language to the point of fluency in less than the average mandate of a prime minister.
Yeah, I got you. But I think there's something impossible. But I don't know. I don't know how versed he is with language learning. But if I don't think there'll be problem, because if you're really serious, 1 year you can be able to approach. Maybe shy to speak publicly. Who knows? But let's see. But I want to say that. I also want to say something that either way, Pedro Sanchez and then Alberto Fico, which is the PP, the one who won the election, and then both of them really support Ukraine, and that is very, very good for the position. Only the language problem, whatever. And you see what he did in Galicia. He was the president of Galicia for quite a long time, and he did phenomenally. Did something very phenomenal. He did, very good reform. Yeah. So he's a
technocrat, and that's fine. Sanchez is a political operator who has good and bad sides, but people like him. He's extremely good looking. He goes down well at European events. Both of them are solid on Ukraine, and the key thing is that if Fico is to form a government, he will have to go into coalition with the let's say socially conservative, but Francoist far-right party called Vox. It's always a bit of a lottery with far-right parties, but it turns out that Vox, at least under its current leader, is in Meloni style solidly anti-Russia. There is a bit of concern that the current leader is not considered batshit enough by some of the members, and that they may replace him with somebody even more loony. And I'm not sure what his position on Russia is. But currently, the only Ukraine skeptical parties in Spain are the far left, and even they, frankly, are a lot less tanky than you'll find in many other countries. So it's this discussion is not a big deal for Ukraine, but it's fascinating for students of coalition politics. It's really, really interesting. And I've only moved to Spain in the last 3 years. My Spanish is getting better. It's not yet. I'm not yet able to follow every political discussion on TV without subtitles. But it's a really, really interesting domestic situation. But the overall news is for Ukraine, any change will just be in the details, and Spain remains committed to Ukraine. Ukrainian refugees here are extremely welcome. And some town halls still have their flags up from day one of the invasion. I wouldn't say there's an enormous amount, but people here are solidly pro-Ukraine.
Yeah, you're right. And then it's really exciting. I just watched the news today, and the president, this new president of the parliament just announced that she consulted with Alberto Ficon that it should be that the date she's fixing will be appropriate, and we have time to get support from other party that is not really ruling out. I don't think that's kind of skeptical about Catalonia. Catalonia really is having a big fight with this very guy, and then it's really exciting, like you said. I mean, I'm just watching and see how everything will fall. So that's on one side. On the other part, I wanted to really mention is this South Africa meeting that took place, and where Putin, I think, had the video call with the president of the BRICS bloc and all that, and then what their intentions are. And when you see. If you see, and most African leaders, I don't know where their position is. It like, I don't know what you guys think about that. What's playing, on right there? Why should they ever trust Putin and China? I don't get that. I'm just trying. I don't have the time to go through and read do some research. But I don't know your opinion about what is just going on about these BRICS. conversation and meetings,
African
kind of
leaders have
enticement
some,
that
or many
I'm
African
a-
leaders.
yeah.
African leaders
Yeah,
have
yeah,
a sort
exactly.
of mic check, Marcus.
I can hear you. I cannot hear Prof, and that was the problem.
Okay.
So I was just yeah, having to let you deal with that.
Okay, I'm not an expert on this at all, but my impression is that many African leaders have some kind of notional revolutionary ideology, whether or not they practice any particularly austere forms of socialism in their private lives is perhaps a different question, and in which, you know, America is bad. And therefore, by extension, you know, anything that is against America is a good thing. That seems to be one of the elements. I'm sure there are multiple. Remember, in the 70s, the Soviets were causing trouble in particularly sub-Saharan Africa, and it's an attractive story, isn't it? If these people are going to come and help us, and they aren't the evil capitalists who are stealing all of our resources, you know, with the rapacious multinational companies. They're often dealing with low information people in the population who don't have access to necessarily all the education and information that we have in the West. So I think they'll go with whoever's prepared to give them money, and partly, yeah, the ideology is, what did America ever do for us? I must say, though, that the West is sometimes its own worst enemy on this. One of the consequences of the populist turn that we've seen in the US with Trump, and then several European governments, is a very standard populist message is, let's look after our own, let's not give money to foreign countries. This is a fairly naive understanding of how development budgets work, because if the UK or France, quote, gives development aid to an African country, they don't just walk over there with $100 million in cash. They basically give that country a voucher to spend in the UK or France, and it creates jobs in those countries. But nonetheless, the people who vote for populist parties have this rather naive view that we're giving this money away and we should help people in our own country. Although, again, funnily enough, very few of them seem to vote for extensive social programs in their own countries either. But if you, as the West, are not helping those countries, they're going to look for that help where they can get it. And if all of a sudden the money that you were previously getting for development from France or Italy or whatever Western country has now got some kind of populist government that won't send it to you anymore, well, you're still going to want that development, and you're going to go to China, who promises to build you a bridge and a few office blocks downtown, and you're going to go to Russia, who are going to offer you security through Wagner, because you need those things. And it's a huge mistake by the West to imagine that we can somehow ignore these countries and then scratch our heads as to why they are our geopolitical enemies are establishing bases all over them. So that's a few of the elements, but I don't know which of them in practice weighs the most heavily, and I don't know which ones I'm missing out, because they would be unknown unknowns.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I think the key thing with really the exploitation of, for example, you go to Niger. I've never been to Africa for so many years now. I love to go, but for me, I can go. If I go, I'm not safe. There's kidnapping. Why? Because the young Africans are jobless, right? And there's a movement. For example, you go to Nigeria right now. In Nigeria, there was an election in February, and then one of the candidates, which is Peter Obi, was like supported by the youth, like people who live in diaspora, African American, African European, and they all put money even today I'm holding a space on that issue about Nigeria leadership. That's what I'm really excited, and with Ukraine and all that. And so this guy won, and then what happened? The criminality going on in that country, where the guy called Bola Tinubu is about 80 years, changed his age to 70 years. No fast checking, nothing. And the guy was a drug lord in Chicago, in the US, United States of America. And all these things are all right there. And the electoral body, got bribe and then selected him. And the other guy, Peter Obi, won by majority over 70% of the vote. You see that? And American, did he come over and say, hey, come on, you can't do that. And and Europeans, even UK, what's this guy's name? Sunak, congratulated this old criminal. So Africans are like, hello, you guys are doing well in your country. These are okay. And young people are being catered for, and there's high level of, employment, social security, and all that. We Africans, we are jobless. And you contradicting, saying, we're done to a criminal. And you watch the news. And there is this called Obedient. It's a name carved out from the guy called Obedience, that kind of stuff. So there's this movement going on in Nigeria right now and across the region and all that. And go back to Cameroon, backed by France, right? So I think Africans are fed up that there's this high level of hypocrisy, you know what I mean? And French would install business in Guinea and see the infrastructure dead, leaders are corrupt. So mineral resources are being exploited like uranium. So you have a lot of things going on. So I think they love Europe, they love America, right? But it's like the last hope and Putin is kind of watching what is going on in Africa and say, okay, I'm going there to cause chaos and apart from to exploit. So this is a really large conversation. So while we're doing Ukraine thing and the war will be over very soon, I hope, and it's something we should be talking about, because Africa is rich, really rich. They don't need to suffer. They don't need to cross the Mediterranean Sea and die trying to look for better life when their continent is so super rich. I will tell you guys right here from my start. So some of these African countries, like Nigeria, is richer than France. Nigeria, for example. So,
Prof, I'm going to cut you short there before hands waiting. That was fascinating. Can I just ask, and you do not have to answer this, but if you are prepared, can you just would say, well, if I were to say, where are you from? And I appreciate that for people who move around a bit, that's a very awkward question. But can I just ask your background a little bit, 10 words?
Yeah, it's something I'm really comfortable. Just saying in a brief way. I originally am from Nigeria.
Okay.
Right, and I never grew right there in that very part of the world. So, in Spain and in UK, in US, and all that. I got my family.
Nigerian diaspora in Europe is fabulous people. Fabulous people. Thank you. I'm going to move on a little bit now. Stay with us, but I'm going to move things on a little bit because some people have been waiting a while. Meta, then Rose had his hand up, but when it went down, and I think then Ming and Furious. Meta, go ahead, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. While my hand was up, the subjects changed so many times. But I'm not.
Go with what you were going to go with.
Yeah, I was going to go with a news that, a Russian combat helicopter Mi-8, together with the entire crew, arrived in Ukraine and surrendered to the armed forces, told Yuri Butusov. Russian Air Force related channels said that the helicopter got lost due to the navigational errors. this looks to be the first deliberate surrender of such equipment by Russian Federation. So very different subject. Sorry, but I
That's
thought
that is amazing.
Yeah.
Do you have a link that we could put up in the nest?
Absolutely, I'll DM it to you. Yes.
Okay, I will do that because a grown ass helicopter, not shot down, but they just sort of said, "Screw this, we're going to fly to Ukraine." If this is confirmed, and I imagine the Ukrainians will be parading it quite generously, then wow. Didn't they offer a large earlier in the war? Was it like $500,000 for a helicopter and $1 million for a fighter jet? Mockers, can you?
I don't know the exact figures, but I do know that this morning it was admitted by the Russian forces that they said that this helicopter had got lost, and the commander was the only one who had survived, and the other two had been killed. But there was then more information that this helicopter was currently on its way to Kyiv to be displayed, and then it would be used for parts.
I put it all on your DM, Nick. There's a lot of this small print, but it looks like it really happened, and that's something to see. I don't know.
That's
It's a good
fabulous.
day.
I mean, maybe we'll find. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe they didn't set out to defect. Maybe they were, hit or partly hit, and decided to. The pilot decided to save himself by landing somewhere nearby. If it's only going to get used for parts, that's a possibility. But this is a tremendous story. Thank you very much, Meta. Rose, put your hand back. You've put your hand back up, so I'm going to insert you back in the queue, and then it will be Ming and then Furious. George.
Thank you. Yes, I was also going to talk about this helicopter because we had the information. We discussed it this morning, and then we only had the Russian information that it landed by mistake and then tried to take off and was shot down. But I thought it very unlikely because, well, I don't think that the Ukrainian air defense would let a Russian helicopter land without surrendering, because it could be a landing party. They tried to take over airfield before. So, yes, this sounds a lot more sensible.
Yeah, I'm just seeing a bit more information coming from it now, and it's stating here that intelligence lured a Russian Mi-8 helicopter with a pilot to Ukraine as a special operation of the GUR, which has been ongoing for approximately 6 months. Along with the pilot, there were 2 other crew members on board who were unaware of where the helicopter was actually going. The crew made a flight between 2 air bases transporting parts to Su-27 and Su-30 fighter jets. The Mi-8 then landed in the Kharkiv region. As a result, the 2 crew members who were unaware of what was going on ended up being eliminated. The pilot, however, has remained in Ukraine. His family was taken to Ukraine earlier. Now the pilot and his family are in Ukraine, and the Mi-8 remains in Ukraine. And so did the parts for the jets. Do you like that?
Of the helicopter.
No, for the Su-25 and the
Su-30
sorry,
the Su-20. Okay, sorry. Yeah. Interesting to wonder how the other 2 crew members were eliminated. Whether sort of, like that. The meme, is it where the astronaut shoots the other astronaut in the back, or whether he sort of landed and went, "Ha guys, bang bang," or whether they got out and went, "But we're in Ukraine, start shooting," or very interesting to know. But and miraculously, the pilot didn't get shot during that operation. So yes, all terribly mysterious, and very concerning. Yeah, excellent. Excellent. Okay, carrying spare for fighter jets. Wow.
Do we know if it's in one part or did it actually try to get off and was shot?
I believe the helicopter landed safely with all parts intact. By the sounds of things, the Russians have tried to state that it would be, you know, it must have been a fight, it must have been a mistake. I think, you know, it's better for them to believe that they made a mistake than somebody actually was a traitor to them, maybe. And admit it. But the very fact that that guy's family have been found and relocated in Ukraine shows that they've been working on this for some time.
Or that there's a nice bit of disinfo from the GUR that they've hastily come up with to cover this thing, but I don't care. I don't care. I mean, there's going to be some champagne opened in the GUR offices. We want the live feed from Budanov's desk, don't we? I'm sure he'll be creaking into something resembling a smile about this. Fantastic. So a whole helicopter and parts for fighter jets.
Beautiful thing, isn't it?
It's,
I think Ming was next.
Yeah.
Ooh, thanks, Mockers. Yeah, there's some Mockers. I just saw the BBC breaking news thing pop up on my phone. The Indian lunar lander is going into its final approach, and I am so praying for it to be successful, because if you'll remember from a couple of days ago, Roscosmos's excuse was that, well, we haven't had an awful lot of experience in doing this sort of thing for, you know, whatever it is, 60, 50 years, whatever it is. Oh, they've successfully landed. Breaking news. They have landed on the moon, and the Indians did it, and Roscosmos, the Russians, couldn't. God, I'm going to rub that in.
So apparently the official story is that the engine on the Russian lander worked 43 seconds too long. I know this because a friend of mine, a German friend of mine, but who has a terrific sense of humor about the various stereotypes to which he might be exposed, commented, this is me at 5:00 p.m. and 43 seconds. Marcus?
Yeah, I was just going to say, if this thing, is it like a landing device, like a little rover or something, that it's going to go and pootle about and take pictures? Because it would be
The Indian
hilarious.
one I haven't seen, but the Russian one looked a lot like the 1969 American lunar lander, because which had to contain enough rocket stuff to get the astronauts back off. But yeah, basically it's a box on legs, as far as I can see. You have to, if you're going to land on the moon, you can't rely on landing flat because there are so many craters. So you basically have to have multiple very flexible legs, so that whatever angle any individual leg lands at, it can bend upwards, and then gravity will settle you relatively horizontal, so that you can open the door and the little remote control car or whatever can get out.
Okay,
Now,
well,
I understand
I'm just
the key
wondering.
issue is, sorry to butt in, Mockers, but I understand the key issue
Oh.
is they're both going for the difficult South Pole or something of the moon, which is the bit that nobody's been to, and the Indians have got there first.
What I want to know is if they're going to send their little rover out to take pictures of the debris of the Russian craft, because that would just be beautiful.
The moon is quite big.
I know, but still, it would be nice to find pieces of it, wouldn't it?
Actually, let me look. I mean, it don't have the actual surface area.
Well, while you look at that, we'll go to George.
Are they going to take cheese samples? Because I want to know what kind of cheese
expecting, George.
I want to know what kind of cheese it's made out of.
Bit like Gorgonzola, I'm told.
Oh God. Anyway, so Marcus, what air defense doing?
Where? Because
on the moon,
as far as I'm aware, air defence has been blowing up this morning.
Yeah, so you know the most incredible. So there's two big takeaways from that. One is that the Ukrainians had a drone or something. I would guesstimate that it's a drone, was filming this stuff from a good ways up, right? So that drone wasn't detected at all. So air defense was sleeping. It was not at night. Obviously, some kind of daylight hours, right? I don't know if it was early in the morning. It doesn't matter. There was daylight. But the fact that the system looks like is done for, stick a fork in it. The most important thing is that their operators that were there are probably done for. And that's probably going to be, like I said, a bottleneck. That is the more important, I think, target, because it takes a long time to train up people that have at least the ability to understand what they need to do with a system. And I think that's becoming a big problem now for the Russians. I think they're starved of pilots and they're starved of technicians, especially technicians that can deal with this type of stuff. Because remember, the Patriot air system was supposed to take the Ukrainians 10 months to train on. I understand the Ukrainians did it in 10 weeks. But even if we were to say Russia finds some geniuses in their country, right, that could be able to do it in 10 weeks, I don't think they've pulled actually trainers from these schools to man these systems. So who's going to train the trainers? I mean, who's going to train the new people if the trainers have been pulled to man these systems? I think that's the most important thing. It's not that they took this thing out, is that they probably took out, the operators, and the operators are going to become a problem for Russia, because Russia has a lot of these systems laying about, but we haven't seen them being employed. Same thing with our aircraft, right? They have more aircraft than we've seen in the skies, but it looks like, corruption and what have you, having the people to operate planes and anti-air missile systems is becoming an issue for them.
Gunny asked the same question in a tweet, a couple of tweets a couple of hours ago, saying, "Yeah, how on earth," said Gunny, "did they get a UAV that high up over the peninsula to record this? We're not talking about a quadcopter running on 8 AA batteries. It was something with good long range and a decent optical system and the ability to send back live feed, and it was at altitude." So I don't know that we've seen pictures of this quality and this distance from Ukraine before. Interesting.
It is crazy interesting, because you would think that a system that's like this, it's pretty much, I mean, when it comes to radars, that is pretty much right on top of you. And the fact that there's nothing on the video that's...
You're boinging, George. Is he boinging for you, Marcus?
Yeah, he's driving.
Ah, okay. George, pull over because we haven't heard any of the last couple of sentences.
I've got to mention something, by the way. Something's just happened. Now, this morning, I said there is stuff going on in the Black Sea, and there were aircraft flying, Russian aircraft flying sorties near Zimny Island, Snake Island, and I actually said it's reminding me of that Simpsons meme where the kid on the bus goes, "Ha! I'm in danger." And I just was like, those guys are taking their life in their hands, are they not? And guess what I've just heard?
Has there been a tragic accident?
There's been a tragic accident.
Oh, no.
According to the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine, the Security and Defense Forces of Ukraine have struck an enemy plane in the Black Sea. In the territorial waters of Ukraine, near Zimny Island, in the area of the so-called battle towers. I think these are like gas towers or something. Anyway, there was a collision between a Russian military aircraft and it says here, and Ukrainian combat boats. Now, I have a feeling that they've shot it down from a boat. So the aircraft of the occupiers tried to attack military vessels of the Security and Defense Forces of Ukraine, but received an appropriate response. Enemy propaganda, now I did hear this actually, this morning spread a fake about sinking of a Ukrainian boat, but in fact, the Russian missile fell into the water and continued onto the Moskva. No harm was done to the Ukrainian military. However, in response, the Ukrainian servicemen did strike the enemy occupier's plane. A missile fired from the Ukrainian ship damaged the Russian plane, which was forced to immediately leave the scene in the direction of the nearest airfield. So I'm enjoying that news as well. And I had a funny feeling that was going to happen, you know.
You know, it's such a dangerous business. Well, let's hope the pilot. Let's hope the pilot. Meta.
Yeah, no special news. I just wanted to say that, you know, Budanov, just think about his last week. All this news coming up from the deep state in Russia operations. I don't know how many of you listened to Chuck when he said what it would take for the airplane attacks. And then we have this S-400, we have the harbor radars, we have helicopters surrounding. And I just love this guy, and I'm looking forward for the competition of the Hollywood directors making his sort of part of this war to a movie. It's just, you know, the guy has tangles everywhere, just everywhere, and he's so cool. He said, "Well, there will be some action in Crimea," and yeah, are we seeing that? Yeah. I just wanted to say that I love that guy. Thank you.
Ioana.
So, Mokers, I guess you had the news. Ming spoke about the Indian module landing on the moon. This is great because Russia couldn't. So I'm glad that the Indians managed to land that module on the moon. But of course, the Russians were better because they managed to land the Mi-8 helicopter in Poltava. So this is also a great achievement. Yeah, that's all.
It absolutely is. And now the Russians know that Ukrainians are patrolling the Black Sea with boats. And you know, I would love to be able to send you the link to that, but you're going to have to look it up yourself because it is gone as soon as I've read it. I'll be honest. Now, are we aware that on this same day in 1989, 2 million people across the occupied Baltic states yearning for their freedom were, at this moment, standing in the longest unbroken chain in history? I just think it's worth commemorating that and mentioning it today. Ivana?
Yes, that's great that you mentioned that. I know that event. It was absolutely fantastic. But it's not about that I wanted to speak. You said that the Ukrainians are patrolling the waters of the Black Sea right now, and I remember that 2 days ago, a cargo vessel transited the Bosphorus. It was en route from Saint-Nazaire in France to Constanța, carrying two OSIA Les Sables d'Olonne built 32 meters FPB 98 patrol boats with aluminum hulls for the State Border Guard Service of Ukraine. These are so these two are not the first. Ukraine received other two boats like this a few months before, and yes, they have some patrol boats. And there was also that I don't know if it was a frigate or a corvette ship built in Turkey that was delivered to Ukraine a few days ago, maybe a week or something. So yeah, they have a few boats, not a big navy, but few boats at least they have, and they are doing these operations in the Western Black Sea, which is very good, and I hope that they will receive some more. The contract with Sables d'Olonne, I believe it was for 5 or 6 patrol boats of this type. I have to check this. But anyway, these two, maybe they arrived in Ukraine already because they were delivered to Constanța a few days ago.
One of my, sort of carrying on with the Baltic theme, I recently learned on the border between Latvia and Estonia, there is a park, and the border is the Schengen internal border, so you just walk across it, and there's a children's swing, and the support tube of the swing is parallel to it is the border line, and so children can, it's a sort of seesaw swing, and two children can stand on it and swing between Estonia and Latvia on every back and forth. They go in and out of Latvia and Estonia, which, as far as I know, is not possible at any of the borders of the Russian Federation. Absolutely amazing little. If you put border swing Latvia into Google, you'll find a video of it, and it's quite interesting for perhaps Americans who want to understand how the Schengen border works. The Schengen border is pretty much the same as a state line. The internal Schengen borders are pretty much similar to US state lines. That is to say, there are different legal systems on either side of them, but you don't need a passport, generally speaking, to cross them. There generally won't be a control unless the police are looking for somebody. And almost the ultimate expression of that is that you can have a child's swing that goes between one and the other. Ioana?
So of course, Schengen is a difficult subject for Romania because we want to be in Schengen for like 11 years, and Romania is filling all the conditions, but still we are not in Schengen because there are some countries that are thinking that Romania is not good enough for Schengen. But yeah, the experience with the Schengen borders, I remember that I went by train from Belgium to Netherlands, and we realized that we are in another country because the color of the cows was different. Yeah, there are different cows in Belgium and then in Netherlands. And then we received all those messages on the phones saying that we are in another, country. And also, I believe last summer we went to Slovenia, and we practically didn't know when we passed the border between Hungary and Slovenia. It was not marked. We just realized that the writings on the signals, on the signaling panels on the road are different, and things like this. We didn't realize that we crossed into another country for a few kilometers, let's say. So yeah, it's a good space for travel. It's amazing. It's a good thing, and I really, really hope that Romania will be accepted into the Schengen space, because Romania really did a lot of efforts to maintain the European border all these years, and a lot of investments and so on, and we are losing money also because of this. So yeah, when you see announcements about Austrians saying that yeah, it's the fault of Romania, it isn't. Practically all the narratives that they are promoting are either fake or misleading, because they do not really have a problem with Romania. They do have problems at other borders, and of course Austria doesn't have a direct border with Romania.
Yeah, no, it's all politics. The one, well, the thing is, when Romania joins Schengen, Romania will be responsible for implementing the external Schengen border, and that is going to require from next year pretty much quite a lot of equipment. So I'd be interested to know whether this is being ordered on the basis that, because I think there'll be a vote in December of this year again, and I'd be interested to know whether that's being got ready, because it's Croatia. I think I'm right in saying Croatia was, the vote to admit them into Schengen was last December, but the external border didn't move from Slovenia from the Slovenian-Croatian border to the Croatian-Serbian border, for example, until about June or July of this year, because it does take some time. So the small downside from Romania is that you will be operating the Schengen border, but that's part of being, a full member of the EU, a full member, a proper grown-up country, which everyone apart from Austria knows that Romania is. So all I can do is offer some sympathy, and I imagine that the vote will be, I can't believe that Austria will be allowed to get away with that veto again. So I strongly hope that this will be arranged. If even Hungary were voting in favour, yeah. But I mean, yeah, Austria, man, what you gonna do about them?
Yeah. So thank you. So as far as Romania is concerned, according to Romanian officials, everything is ready since 10 years ago, and also Romania was a EU border country. So it's prepared to defend these borders quite well. Yeah. The last thing I heard about the Schengen is almost like you said about Croatia. There will be two phases. The first phase is concerning the airport, so the travel by air, which hopefully it will be at 1st January next year. Hopefully, we don't know yet. And then a second phase for the ground borders. But according to Romanian officials, everything is ready since years ago.
Are there many domestic flights within Romania? How many Romanian airports would have today domestic terminal where you don't need to show a passport when you get off the aircraft?
Oh, there are quite a few, at least a dozen.
Okay, so basically what happens when you join Schengen is that all of your flights from most 90% of EU countries, apart from Ireland and Cyprus and Bulgaria, arrive at basically the same terminal as domestic flights, and you just pick up your baggage and walk out as if you're on a domestic flight. So what might have to happen is they might have to swap terminals, because I can imagine at the moment, for example, at Bucharest, I can imagine that probably 80% of the arrivals are international and 20% are domestic, whereas post-accession to Schengen, 80% of the arrivals will be domestic or Schengen, and 20% will be from outside. So there will have to be either some, depending on how it's currently laid out, maybe there aren't 2 terminals, maybe there's just 2 lanes, but there will have to be a rapid construction of and demolition of existing partitions and construction of a new one, just to take into account where the traffic is going. So it's always interesting times infrastructure-wise. The other thing that is happening is that the EU is going ahead after the Paris Olympics with both the ETIAS visa waiver electronic registration and the new EES electronic admission terminals, which are very similar to the ones that anyone who's flown to the United States in the last 10, 12 years will have seen being installed. It's self-service, you put your passport on, it takes a picture, it takes your fingerprints, it prints out a bit of paper with an X on it, and you give that to the immigration official. So both of those are coming in 2024 at the external Schengen EU border, and so those will need to be installed. But again, this is just a question of time and logistics, and I'm sure an exemption can be given for 3 months or 6 months or however long it takes. Joanna.
Yeah, so I will try to be brief because maybe this doesn't interest so many people. I can tell you about the biggest airport in Romania, the one in Otopeni. It has an internal part for internal flights and an international part. The international is much bigger, but there is a separation between EU and the rest of the world. So it will be quite easy to make the separation between Schengen and the rest of the world and integrate it into, the working order quite quickly. We have this automatic check-in and automatic passport terminals. I never used it because when we travel with children, and you cannot use that self check.
No, it's not the same as that. It's not the same as that. At the moment, that just reads the chip in your passport. But the new terminals are going to be a whole new world of excitement. Now, even if Romania doesn't make it into Schengen, which we firmly hope it will, you will not need the ETIAS pre-travel authorization. EU citizens, even of non-Schengen countries, won't need that. So they'll probably get rid of the old passport gates and just for the Schengen border. Not quite sure. In some airports, they're going to have to get rid of those gates because they need to make room for the new ones. So it's all a little bit uncertain what's going to happen, particularly in those grey areas where a country is in the EU but not Schengen, which hopefully will soon only be Cyprus and Ireland. All right, so nobody DM'd me to ask about the Spanish situation, but if, as ever, when I'm up on the panel, if you have questions about the Schengen area or international courts, now's the time to ask them by DM or pop up and talk to us. I've just been told that the Indian mission to the moon cost $75 million. Which is less than half of what the Russian one did. So Russia not only doesn't work, but also expensive.
Estimated at $200 million, so it's more than double.
Yeah, more than double, $200 million, yeah. Although, of course, that was presumably paid in rubles at some different exchange rate, so maybe it was only 150 million when they built it. Ho ho.
Yeah, so I don't know exactly how many.
Hold on, it would be the other way around, wouldn't it? It would be the other way around. So maybe it was 3 times when they built it, and it just isn't worth quite as many dollars anymore, all those rubles.
Yeah, but maybe some of those funds went to different ways, not to the moon, but in some pockets. Because I was just reading in Commerçant earlier, I don't have the article now in face, but the chief of acquisition from FSB is arrested for fraud. So does it surprise you?
Fraud in Russia? Gosh, well, I'm going to have to sit down.
Also yesterday there was the responsible for the economic how do you say economic transactions or something like this, also arrested for fraud. Chief intelligence officer in economic transactions, something like this.
Oh, so like the sort of the man in charge of preventing fraud.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And he was arrested for fraud.
I mean, you know, presumably he has both means, you know, opportunity and means. Yes. I mean, to be fair, in any government system, there is a need to construct your oversight in such a way that the people in charge of combating something do not themselves become the absolute masters of it. So, is anything bad going to happen to him?
Oh, I don't know. He is under investigation right now. I can watch the situation to see how it goes.
Oh, I mean, maybe he'll just be able to buy his way out.
If Prigozhin made it out, you know, maybe, we don't know.
Do we really think that Prigozhin was in Africa?
I just saw, I mean, the background, I don't know, didn't look very, he said it was 50 degrees, but it didn't look very sunny. I mean, maybe this is a little bit, maybe that's a bit simplistic.
And he was quite well dressed for.
Yeah, I mean, dedication to his unit, but you know, does Wagner not have a kind of summer uniform? If you see pictures of the El Alamein campaign, both the German and British soldiers are wearing shorts, which seems sensible. He looked like he was wearing a flak jacket, which is, I mean, did he even expect to get shot? You know, presumably for the duration of making a video, you're going to try and go somewhere you're unlikely to get shot at, so you take that off. But maybe he's just looking macho. Also, it doesn't get to 50 very often in Africa. 50 is still an exceptional temperature. Maybe he doesn't know how to measure the shade temperature.
Yeah, but still not a drop of sweat. Have you seen? His face was.
Well, maybe he's been taking tips from Prince Andrew. Bamako weather. Right now in Bamako, it's 31 degrees, which is the same as here in Palma de Mallorca. Again, maybe other bits of Mali are a bit warmer, but 50 seems unusual. Yeah, in fact, it's 33 here in Palma de Mallorca today, so it's not a whole lot hotter here than there. So 50 degrees, maybe there's been a bit of inflation. Prof, tell us about the weather in Bamako, or
yeah. And Nick, I wanted to ask you: have you ever been to Africa?
Briefly, on vacation, I have been to Kenya, I have been to South Africa, and I have been to Morocco and Tunisia. But I wouldn't claim to have had any great experience of you know, the everyday life of Africans.
Yeah, I got you. I think you should leave Africa when things are better. That's what we are fighting for. Anyway, I just want to say that Africa is really hot, very super hot, and I've got a niece in Ukraine, right? And she was born in Ukraine, and that's why I excited. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's not Russia, because one of the slogan, and if you will, is like just like in America, you say if you belong to a Republican Party and your sins are forgiven, right? So you have that kind of notion that is really practical. Like it's even on the news where a minister will say, I did this corruption or whatever happens, and it's not arrested, right? The rule of law is absolutely down, like many places in Africa, Nigeria, for example, right? And then and in Russia, I think it's something similar. I've never lived in Russia before, but I just kind of insinuate that because I believe that if you belong to Putin party, if you belong to oligarch and all that, I think your sins are forgiven. I mean, if you steal, I mean, the rule of law is just different for you. So I think there could be different type of justice in Russia, right? Anyways, and I don't know what you guys, think about that. But and also as a roundup, I just want to thank you guys for what you're doing, your time. I've been here for months now in Ukraine, MriyaReport.org. And it's amazing the time, the contribution. I'm so excited each time I hear because I'm really anti-dictatorship. Okay, I'm anti-racism, discrimination. I stand, against corruption, and then justice. That's what I stand for. And then this evening I'll be holding a space with folks at 7 p.m. I'm in Spain right now, so we decided we're gonna. I'm hoping as soon as possible we'll say Slava Ukraini. That's my hope, right? And there should be level playing field with all these countries in Africa, country in Europe, in America, and then the Russian they will collapse. That's just the point. They will fall. They will fall. They will split. Whatever happens, we will be watching. A lot of things will be available to watch. Anyway, but Nick, you should visit Africa. Oh, sorry, live in Africa. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you, Prof. Did you get my yellow alert message, Marcus?
I did not, but
Okay.
I will tell everybody that we do have an upcoming segment this evening. So upcoming at, now then, I've got to work it out. So it is 7:30 p.m. London time, 21:30, so that's 9:30 p.m. Kiev time, 2:30 p.m. Eastern time, and I think the rest of you can work it out from there. That our friend Beefeater is going to come and have a segment with us. This is Beefeater's Tower Guard, talking about the failing price cap and sanctions and the risks of the dark fleet. Now, we all know that Beefeater does the most amazing threads, and this is something that he's been keeping an eye on for some time. And so he's going to come and give us an update. And well, don't miss it, folks. Set your clocks, set your alarms. I can see him listening now. I won't drag him up, but just to say that please be aware that there is an upcoming segment this evening. So set your clocks, your watches, whatever you want to do. Thanking you very much. So what else have I got for you? Yes, I've got a strange declaration out of nowhere, and it's a bit like these declarations that we get, that yes, we're just doing some training with gunfire at 11 p.m. at night, just a sudden declaration out of nowhere, and then suddenly you hear that there's all sorts going on. So the governor of the Kaluga region, Vladislav Shapshah, wrote this afternoon, just out of the blue, 2 UAVs were allegedly destroyed on the territory of the Kirovsky district near Sheikovka, which currently hosts an airbase. He said, of course, that there were no casualties and no damage. Now, how many times do we hear that? So I'm just wondering if there's several planes destroyed. Now, there is a bit of information. I'm just having a look at this. So what are we on? The morning of August the 23rd. So this is coming from Russian source Krybar, and it's regards to the missile strike on Cape Tarkankut. So this is with regards to the S-400. Now, according to what he's saying here, that there are several military facilities located there, and the armed forces of Ukraine have been actively monitoring them for several weeks. So they said they've now changed tactics. 2 drones were sent and approached at a distance and drew air fire. So they drew off the air defense. And then as the drones were in the process of being shot down, almost immediately after, the anti-aircraft missile was launched. 3 Ukrainian missiles were fired. And it says, from the sea. That's what I'm saying. So just yesterday, a group of boats with Ukrainian Defense Intelligence and the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine scouts were operating 40 kilometers from this location, probably conducting visual surveillance. Yes, our pilots may have destroyed one of the boats. Oh, as well as 2 more near Snake Island, apparently. But their activity was unique, but shows that it was not random. The strike itself must have been carried out by anti-ship missiles. I don't know why it could and why it must, but anyway. And for 2 weeks here, Ukrainian sailors have been actively transporting unidentified weapons to Snake Island, and using an empty gas production facility to the east of it. I don't know if this is true, but it's interesting. And the threat from boats now cannot be written off. At the very least, they carry man-portable surface-to-air missiles and anti-tank systems, including RBS-17s armed with Hellfires. Now, I don't know, obviously, if all of his deduction is true there, but it does seem that Ukraine have, they were given some small boats recently that did have some capabilities for, coastal defence, shall we say? And I just wonder if they're starting to utilise them. Nick?
I just got a little note from an alert listener who said that the Russian lunar lander, Luna 25, spent 15 years in storage. Seems quite remarkable. But I suppose, maybe they built it and didn't have the budget at the time and then decided to send it up for a bit of rah-rah morale boosting publicity during the war. And presumably it was mothballed and not, maintained at any great level of readiness. And they didn't do all the de-mothballing correctly. So just another day in Russia, really. Iwana, do you have more on that?
Well, I don't know. 50 years seems a little bit exaggerated. The last mission on the moon from the Russians was in '76, the Luna 24. Maybe they began by then working at Luna 25. The program, after the breakup of the Soviet Union, the program was cancelled. It was reopened somewhere in 2005, if I'm remembering well. Then there were a lot of setbacks, and finally in 2023, it was finished this spring. So I don't know if all the module was in storage. Maybe some components were. 50 years seems a little bit exaggerated, but again, they didn't do much, they didn't invent much, they didn't advance much in the last, 50 years. So, yeah.
I'm hearing some good news, by the way, which I think I'd best bring to you. That Lithuania have stated that they're going to provide, I believe it's 2 additional NASAMS launchers, and they're going to arrive in Ukraine in September. This is stated by the country's president today. And he also emphasized that Lithuania will indeed support Ukraine to victory. And
Actually, it just says additional NASAMS launchers, which says more than one, doesn't it? So I don't know exactly how many.
What's nice at the moment is, and I've seen this recently, 2 or 3 things, is because the announcements are, with the exception of the F-16s, but because the announcements are very often of additional material, it is as simple as kind of, getting it out of storage, dusting it down, giving it an oil change, and shipping it, because the training know-how and the operational, the operational support and the logistics that you have to put in place for these systems, for example, for NASAMS, is already there. I don't know how many NASAMS Ukraine has, but I imagine that adding 2 more is, minimal impact on their side, and so these things will get there a lot quicker than was the case with the first ones, where we had to go and find out how to work the things. So the scaling up is even better than in some ways than the initial deliveries. The incremental cost to Ukraine of doing that is negligible or greatly reduced. They just need a slightly bigger warehouse to put them in. I'd be interested, actually. Well, I would be interested to know, but it would be an OPSEC disaster. Interesting to understand how Ukraine moves these high-value systems around to keep them safe from air attack, because presumably they are aware that there will be informants giving away the locations. I remember reading quite early on that one of the first things Ukraine did, because I was very concerned about storage of fuel, and why didn't the Russians just blow up 2 or 3 refineries and starve them out? And apparently in the first couple of months of the war, Ukraine bought up every fuel truck in Europe. And basically Ukraine's fuel storage is not 2 or 3 huge depots, it's thousands of tankers, each with a few thousand liters of diesel in them. And so it isn't worth the Russians expending a precision munition to blow any of them up. And even if they do, that's only going to cost Ukraine a few thousand liters of fuel. I genuinely didn't think of that. But when I said, surely the Russians will just take out the fuel supply, and Ukraine decentralized its fuel supply in a matter of weeks. Abdullah.
Hey, Dr. Brown, Marcus, good evening. Yeah, I just wanted to welcome back, Dr. Brown. How was Taiwan? I think that's where you went, right?
No. Taiwan, Korea, and Japan is October. I was on a Greek island meeting my son's probable future in-laws, who live on a beach on a Greek island. That was great. It wasn't too hot, and we had a very nice time. And you could walk out of the front door of this house down 4 meters of sand, and your feet were in the sea. Very interesting place.
Oh, I spoke too early. Sorry. Yes. I'm looking forward. I hope you give us a good feedback about Taiwan. I'm planning to go to Taiwan. I have 2 good friends of mine from university when I was in the States. Yeah. So what do you call? I was gonna ask you about the fortunes of one Pedro. What's his name? Pedro Sanchez. Have you discussed about? Apparently, he has been popped up by the Catalans. Is that true?
No. Well, okay. So about an hour ago, we talked about this. So first of all, the Spanish election. Apologies for people for whom this is a repeat, but the Spanish elections were inconclusive. Sanchez, who after the local and regional elections in May, his party was facing a wipeout, decided, rather than wait until December when he had to call elections earlier, so that he didn't have kind of 6 months of being a lame duck. And this worked out pretty well. He turned around a substantial amount of his deficit in the polls. So no party has an overall majority, and the center-right / far-right coalition also does not have a majority. In the So the new parliament convened about a week ago with the new deputies, because it takes 3 or 4 weeks for the deputies to be confirmed. They have, because of the proportional system, they have to wait for all of the overseas votes and the postal votes to come in, and that actually did change the allocation of one seat in Madrid. So the parliament convened, and there has been just massive horse trading going on for the last, well, since the election, but certainly in the last week among the deputies. So the first thing the parliament did was not to vote confidence in a new government, but to elect a new speaker of the parliament. And Sanchez got his candidate elected. So he got the support of a few Catalan nationalists, at least as far as electing the speaker, who is from Mallorca, where I live, where we speak Catalan. And so although she is not an independentist, and no one in Mallorca is an independentist, she speaks Catalan. So that was enough to get him the support of the Catalan nationalists, at least as far as getting his choice for speaker. Then began the more serious negotiations about who's going to be the next president of the government. And various people this week have been going in and out of the King's office. Yesterday evening, the King announced that he was going to give first chance to form a government to the centre-right party, which was the biggest single party. So they have to try and get together first an absolute majority. Excluding abstentions count against. If they don't get that, they can try and form a simple majority in which abstentions don't count. If that still doesn't work, then I imagine the King will invite Sanchez to form a new government. That may or may not work. That can go on for quite some time. If there's, in the meantime, Sanchez remains acting president and remains president of the European Council of Ministers. And until, if nothing happens before the 22nd, 23rd of October, if they can't sort it out after multiple attempts and multiple horse trading, then there will be new elections, which will probably be held in the first week of December, which is when the elections were scheduled to be held anyway, before the snap election. The advantage of all that from the point of view of the European Union and perhaps NATO is that there will be continuity with the existing government, who are pro-Ukraine, pro-Europe, pro-NATO and everything else. On the other hand, if a new government comes in of the centre-right, it will also be pro-Ukraine, pro-EU and pro-NATO, mostly pro-EU. Depends how far right the far right party are, but it will be pro-Ukraine. And so it's not a huge deal either way. But I think the international organisation, I think the EU would prefer not to have a change of person sitting in the chair of the Council of Ministers, just because that looks a bit funny, and the new incoming person will have a slightly different political priorities. But it's all mostly, as far as we're concerned, here on this space, we can just get out the popcorn and watch. There is no sort of existential issue for Ukraine involved, and it's, yeah, as I said earlier, it's a fascinating example of democratic constitutional politics in action when an election has not produced a clear result. And it's being gone about in a very civilized manner. The King of Spain is reasonably well respected, certainly more than his predecessor, and people are watching the news results. People who are interested in politics here are watching the news reports all the time, but there is nothing really for anyone else to worry about. So personally, I hope Sanchez retains the leadership until the end of this year, simply because I think he's a better politician at the European level than his potential replacement, who is a technocrat who, as we discussed earlier, doesn't speak any English. So after that, what's best for Spain will depend on what the programs of the parties are. But as I say, personally, I would like to see Sanchez continue. He has those relationships in place, and changing the person who's in the chair of the Council of Ministers during a country's presidency is one of those. It happens from time to time because the presidency is established, or the date of the presidency is established many years in advance, and it will or won't match with your electoral cycle. But I would remind people, for example, that on the 1st of July, the day that Sanchez became president of the Council of Ministers, and 3 weeks away from the election, in the middle of a campaign, he went to Kyiv. So his commitment to Ukraine and to the EU's commitment to Ukraine is unquestioned, and I'm a bit of a fan of it from that point of view. There's some other things his government have done that I'm not a huge fan of, but it's it's all good, basically. If you want the 3-word version, is it's all good.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, the main reason why, but I know he's been supportive of Ukraine and all that, but at the end of the day, he hasn't been delivering the goods. So I was thinking maybe he'll come back to power, and then he'll be more assertive from that front. But
you mean in terms of delivering equipment? I think the biggest problem has been that Spain doesn't have a whole lot to give, and he will still be in coalition.
They have Leos.
Yeah, it's never been quite clear what condition they're in, but it certainly hasn't been kept back, as far as I know, for political reasons. But yes, everyone could be giving more, and maybe they will. His coalition partners are, well, the far left party that he was in coalition with have become part of a larger far left grouping, and they're very much a minority part of that far left grouping, because the rest of the far left is very unhappy with what that party Podemos did. The far left in Spain is a little bit tanky, but not especially tanky, and they certainly will not be occupying the defense ministry. So yes, Spain could do more, but
yeah, the other party I was concerned about is. Sorry.
Yes,
sorry.
No, carry on.
I don't know. I'm hearing you late. I'm getting it.
Okay. So yeah, really very little change, and is that if it is the centre-right, far-right coalition, that the far-right party, Vox, is anti-Russia, which is not guaranteed when you're dealing with a European far-right party. They do seem to split on that. So Vox is, in its current incarnation, I would say Vox is quite close to Meloni's party in terms of their policies. But they did lose seats at this election. There is some internal conflict. I mean, there always is within far-right parties. And there is a slight danger, particularly if they do not make part of the governing coalition, that they will be taken over by an even more batshit leader. So, and we're not sure what that leader's position would be relative to Russia. And the issue there would be that if they change leader to a more batshit one, and then the right comes out better in the December elections, then things could get a little bit complicated. But that combination of circumstances, I think, is relatively unlikely. Spain's economy is doing pretty well. Inflation is probably the lowest in the Eurozone at the moment. Unemployment has been coming down. That's part of the reason that Sanchez recovered several points in the polls between May and July. If that continues, the left might well do even better in December, and Sanchez might return with something resembling a working majority. But any of the possible combinations that could come out of the current parliament, even if they manage to get a vote of confidence before the October deadline, is very unlikely to hang around for very long, just because it's going to be depending on, one or two people not being ill or not being late back from lunch for a vote or something. It's going to be extremely delicate.
Oh, perfect. Thank you so much for that information. Yes, and I hope he comes back, and then he can deliver the Leos. Thank you so much, Dr. Brown.
If George is listening, I've just sent you an invite, George. The best I can do with my situation.
So, whenever I'm co-hosting, I always try to make this little announcement to say, if you are a long-time listener and there's something you've always wanted to ask, no matter how silly it might sound, the longer this goes on, perhaps the sillier it feels to not know for 547 days what the difference is between an armored personnel carrier and a tank, or what the difference is between the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court, or anything like that. Either put your hand up and request a microphone, we'll be happy to talk to you, or feel free to send me a DM, and I will ask, by default anonymously, I will ask your question for you on the air, and we always get some really interesting conversations out of these long-term unasked questions, because it turns out that as well as the regulars up here on the panel, there's also lots of people out there who listen every day, for whom MriyaReport is a tremendous source of support, but who've got these one or two little niggling questions. There was a discussion yesterday about aircraft, was it following the nap of the land? Low-level bombers following the nap of the land, and somebody DM'd me to say, I always thought it was the map of the land. Because I sort of said, what is the nap of the land? And George or one of the military savvy people explained it. And someone DM'd me and said, thank you for asking that. I always thought it was the map of the land, and I wondered how the bomber followed a map. So really, if you think you've misheard something, anything like that, come up and ask it, or DM me, and I will ask it in a way that does not expose anybody to ridicule. And with that, George.
Yeah, and let's be honest. I will say this: there is no dumb question. That's how people learn. The only dumb question is the one you don't ask. I always say that. So, but Nick, on the leopards that Spain has, and this is just not only Spain. I don't want to just Spain, but everybody that has them. It doesn't matter what condition they are in, Nick. We've got the companies in Germany that are willing to refurbish them. So, you got to take that initial step. So if they had sent them like 2 months ago, and they needed refurbishing, some of them would have been refurbished by now. But it just goes back to the whole thing, and it's the delays. It's that and for whatever reason, that's become what people see. People are starting to see that the delays are becoming critical. Not only to this offensive, to a lot of things. So these people have to just pull the trigger, literally just sit there and say, okay, we've got these, we're willing to send them to Ukraine. We don't know what condition they're in. We're willing to send them to whatever country, if Spain doesn't have the capability. All right, preface it with that and say, oh, we don't have the capability to refurbish these, but maybe the original manufacturer is interested in doing it. And make it, you see, this behind the scenes stuff, that doesn't do any good. That plays into Russia's propaganda stuff. They need to come out and say, look, this is what we're going to do. This is what we're willing to do. But the fact that even if they're working behind the scenes to do this, the more you work behind the scenes, the more you play into Russian propaganda. You see, the West, they're not really doing anything. They're not, there's multiple things I think that are a problem when you have equipment and you don't sit there and come out clearly state, look, we have equipment, we were idiots, we didn't take care of it. It needs to be refurbished, but we're going to figure out if someone can refurbish it for us. I think the fact that none of this is coming out doesn't help anyone. And countries need to get around that. The other thing I wanted to ask you, Nick, this is my question for you. This would be the post-war thing. Do you think that when this war's over, because we've talked about, you said something about tankies. There's tankies in every country. Obviously, the left in Spain, but you said they're not as tanky as they could be. Probably not as tanky as the left in Greece because they're on another planet. But when this war is over, I always think that education and getting the right information out to people helps, But my question is, when this war is over, how do we go about explaining to people, showing people what the Russians did, and explaining, because I'm worried that they're going to try to say, oh, this was just a couple of guys that were doing this. I'm scared that they're going to try to go down the road that the Germans tried to. Oh, it's just just the leadership. We were all innocent, and that's what I don't want to happen, because this is a collective guilt in my eyes, just like it was for the Germans, and I don't want I don't want to say, oh, you're being Russophobic, blah blah blah. No. When they sit there and they cheer on that a 6-year-old was killed and post all kinds of nasty things on their social media, when that 6-year-old was killed in Chernihiv, it's a collective guilt. And how do we make sure that in the land of the woke and the my feelings crowd, how do we push forward to get that message across?
I think trials will help, high-profile trials, and the slight difficulty is that the bulk of the trials for war crimes will take place in Ukraine in sort of regular Ukrainian courts. I think it is going to be important for there to be a lot of publicity about the atrocities committed by Ukraine, and in a way, it's almost unfortunate. We know from the communication people know this. If you want to draw attention to a huge famine somewhere, don't show a picture of 20,000 people standing there with bowls looking starving. Find one photogenic child. You'll get far more donations that way, which is rather cynical. So the difficulty is to somehow convey the scale of it while taking into account the fact that what actually kind of impacts people is individual cases. I don't think there's an easy solution to that, but I think the international community has to, and the media have a role in this. We have to highlight the butchers and what we're going to find in Mariupol and that kind of thing. For people to understand that when we said never again, this is, never again happened. You won't get through to the hardcore people.
Yes, they're lost.
They're lost anyway.
Yes.
And I still think the vast majority of Europeans and Americans, given a choice between Ukraine and Russia, would choose Ukraine. It's that at the moment they see a choice between worrying about the Ukraine war, worrying about paying their heating bills, worrying about all the other things that we have to worry about in our daily lives. And we need to understand, I think, here on this space, that we are the exceptions. We are the people who think about this from dawn to dusk, and other people are not going to. But I hope that something will emerge from this for people to understand that not only is Russia not some form of continuity Soviet Union standing up against the evil American hegemony, which is pretty much the basis, I think, of tanky thinking, but that, for all its flaws, the Western order has, has its advantages, and if you don't like it, well, you can go and live there. And if you don't like it, you can go and live there is actually a terrible political argument, because you can use that. I remember seeing people saying, well, if you don't like Donald Trump, you can leave America. But I think the opposite argument has some weight. It's like, if you're a Russian and you think that the West is so decadent and awful and trans people and, my God, blah, blah, blah. Well, how come you're sitting in this cafe in Italy, enjoying the view? Why aren't you back in Russia if it's so brilliant? So that's sort of, why don't you go and live there? For the citizens who came from that country, I think that's a reasonable argument. It's like, oh, okay, it's the greatest country in the world, but you choose not to live there. Interesting. And I think we need to see that. But I mean, in terms of how we get people interested in learning that, I don't think that you can. I think you have to rely on as much exposure as possible and hope some of it sticks. But I'm not optimistic that we can suddenly make people interested in these things. We can update our school books to say the Nazis did this, and then we said never again, and then, well, look, the Soviets, the Russians came and did that. But social psychology was meant to have eliminated this after the Second World War. We were going to make sure that the Nazis never came back. Well, great job, people.
I was going to say, Nick, one of the things I think that would help, and you said that the trials would be, I know, obviously a lot of them are going to be held in Ukraine, but I think one of the things that would help right now is the technology we have. I think that this is my idea, and that's why I wanted to ask you if because you've dealt with this stuff. I think it would behoove the Ukrainians to live stream some of these trials and actually group the trials by, I know this is going to sound crazy, but by subject matter, just like they did in Nuremberg. It wasn't just the major trial that happened in '46. There were subsequent trials, but the trials that would be persecuting the people that abducted children. I would, if I were Ukrainians, I would start with that one, because that one might get some people's attention, and I think those should be live streamed.
I mean, they perhaps will be. I don't know what the Ukrainian legal system allows for. I don't think the live streaming is necessarily. I don't think that many tankies are going to be tuning, or proto tankies are going to be tuning in to watch the minutiae of the trial of, was it Soldier 487 or Soldier 486.
Yes.
So I think we're going to need. No, we're going to need our liberal media in the, not in the US political sense of liberal, but in the our liberal world media to decide that this is a project worth dedicating some time to, with good documentaries, your country's leading. I don't know if it's 60 Minutes or whatever.
It would be 60 Minutes in Frontline. But what I'm saying is, so when you see, if you live stream things, then what happens is, and I know this is like, because everybody's attention span is that of a flea. You would be able to get and I hate to say this, but very important sound bites that can be disseminated. Yep. There's and really quick, I just one quick point. There is a movie that was done years ago. It was about it was a TV movie or something like that. It was a 2-part, and it was about the Nuremberg trials, and it was pretty good. It discussed how Göring tried to sway the jury and obviously the other defendants and things like that. But there is a great scene where they have the commandant of Auschwitz in there, and the good thing that this made-for-TV movie did was they used the actual transcript of what he said in the trial, and that has become a soundbite. People play that. I've seen that, and it's it's shocking what he said. But do you see what I'm saying? Like, you'll get somebody to say something like, well, as a matter of factly, because that's, you know, that's what I was told to do, or that's what we did. I think that would help, because then those things on record, filmed, you can't deny what someone is going to say coming out of their mouth, someone that perpetrated the crimes. And that's what I'm saying, is like, eventually that will start to maybe seep into some of these people that aren't really tankies, but, you know, don't really know what the hell's going on because they haven't paid attention or whatever.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there is some powerful communication to be done here, and I think something we have in our favor is that Ukraine is extraordinarily good at this and will be, you know, contributing to it. Just on the leopards, I had the impression that Spain was doing some of the restoration itself. It's interesting. They had a whole bunch of leopard ones, and early in the war, the suggestion was that they were in they're in storage, but basically in such terrible condition they should be ready for scrapping. And I'm trying to find. Then that message changed a little bit. I'm trying to find out what happened. Spain also has the Leopard 2E, where E stands for España, because they actually manufactured leopards under license in Spain. And the company that built them has been acquired by General Dynamics, it was denationalized. But Spain has the ability to refurbish tanks itself, so they could actually deliver them in good condition, which is, you know, less work that needs to be done by other refurbishing things. So I'm going to go and actually try and see if I about why that's going so slowly. But the impression I have is that it's not. It's the usual story of incompetence and sort of, you know, people not signing off on stuff rather than any kind of open hostility. Spain delivered 6 Leopard 2s earlier in the year, and then a month ago they delivered 4 Leopard 2s, 10 APCs, 10 some trucks, a few ambulances. It's not great. It's not a whole large amount of kit. But I think it's probably very similar to what's happening in other countries, that people are saying, well, you know, we need these to defend ourselves. And at the level of the people who are taking the operational decision, that's probably, you know, the right decision according to the standing orders they're working with. It needs a much higher level of politics to go along. Okay, forget what we told you had to have, you know, as your establishment. The issue that we will have to deal with, i.e. Russia, will be smaller than we expected, particularly if we ship some of the stuff now. But I saw over the weekend Sweden saying, we're not going to give any Gripens. We need them to defend ourselves. So, you know, each country is going to do that, and none of the countries are going to really move until one of the others does. And I was in Greece last week, as you probably know, and Greece has an enormous number of tanks, does it not? And, you know, and seems to be supportive of Ukraine. So every government is looking around and going, yeah, but what about this and what about that? And those are all, I think, at one level, the officials making those calls are doing so based on the standing orders that they work with, because this is the military or the civil service, and both of those work on orders. And it absolutely takes the politicians to understand, I think, what is required of them, and to have the political courage to act on that. And the difficulty, if either major party in Spain was in a
Did I just lose Nick?
I believe I lost him too. Nick, can you hear us? I think we lost your audio there, my man.
It doesn't matter. It means I can get a word in edgeways now. 2 subjects have gone past and I've totally forgotten what I wanted to say about them, but never mind. uh, uh, I'm lost now. Roos, come and talk to us.
Yeah, to be fair about the Griffins, what he said was, we're not going to give any, and we can't give any Griffins up yet because we don't have enough of them. And I don't think we're talking about the 100 Griffins that are in service right now. They want the E version, and there are simply not enough of them produced yet. That, what he said, was a lot more encouraging than anything we've heard before. So it was a very, very small step forward, but it definitely, I mean, no Griffins today, but doesn't say anything about the time frame. It can be 0 in 10 years, or it can be the whole Ukrainian Air Force airframe after airframe as soon as they're produced. We have no clue.
Yeah, there's a bit of fog around these things, isn't there? And well, I suppose that's for good reason. We have to just be satisfied with what we do know. George?
Yeah, can anybody give what's the potential for Saab and its subsidiaries to produce the E version? What are we talking about per month? If someone can get a fix on that, like a real fix, not a guesstimate, and then you would say, okay, in about 3-4 months, they can produce X, Y, and Z. Then you would have a better understanding of what this statement meant. Because if they can produce 4 a month, right, which doesn't seem like a lot, but if they can produce 4 a month and they have 12 or 16 at the end of like what would be the Ukrainian training period on them, then, you know, there's possibilities there. So that's why I'm just trying to figure out what the production capacity of Saab is, if they really want to if they really want to get this thing in Ukraine, which I think Saab really is keen on doing. They need to get this airplane in a combat scenario for 2 reasons. One is they want to help Ukraine, and the other thing is it would be a huge boost to their sales.
I can help you with a bit of parameters. I haven't done any calculations, and we don't have enough information to give a definite number. But we know that Saab hired a lot of people and started to work 2 shifts basically when the war started. And usually it's too expensive to have people working at night this week. So they raised the production capacity. There were Gripen E's on order from Brazil and from Sweden, about 100 aircraft, and there were orders for the upgrade of the CD versions with new computers, electronics, radar, and so on. So we know that they intended to produce like 100 aircrafts in the coming 5 years. And let's say they work 2 shifts. That would mean like 100 more aircrafts in the next coming 5 years or so. And one of those years has gone. So let's say they've made 20 now extras that wasn't planned before. That's a very, very, very loose guesstimate, but it could be 10, it could be 30. I don't know.
Yeah, I think the first people that are going to know when the Gripens are in Ukraine are going to be the Russians, besides the Ukrainians. So we're just going to have to, you know, and remember, you do not want to telegraph when this stuff is there, right? You don't want to give them the heads up. So that information is on a need-to-know basis, and the powers that be realize that we do not need to know that information. So we just have to sit back and hope for the best.
Zigolman, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to, I don't want to dampen enthusiasm, but unless tail numbers are reassigned, like, in production, where they were going to one country and now they're going to instead go to Ukraine, I would be very, very surprised if it didn't take 2 years from a standing start to get the first aircraft, maybe, to Ukraine, right? So to me, the only practical way of getting Ukraine weapons anytime soon is to reassign, who's getting them now. And it's a 3-year, in a typical procurement cycle. It's a 3-year aircraft, right? Most aircraft are 3 years. From the time you sign the contract to the time you start delivering the first aircraft. So if you said in wartime you did that in 2 years, but unless Sweden has their supply system primed with all their long lead parts, the only way to do this is to reassign tails from existing customers that are intending to get them. I just think that's the only way this would happen. And it would be obvious. It would be hard to protect that information if they had contracted for, extra aircraft, because the supply chain, is so broad. There are thousands of suppliers, and if you ordered more aircraft than you had published, it would become very difficult to protect, because every supplier that's out there would be publishing their delivery rates, right? Because they're all businesses that work with open books, and it would be very, very difficult to hide the fact that you've over procured for your supply system. Just to kind of, so the focus would, to me, would need to be, getting, if indeed Gripens come there, it's to get existing customers their aircraft reassigned. That's the only way you're going to get new aircraft anytime within 3 years, I would say. And just to comment on the remanufacture process and how the challenges of it. I've been part of remanufacturing processes, and it's a very, very difficult process to manage a schedule, because you induct, in this case, the tanks, the Spanish tanks, and the supplier has a statement of work, and it's going to upgrade this and replace that, and what invariably happens is, when you open things up, you find things that aren't in the contract that need to be then contracted and resolved, and sometimes that's parts that need to be then found. It's just not unusual that you break parts just taking the aircraft, or the tank apart. There's always a risk when you take something apart, you're going to break something just taking it apart, and that's a significant risk. And all that stuff is very difficult to manage in the remanufacturing process, because you have to kind of anticipate all the possibilities of things that could be broken that are not intended to be broken, but could be broken just by the fact that you're taking things apart, and have stuff on the shelf to replace it. So it is the most difficult thing to do, remanufacturing of high-tech stuff, and be schedule certain, right? So it takes shorter time, yes, but schedule certainty is always very difficult to predict, because you never know what you're going to find when you open it up, and you never know what you're going to break opening it up. So just a couple comments on those last two things.
But if you never start, you'll never find out.
You'll never start.
That's my problem.
You're not any day. You're not one day closer till you start. That's exactly right.
You, Stuart, I'll come back on that first.
Yes, please. We know a little bit about what is missing, because right before the war, someone at or the invasion, someone at Saab actually said that the bottleneck was the engines, and that they were even back then trying to increase the orders of the engines from the USA, and that was the bottleneck of increasing Gripen production.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. There'll be a list of long lead parts that, after you get the engine solved, then you move to the next part. You know what I mean? It's a continuum.
Yeah, the upgrade process, they are done with the testing. They have already started the upgrade process of the existing Gripen, so they have flying aircraft that has been upgraded. So there are no more surprises there, unless it's due to anything being broken on a certain airframe.
Yeah, right, things break, but that's the point. Things break just taking them apart.
Yes,
Right?
yes, but they have started this, and by now they know how much time and what is needed on the airframes. So
yeah,
and
and I
what
was commenting
probably
more. I was commenting more on the tank upgrade, the Leopard 1 tank upgrade, and there's a lot of question about where Spain is in that process, and that they can do it. But saying you can do it and being able to do it efficiently is an upgrade. It's a completely different process for managing your supply chain.
Indeed. The difference between the upgraded C and E is the two big differences is still going to be 8 instead of 10 hard points, because that's not touched, and the E series has this thing that it can fly supersonic at very low fuel cost. That's not in the C version, and it will probably never be unless you start to modify the airframe, because that's about aerodynamics a lot.
Go ahead, Nick.
Two things. Okay, well, I want to change the topic, so let's hold off on that. I just had a small update from Spain. So the vote to elect the new Prime Minister and majority will now not take place until the last week of September. So the President of the Parliament, who, a reminder, was elected by the deputies sympathetic to the outgoing government, has decided that the vote will be held at the end of September. So nothing's going to happen until then. Sanchez will continue as interim Prime Minister. All of the outgoing ministers remain in their posts. There is some feverish analysis of what this decision means. Some people are saying that it actually gives the centre-right party a better chance of getting the votes they need together, and it really is going to be decided by one or zero votes, and it's a secret ballot. I believe it's a secret ballot. Actually, no, maybe electing the speaker was a secret ballot. I need to check that out. Anyway, they need 3 or 4 people to change sides. So that might give the centre-right party a better chance of getting that majority. On the other hand, the president, newly elected president of the parliament, is from Sanchez's party, and presumably won't have taken this decision without at least having a word with him. So it's all getting very intriguing. But for the immediate next 5 weeks, Sanchez will remain acting an interim president of the Spanish government and president of the European Council, which is another month of continuity, but for what that's worth, good or bad. And then I had a new topic brought by a listener. So if the current discussion has come to an end, I will mention that. But I was briefly distracted, so I don't know if we've reached, would you say we've reached the end of the previous?
See hands, Nick.
I see a request. Yes, Meta's hand is up. Is Meta going to be on that previous topic? Or?
Well, she's been waiting, so yeah.
All right.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'll be short. Yeah, hope that Sanchez is going to continue because they have very warm relations with Zelensky. But I'm not worried about Spain. They are pro-Ukraine country. But about Gripens, I want to say that Saab is a Swedish manufacturer. So same rules don't apply to them. They do it if they want to. And Saab has shown a very strong support for Ukraine. And I have seen, I think it was in March, I saw the test pilots checking Gripen, and I've seen a video of Ukrainian pilots flying Gripens in May, and now it's August. So, and they said that it's gonna take 3 months for Ukrainian pilots to handle Gripen. Also, there's been talks about, we're talking about 14 aircraft that was almost ready, and also they can upgrade some of their own C versions to the EV version. So we are not talking about 100 aircraft, but we'll see. It might be that US won't let Sweden to be first in Ukraine. I don't know what kind of things there can be in the spare parts or something, but I'm sure that Sweden can give them 14 Gripens in weeks now, but we'll see. It's fog of war. We don't know, but I'll stay positive and I keep my champagne in the freezer. So Nick, go ahead with your topics. Thanks.
Yeah, so this came in from a listener, and assuming that Russia is not occupied as a result of the conclusion of the war, which I think is probably still unlikely, although every day that goes by with stuff happening in Moscow makes it very slightly less unlikely, what is the mechanism by which Russia would give up war criminals for trial? Interesting. What do we think? I suppose.
Would you think that sanctions might be something that they'd want to discuss?
I think it would. I mean, we would have to assume as an absolute minimum that Putin, if we think about the end of the Yugoslav wars, it took a new government in Belgrade that wanted to play nice with the European Union for them to start cooperating with the international courts and extradite Milosevic and company. So I think as a minimum, and yeah, I'm trying to imagine the circumstances under which Russia would suddenly become sufficiently liberal democratic, not in the sense of Vladimir Zhirinovsky's Liberal Democratic Party, to envisage the extradition of, let's say, 73-year-old VV Putin. He's 70 at the moment, but year for the war to finish, another year for Russia's internal turmoil to result, and the ICC says, "Hey, Russia, we would like you, because you're not a member, so we're asking nicely, to extradite." Most of the top leadership, and if you don't, then the following sanctions will be taken against you by not the UN, because I think UN sanctions would require the Security Council, but yeah, the EU, the US, and then the question is, to what extent are the Western bodies prepared to maintain and even extend sanctions on Russia simply over the extradition of a few senior war criminals? We've already seen that Unilever and Auchan and Mercedes and various drinks manufacturers are not prepared to let their business suffer one bit, despite the fact that actual genocide is going on.
Now you've said that, Nick, Mercedes have started to pull out of Russia. And one of the things that they did, and excuse me, I've got to go to my door at the same time. One of the things that they did was they cut the software link to their. Oh, it's exciting! Yeah, they cut the software link to their vehicles, so they can't update.
Is this in the last week or so?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
So
No, but
Audi, Mercedes, and BMW have all done this. And what it's actually done is, I didn't realise that it would make such a problem, but I thought it would just stop them from updating. But no, it actually stops like most of their luxury features from working. So
well, these yes, because I remember reading that if you buy a BMW now in the United States, you have to pay a monthly fee for the heated seats to work.
What's that? Sorry. Yeah. In some cases, it does relate to the heating. Yes. So some of the cars now don't have air conditioning or heating, and I don't know if you're aware, but that Solioli of bloke, he drives one of these luxury vehicles, and he was very, very annoyed. That was the one thing that really upset him. You know, not murder, not like all the people dying or anything like that. No, the fact that his luxury car no longer works.
He's got a cold body and a hot head. Not a combination we would wish on anybody. Okay, but then anyway, basically coming back to the topic, yes. How would we extradite these people? What would persuade people to do it? And what degree of political will are we prepared to exercise in the West to get that to happen? Given that Russia will be doing its hardest to convince everybody that, okay, you know, we won. As a gesture of goodwill, having won, we withdrew all our troops from Crimea. Why are you still persecuting us with your Russophobia? So, yeah, I mean, basically, these people are not going to be going anywhere very nice on vacation for a long time. But I think in practice, I don't know. Do you think Putin or any of the top leadership will ever see the inside of a courtroom? I don't.
I don't know for sure, but Raven's got his hand up, so.
Good morning, everyone. So, given Putin's popularity, I don't think there's any chance of Russia changing its laws to extraditing. What may be possible if he falls is for the Russians themselves to put him on trial, maybe with the ICC or international observers having a quiet backroom, access so they can make sure everything's above board. And then they may try to go to the world community. Like, look, dude's in prison. He's never getting out. He's 73 with our prisons. He's going to last about another 6 days. Can you give us some relief? I think that's probably the best we can hope for, because I don't see Russia changing its own laws to extradite people to the ICC.
That's a really interesting possibility that I hadn't thought of. My prior on that is still low, but it's certainly higher than Russia extraditing the guy to a court that, to be fair to them, they are not members of, in the same way the United States is not a member of, and I wouldn't expect them to extradite anyone to a court that they're not a member of. So that's interesting. The Russians, someone of the level or the perceived democraticness of Navalny, although we're not sure we trust Navalny very far. But the question then is whether the international community would regard that as justice. Interesting. I still think the vast majority of the trials will take place in Ukraine, which is going to be a functioning, victorious country with a proper independent judiciary, a proper legal system, massive, I think, Western support for the expense involved in that, but the prosecutions will be done in Ukraine because the offences were committed there. And we'll be reserving the ICC, for the ringleaders and the people that the international community wants to say, never again.
So trials in Ukraine could be just as tricky. Like I said, Russia will not extradite its own citizens. Now, Russia may be willing to extradite some people for dog and pony shows to try to normalize relations, assuming that Putin falls. But I really think if push comes to shove and Russia has to do something, they'll try to do trials inside Russia itself. And then the question for the international community in Ukraine is whether or not that will be good enough. And if it was to be good enough, what would be required as a minimum level of sentencing, charging documents, like what are they actually being charged for? I don't think Ukraine would accept that Putin gets put on trial for ruining the Russian economy and misleading his people. I think they want he gets put on trial for wars of aggression and murder, rape, looting, and all of the lesser includeds for starting a fascist war of aggression against Ukraine. Ukraine might be willing to accept something like that if there were enough guarantees that these criminals would actually spend time in real prison, not just, house arrest and their $30 million dasha.
Yeah, really interesting analysis. Thank you. So thank you to the person who asked the question. And if anyone else has a pretty basic question like that, DM me and we'll discuss it on air.
So I'm hearing, by the way, some more panic coming out of the Kherson region. This is the occupied left bank. And this is coming from a particular commentator, Romanov. And he's saying, what kind of bleep dirty word is happening right now in Kherson? Interaction, reaction, speed. It is all completely absent. The enemy launches boats across the Dnipro River. They make rotations. They land vehicles. There are simply no words. And they've also been apparently harassing them with reconning force as well. So lovely to hear. I'm quite confident that things are going to happen around that area, probably soon. Welcome up, Alex.
Good morning, everybody. Regarding Putin and his extradition, I honestly think he will fall out of window before being extradited anywhere, because it will be too embarrassing for Russia, this whole open process. And depending on when it happens and how many more crimes he will commit, it may or may not be enough, so to speak. But I doubt the Russians will ever let Putin sit in the court and talk. He will either die himself or kill himself in a prison, like similar to Milosevic. We also don't know if Milosevic did it himself or somebody helped him. Yeah, I do not see either Putin talking in a court, but I do not see him living all the way to that. We still need to win the war. It's like we're discussing as if it's done deal, but unfortunately, it's not yet done deal. Russians, meanwhile, are kind of still, you know, delusional about how to get out of this war, but still, you know, retain whatever they stole. It like the land they grabbed. It's kind of delusional, absolutely delusional. But how much longer it will take so that they kind of get rid of their delusion? And how many people will die? That one I do not know. But there are some good news today, so why don't we kind of look at them for a change?
Well, there is lots of good news today, Alex. Yeah, I mean, I personally woke up to booms in Moscow, so that cheered me right up. And there were a number of drones hit Moscow, and of course, disrupted their air travel again. And then today, we saw what Budanov meant when he says, "Watch what happens in Crimea." And today we've seen the destruction of a Russian S-400 system. Wow, a reconnaissance drone just happily floated overhead filming it. This is something that, a commentator here has said, we have now entered the Babe Ruth calling his shots phase of the war. I'm going to say that means more to Americans, but I'm going to say that he was obviously hitting it out of the park, yeah?
There's an extremely famous picture called Babe Ruth calling his shot, and basically he's telling everyone where he's going to hit the next ball because he's that good. So it's it's a sort of synonym for, or a metaphor for, sort of complete mastery. We're going to determine what's going to happen next. If you Google Babe Ruth calls his shot, it's a very famous bit of American iconography.
There you go, you see. I learn something every day. Thank you very much. I knew he was a baseball chap, but that was as much as I knew. So yesterday Budanov did indeed say, watching Crimea, watch what's going to happen over the next few days. And well, there you go. Interesting stuff. Raver?
So hopefully I have audio this time. That was a really impressive explosion. There was a lot of energy released when that tail went up. And I think they're only like 4-pack missiles, so those must be really big rockets because that damn thing went everywhere.
Yes, and there looked to be a lot of bits and bobs around it as well that may also have received damage in the process. So happy days. I imagine they're going to have a terrible problem clearing that up and fixing everything again. Nick, do you have another subject, or do you want to come in on this before I go to Zigolman?
I have a moment of humour.
And now I'm just waiting.
Sure. Oh, well, so from the British satirical, political satirical magazine Private Eye always has some good takes, and they have featured. I don't think this particular animated series as a stop motion animated series called The Clangers, who were people who lived on the moon and had adventures in the 1970s, and I don't think it ever made it to export. Anyway, resistance to the Russian invasion of the moon stepped up today as heroic freedom fighters downed a Russian rocket. Led by Major Clanger, the insurgents rose from the craters to cheer their success, and there are pictures of the Clangers who were apparently responsible for taking this ship down. And then it ends with, last night, the Kremlin confirmed that Russian Space Agency Chief Yuri Agananov had successfully landed on the pavement outside Putin's fifth-floor Moscow office. Mission Control said there was a window of opportunity for a manned flight lasting some seconds, and he fell out of it. Putin hailed the window as a true Russian hero and awarded it the sash of Lenin. So yes, the rocket didn't make a successful landing, but the head of the Russian Space Agency did. Delicious writing by Private Eye, who are not only great friends of Ukraine, but actually have been very, very solid on UK defence matters for many, many years. They're sometimes regarded as a bit of a lefty rag, but they tend to be just against whatever the government of the day is. And they, in their serious news and background pieces, they often write about UK defence and particularly procurement issues in a way that is a lot of the UK press doesn't handle. So for anyone in the UK who's maybe occasionally looked at Private Eye, it's well worth reading regularly. And for those outside, it will come up in conversation here. And it's a source of many, many British in-jokes. One of the jokes they have is that their articles are written by terrible journalists with names like Phil Space or Philippa Column. And of course, this one about the moon is written by someone called Phil Outer Space. Ho, ho, ho. Non-stop banter. So a moment of humour.
Love that. Zigolman.
Yeah, I just wanted to say as impressive as the boom is, which it is impressive, the more important part is it appears they got the radar, which is in the command center. Like the launchers part makes the impressive boom, but that's not the important part of the system. And then it appears they got the important part of the system. Launchers can be had probably relatively easy. Radars and command centers, not so easily. So I just want to comment on that.
I think Raven might.
I was coming back at Nick. I was just wondering if he thinks the clangers could have held on without the assistance provided once again by India.
Don't underestimate if you Google the clangers, you will see they are adorable knitted. I mean, they were literally knitted sock puppets, and the sounds they don't speak in a recognizable language. The sounds you hear are what's that whistle called where you have a slide at the bottom, like a flute version of a trombone?
Theremin.
I'm sure we had a sort of much less exotic name for it at the time, but I'm sure I read recently that they were actually using enormous amounts of, or this may I suppose be a rumor. Yes, this was a story from 18 months ago. They were created by a much loved British animator called Oliver Postgate, and it turns out that they were using a great deal of profanity. So all the noise basically was this kind of theremin or whatever it is, whistling sound, but apparently there was a great deal of effing and blinding in there, which I think is pretty funny. Much like, and I wonder if this inspired, I don't know whether the makers of South Park would have even been aware of the clangers, but when Kenny talks in South Park, apparently a lot of the time it's completely filthy, but being spoken into the back of a hand, and therefore we don't get too much of the detail.
Excellent. Kerry, welcome back.
Hiya, just having a quick break. I'm working today, so I just saw that James Cleverly has 2 hours ago, I don't know if it was said 2 hours ago, posted Crimea is Ukraine. How major is that? That's really good.
UK Foreign Secretary, for those of James Cleverly. British Foreign Minister. Yep.
Yeah. Which is rather good.
Couldn't be a clearer message, could it?
I'm going to listen in for a little bit. I'm in my beach hut. Say it again, darling.
I said it couldn't be a clearer message.
Sorry, Mockers, I can't hear you, Poppet. I'm going to go back to listening.
There's some irony in this, isn't there?
No, it couldn't, could it? Yeah, absolutely. I am currently trying to wash my eye out with a medicine spoon that I've sanitized.
Well, at least you're not trying to leverage your eye out with a medicine spoon.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to listening because I'm sorry. I think I've been talking over the top of you.
Did you say you were in Ibiza?
No, she's in a beach hut.
A beach hut.
Right,
a less glamorous holiday location, but not entirely dissimilar in pronunciation. Yeah. So it's interesting, isn't it? That, I mean, the timing of this, because I mean, Crimea is Ukraine, but it's you wonder whether this has been a little bit coordinated with the messaging around Budanov and whatever that it happens to be this week.
Yeah, I think lots of things aren't done on by accident. Hacker fella, welcome up.
Just real quick, what he was talking about, I don't know, in the States we just call it a slide whistle. It's not a theremin.
That's more, yes, that's more what I think it would have been called. Yeah. So yeah, if any Americans are listening, I'm sure there'll be an episode or two of the Clangers on YouTube, and it was just sort of delightful, innocent children's entertainment. And for those of us who watched it at the time, we never knew that there was lots of rude language going on.
Yeah, slide whistles are used a lot in American cartoons too, so that'd be familiar. I'll have to look that up. Thanks.
Yeah, the clangers are super cute. So yeah, it is very wholesome and adorable, and apparently very blue. Raver.
So this is aimed at Zagolman. So you're saying they got the command module and the radar as well. How in the why that I just can't process why a system that should be at least designed to operate in a dispersed fashion to prevent that has that happen to it, unless Russians maybe pulled them all together for internal security reasons. Because there's absolutely no reason to put the launchers anywhere close to the really sensitive bits, just in case that happens.
Yeah, I'm just telling you what I read. I mean, who knows if it's true or not? I'm just, yeah, you're right. It makes no sense. They could be 50 kilometers, I think, away from each other. Like, they don't need to be coincident with each other. I don't know. I'm just telling you what I read. Maybe could be wrong.
What I read said that not only did they get all the equipment, but they got the personnel too.
Yeah, I mean that's the part that's like I said, it just it all smells of people and lack of training. The whole that they didn't they didn't see the drone there, right? So it's a radar. Like it's got to be able to see. The equipment has the ability to see that drone. Like the question is, are the crews trained enough in order to take that data and say, hey, that's a drone hanging out there? Because what these systems typically have is they have what's called a threat library. That's an automated process that helps the radar operator identify threats. And all these drones wouldn't be in their threat library, so they wouldn't be able to depend on automation in order to identify threats. They'd have to kind of manually reconcile signals and say, hey, that's a threat, because the system's not going to help them. Because the system will key on size and airspeed and altitude, and they'll tell the operator, hey, this missile's coming in. But if something's not in the threat library, then you're dependent on the operator himself to take that raw data and be able to conclude that there's a threat out there. And obviously they didn't, because there was some very large drone sitting there taking pictures at high altitude. So, you know, it's not surprising that that drone wouldn't be part of the threat library, but it's very surprising that the crew itself couldn't take the raw data and conclude that there was a drone there sitting there watching them. So that just tells me a lack of training, and the fact that they would keep these systems close enough together that they could be taken out is another indication of just poor training and poor tactics.
Also, the possibility that maybe the Ukrainians have an insider or are able to spoof the Russian IFF, and so the system doesn't twig because it thinks everything flying is friendly. And then related but undersea, anybody have any comments on that video of Ukraine launching an unmanned submarine?
Oh, I did see something about that. Yeah, myself. It was being tested, wasn't it? This sort of these pods as well, apparently, as well as being able to take a missile. You can also fill them full of, you know, supplies. That's the word, supplies. Yeah, very interesting. Fella who bonks, I know you had something to say earlier and had to drop off, so let's go to you first.
Yeah, hey, real quick, Zagolman, 3 thoughts as to how they didn't detect that drone, and why wasn't everything dispersed. One, we're assuming the radar was turned on. That may not be a valid assumption. Number 2, I know there is a maximum angle above it the radars on those can see. And I think it's something like 42 degrees and above, they are blind. So this drone appeared to be more or less directly overhead. You know, if somebody were to work the angle, I would guess it would be in the 50 to 60 degree territory. So the radar just may not have seen it. And number 3, while this could certainly just be piss poor training, and that possibility should not be discounted, which should also not be discounted, is the very real possibility that the actual performance and capabilities of the hardware does not match the writing on the tin. It would not be the first time that that's been found to be the case with Russian equipment. I don't know that the insider notion is terribly convincing, because unless that insider was nowhere near this strike, whoever it was, if they were at that site, would have put themselves in extreme jeopardy, as we saw. But I would guess they might have been a little afraid of harm missiles, as they should be.
Yeah, could be. I mean, could be. I mean, when I think of stated performance, there's always a subtlety. You know, I'm in the aircraft business myself. There's always a subtlety. The fact that something can do something is interesting, but not important. The question is, can it do everything all at once? So this system should be able to be. You may be right. It could have been outside its, you know, its angle of that it could sense something. It had to get there. But the fact that the system can sense that system doesn't mean that it can sense all other systems at the same time. That you have to decide what you're looking for and set up the, you know, the S400 for your most probable threat, right? So simultaneously looking for everything is probably where they kind of do white lies about what the system can do, because the system should be able to see this a drone that has zero airspeed, because if you look at the specs on it, it says it should be able to send something at zero airspeed. But saying that it can send something both at zero airspeed and a high airspeed at the same time could be where there's a little bit of a white lie in the spec. And you can't do them simultaneously. You have to decide what you're looking for in order to see it. And that's how they get past a lot of these things. That's how their aircraft are, when they tell you the specs of their aircraft, I know, you look and say, hey, look, it can do all these things, but it can't do them all simultaneously. That's where the lie is.
Yeah, and I suspect this isn't an RCS issue because this appeared to be a quadricopter, and usually rotating blades like that generate a hell of a radar return, even on a small drone. Guessing this is either an angle limitation or they just didn't have the damn thing turned on. And that certainly wouldn't be a first.
Or they just weren't looking for anything that was flying at zero airspeed, hovering, right? You got your radar set up to look for a missile. It will ignore, the system will ignore. The operator can see it, but it's not going to be part of your threat library. It's something hovering. If it's not looking for something hovering, it's not going to tell you, hey, there's something hovering.
Now, they've had a lot of attrition in these forces, so I wonder just how well trained at this point the guys that are operating those batteries actually are.
Yeah, I think they're depending on the automation. I think they're depending on the
be launching from, and I don't think there's quadcopter be launching from, and I don't think there's quadcopters with that kind of endurance. You almost need.
And so I think we're probably looking at either a quadcopter or, yeah, you're right. Most likely it's not one of those short range ones. And this is something with a pusher that has VTOL capability. And we've definitely seen photos of those. So, and I'm sure there's dozens of drones models that we've never even seen photos of. And that's good. We don't need to know until after this is all done and dusted.
Luca, welcome up.
Good morning, Walkers. Hey, yeah, you waking up to this pretty spectacular fireworks. Thank you for the Ukrainian armed forces to accomplish this very spectacular strike. And what I'm hearing in this discussion over here, and sorry, I just came in, maybe I missed something, but also reading on Twitter, lots of focus on the drone, and I understand that that is the info we have, like what we can see, and lots of discussion about it. But like my question is, can we make any inferences, any kind of like assumptions about how the Ukrainians actually strike it? What could they use given the distance? Are we talking about Storm Shadow? Are we talking about some other drones? Gimbler is probably too far away. Did we discuss about what was the actual mean, to carry out the strike? Thank you very much.
I don't know. I think a few people said it could have been a harm missile, but we shall see if we get some answers in a moment. Chris, go ahead.
Oh, hi, Mockers. Thanks for having me up. I was just going to explain a little bit behind how, I guess, the physics behind a normal pulse Doppler radar works, and why it might actually be just that these vehicles are going very slowly. So there's two there's two. You can have two basic types of well, technically three types of radars. You can have one that is just what's called a pulse radar, where it sends out a pulse, and say at point A, if an object is at point A, you get a return indicating the object is at point A, and then if it moves to point B, you pulse again, and you get a return of that object at point B. So that's pulse mode. The emission and the return are both the same frequency. Now, most of these radars that are anti-aircraft radars, they're what are called pulse Doppler radars. So if you understand that light can be thought of as a wave without going too far into the quantum part of physics, but basically light can be thought of as a wave, and it has a, every wavelength, all spectrum of light has a specific wavelength, especially radar waves, or which are actually microwaves. But basically for pulse Doppler radars that are designed for any aircraft systems, there's it has a pulse, but in addition to the pulse, what the radar is actually looking for is it's looking for what's called it's something called the Doppler effect. So if an object is moving towards the source, and you emit radiation, and it reflects off that object moving towards you, and it comes back, the return signal is going to be shifted to a higher to a lower wavelength, or to a higher frequency, and that is an example of what's called the Doppler shift, where basically if an object is moving towards you and you're reflecting a light signal off of it, it's going to what we call blue shift, or it's going to shift the frequency to a higher frequency based on the velocity of whatever that object is towards the source. But if the object is moving away and you're emitting light at that object moving away, what happens is that the return from that object is going to be what we call red shifted. In chemistry, in spectroscopy, we call it a red shift when the return is at a lower frequency than the source. But the thing is that what these pulse Doppler radars that these anti-aircraft systems are looking for is not just the raw return of the signal. It actually filters the source frequency out. But what it's looking for is the minute shifts in the return frequency, and from that it can calculate the velocity, the instantaneous velocity of whatever object you're tracking is from the radar. Now, for what's called a hard lock in radar parlance, so whenever the calculated velocity of the object in pulse, from the pulses based on its change in location is in sync with the velocity given by the Doppler shift, that's when those are in sync within a certain tolerance, that's referred to as a hard lock or a radar lock. And so what happens is that in order for a radar to track or to be able to get a hard lock on any foreign air threat, the object has to be moving relative to the position of the radar source. If it's not moving towards or away from the radar, that's what's called notching, because there is no Doppler shift if the object isn't moving, and the radars automatically filter out objects that are standing still, because otherwise they would detect trees, they would detect birds, anything like that. And that's what's referred to as the Doppler gate of the radar. So whatever the Doppler gate is of any given air defense radar, it's going to filter out objects that are traveling at a velocity below a certain speed. Usually, I want to say, just get. I have no idea what it is for the S300, but for I believe it's something like 60 or 50 miles an hour. And so, if an object is moving slower than that, then that means it's virtually invisible because it's below the Doppler gate. There is, in the normal sweep mode of a radar, it's not just looking for the raw pulse return. It's looking for the Doppler shift, and it's filtering out Doppler shifts indicative of speeds below a certain speed. Usually, I want to say 50, 60 miles an hour or so. And so the thing is with so helicopters actually present kind of a unique problem for radar because they have angular, what we call angular velocity, and the return you get from a helicopter rotor is, at least on when you're looking at using a pulse Doppler radar alone, it looks like a giant kind of noisemaker. But you can kind of track them in pulse mode, but it's not something you would be able to use if the helicopter is going slow enough. You wouldn't necessarily be able to use a radar guided missile in pulse Doppler mode. That's why heat-seeking missiles are usually preferred for helicopters in that regard. So that's also why I've kind of been an advocate of the Harrier, because it can, you can rotate the nozzles to 45 degrees and fly below the Doppler gates of most air defense radars. But anyway, I think what's happening in a lot of these cases is that the aircraft that are infiltrating Russian airspace or infiltrating into Crimea, in this case, the drones were just flying. I mean, in most cases, I think it's really that the drones are flying below the Doppler gate of the S-300, which, I want to guess is around, say, 60 miles an hour or so. Anyway, all in there.
Oh, thank you very much, Chris. Very comprehensive. Pauli, welcome up.
Yeah, thank you, Mockers. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm not so bad. I'm getting up to my last 10 minutes now, so I'm okay. Just
All right. So I'm gonna surprise you with some flash news.
Excellent. Go ahead.
Yeah. So like we all know, today is the Ukrainian Flag Day, and Finnish Prime Minister is visiting Kyiv, and they're gonna have a press conference in 7 minutes. They already had one, and now our Prime Minister told that they're gonna ship the 18th package, and they're gonna he put it in a really brief and Finnish way. They're gonna send ammunition and quote unquote heavy weapons, and that was said, enough said. But I think we can conclude that it's gonna be something heavy. Other than that, I think it's good thing that our Prime Minister is visiting there. The support continues, and I'm quite confident that there will be 19th and 20th package and as many packages as is needed in the end. So that's positive news.
It certainly is. Thank you, Pauli. And I do like the Finnish way of explaining things. We will send ammunition. I like that. You've got the Germans there who are spelling out, like, every single shell that they send. And the Finnish are just like, yeah, we're sending stuff. That's all we need to tell you. Love it. Thank you so much. And please let us know what he says if there's anything interesting comes out of the press conference. Luca.
Yeah, Makar, sorry, I wanted to follow up on the, let's just call it strike package, because I hear you guys said harm, right? But if you look at where the radar station is, it's pretty deep into Crimea, so that means that the Ukrainian would then need to fly like a mission with some jets and come relatively close, because I don't think that the harm can travel like that far, right? So if that's the case, it means that the defenses there are already pretty weak, So I'm not saying that that's not what it is, but if that's what it is, it's probably even worse news for the Russians, right? So this is a very interesting topic to me. So I'll be listening if anybody has any opinions throughout the day. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Luca. Now, apparently I've been ignoring Nick's hand for ages, so please go ahead, Nick.
Yes, finally, my mic button works. It's always when you're co-hosting and you have kind of minor points to make. It's a difficult dilemma whether to sort of use your right to interrupt or queue a few things up behind a hand. So full alert listeners. First, from Nexta TV, which is reporting the Financial Times, which is reporting sources in the UK government, in the coming weeks, the UK will recognise Wagner Group as a terrorist organisation. So that is Nexta reporting the Financial Times, presumably accurately, which is reporting UK government sources. So take that as you will, but the UK is preparing to recognise Wagner Group as a terrorist organisation. So that's one. Second, also from an alert listener, the person who asked, there's half the chat that I had with that person disappeared. Suggestion, I think this was the person who asked. No, it was a reaction, I think, to the question about how we could get put pressure on Russia to extradite people. What the West could do is impose a transfer tax on every financial transaction to and from Russia. Presumably, this is after any. This is in the event of sanctions being partially lifted, with tax proceeds in trust and the beneficiary being Ukraine until the proceeds cover the cost of all harm to Ukraine. Well, the numerical, the cost of the material damage is being inventoried by the new register of damage in The Hague. That does not get Putin behind bars, but it is politically and legally feasible, WTO notwithstanding. I think the WTO would probably stand aside for that. And if the West raised this option now, it might also tend to demoralize Russians further. Interesting point. And somebody responded to the idea, why is James cleverly saying Crimea is Ukraine today, today of all days? But today is the Crimea Platform Summit meeting. Have we had the Crimea Platform Summit meeting this afternoon? Third summit on the International Crimea Platform. Mockers, what's the International Crimea Platform?
Thank you, Madam Minister.
They've put this together. I think it's their third meeting. This one's going to be.
It is.
Yeah, and they're going to be discussing what's happening in Crimea, I suppose, and what they're going to be doing with it in the future.
The international participants continue to join efforts to deoccupy Crimea as soon as possible. They have a Telegram channel, they have a Twitter account. So let's have a look. I apologize, but I do get lost in all of these various ad hoc. The consultation and coordination format aimed at improving the effectiveness of the international response. Okay, so it's a sort of ad hoc NGO, I guess. Several of these are forming around various special interests emerging from the war, and but I'm not sure who is behind Crimea Platform as such. If anybody has a link to, well, do they have a website? If anybody knows or has a sort of two-sentence succinct explanation of exactly what the Crimea, okay, here we are, crimeaplatform.org. And they're having their summit today, so okay, it's in languages UA, QT, and EN. What is QT language code for? Turkish. Okay. That's interesting. So, third summit of the Crimea Platform, About Us, a new international consultation and coordination format initiated by Ukraine. Okay, I guess it's one of those kind of there does seem to be a bit of an element of let's throw it up in the air and see what sticks. But it seems to have this, it has the support of the President of Ukraine, of the mission of the President of Ukraine in the Autonomous Republic of Crimea, which I imagine is probably not physically situated in the Autonomous Republic of Crimea, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. But If anyone knows more about the Crimea platform, please let us know. Anyway, the summit seems to be online, but let's see if there is I don't know if there's a physical meeting place. I apologise for the
Well,
slight
while you're doing that,
rambling nature of this discussion. Yes, please save me, Marcus,
while
while I
you're doing that,
ramble.
yes, I will say to everybody that it is switcheroo time. I have the lovely Sir Shaggy, and Peter has come up to take over from us. And I'll be honest, I can't even see straight at this point because I need a nap, and I haven't had one all day. So
All right.
that's what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be having a nap, like a granny or a cat or something.
You see, don't call it a nap, call it a siesta. Then you sound sophisticated and continental.
Oh, I like it. Yes, well, I'm going for my granny siesta then. So thank you, everybody, for listening and staying with us today. And I hope you'll stick around because we have, in 3.5 hours, we will have a segment with Beefeater about the Shadow Fleet. Right. Enjoy yourselves and bye for now.
All right, Marcus, thank you very much. So we're expecting 2 new co-hosts to drop into the to be faxed, well, perhaps beamed, but you know, it depends on how good the bandwidth is. To be faxed down to the co-hosting pod in an undisclosed location. Will it be Peter? Will it be Shaggy? The tension is electric. I'm going to give both of them a little bit of a hospital pass, which is a phrase I hope they'll both recognise. It's a British expression. It comes from the game of rugby. Shaggy, so yes, your hospital pass is tell us about the Crimea platform, which is having its summit today. And I'll leave you with that. Thank you to everybody for your for putting up with my occasional rambling, for sending some really interesting DMs, and we've had a great 3 hours here with mockers, and I'll be around listening at some point in the evening, and I may be up here later this week, depending on scheduling. So thanks to all, and Shaggy, take it away.
Just as you was asking that, my phone went to screen lock. Thanks very much, Nick. Hope you've had an enjoyable session. I've been wandering around and doing silly memes and stuff like that, and you gave me enough time there to Google career platform. So thanks very much for that. That was very good. I was being dropped in the co-hosting seat, and yeah, I it's like being dropped in. I like being dropped in, parachuted in. That's fine. So, oh, I can see fella who bonks is next to me. Hello, fella. Oh, actually, no, it's Peter who's supposed to be next to me, isn't it? Fella who bonks is just a speaker at the moment. Right. So the Crimea platform, it is a new international consultation and coordination format initiated by Ukraine. Obviously, the platform aims to increase the effectiveness of the international response to the ongoing occupation of Crimea and its mounting security threats, and respond to growing security threats, increase international pressure on the Kremlin, and also to prevent further human rights violations and protect victims of the occupation regime. Yeah, and at the end, to return to deoccupy Crimea and return Crimea to Ukraine, because as we know, Crimea is Ukraine. So yeah, so that's a brief overview of it. There's various participants. It was inaugurated on the 23rd of August 2021, so last year. So yeah, I can remember that as well. That's when just after I joined MriyaReport, actually. Well, not joined MriyaReport, started listening to MriyaReport. I think at that stage, actually, I still hadn't found the mic button because I wasn't using my phone. I was just listening to it on the website. I think it was another few days before I actually figured that out. So yeah, if you are listening to MriyaReport on your laptop, you may not see a microphone button because that's normally just for the app. Although these days, I think on some browsers, that microphone button is is there now, and I tested it out the other day, and initially you could only talk for about 5 seconds before the microphone turned itself off, but now they seem to have fixed that. But you can't co-host from your laptop because you can't accept co-host requests, though you can set up spaces. Anyway, that's just a little bit of technical information. I can see Peter's arrived. You've been parachuted in as well, Peter.
I have indeed, and I'm an unscheduled roving reporter today because I'm on my way back from buying an iPhone 14 Pro to enable a more stable platform. So I'll be home within about 20 minutes. But yeah, just a bit of a whole palaver, changing importing all the stuff from the previous phone. Anyway, we're, I think, good to go.
Excellent stuff. Well, you test your roving reporter status. That's excellent, actually. That's quite good. I know you can also test your phone outside co-hosting and see how that works as well. So lots of good stuff. Yeah, I don't envy you trying to set up a new phone. That can be a bit of a pain in the butt. But if you've got an iPhone, it's quite easy. But it's not so much on an Android. We have more control. All right, I can see a couple of hands now. I don't know whose order it was, so I'm going to go with Mete and then Lisa.
Yeah, hi. I'm sure Pauli also already updated you because I'm not sure. I couldn't listen to both the Finnish and the MriyaReport same time. But there's a bomb alert in Kiev, so our Prime Minister couldn't hold his press conference. Air raid, yeah.
Right.
So
Yeah,
they're in the
exactly.
bomb shelter, and but they did agree that they will discuss further about joint cooperation about the Finnish tanks or the Finnish vehicles. So I'm not sure, Pauli, you're better in the military vocabulary than me, but it's interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, if I can just have a few additions there. Thank you, Mette. Really nice that you brought this important thing out. So our Prime Minister is visiting Kyiv now. There's an air raid. Ruskies are very well aware that our Prime Minister is there. And there's also former General Pekka Toveri, who's visited this space, visiting Kyiv. Intelligence officer. He's also visiting Kyiv at the moment because now he's parliament member, freshly selected parliament member in our House of Parliament. And I can assure you that our Prime Minister or the former general, when they are going back to Finland, they are not taking this lightly. Maybe in their faces you will not see anything, but when they are discussing the next package or anything that relates to helping Ukraine, you can be confident that they will deliver. This is such a disgrace by the Ruskies yet again. So, former general and prime minister, I'm quite confident that they will feel the heat and they will deliver. As a Finn, I can guarantee this. We don't take threats lightly.
Right, yeah, exactly. And the other thing as well that I heard from Finns is they don't say an awful lot. So I think you might have used all your words for the month up there, Pauli. I'm only joking.
2 months, so we will see next time, maybe early November.
Well, you can stop talking after Ukraine has kicked the Russians out. There you go, for the rest of your life. So you can get all your words out now. Brilliant. Mette.
Yeah, I just hope that they have a lot of mining equipment because we won't be needing it. But I think we could close our eyes on the Finnish border for if there are some Buranov's buddies that want to get close to Murmansk. We could close our eyes if they want to cross over. That's that would be fair game. But we'll see what happens. Thank you.
Thanks, Mette. Yeah, that exact thought did cross my mind actually. But you won't say anything else because that's probably obseki. Lisa. Okay.
Hi, how is everybody today? I hope we're all doing well. I was delighted to hear that news about that kaboom on Crimea. And the first thing, I can't help this, but the first thing that came into my mind was the Bridge song, only saying, putting Crimea in it. I just thought, I'm not going to sing it like I did last time. I can't remember who, but maybe it was Yehuda said my singing, what was it? I don't know, but I know my dad used to say I couldn't carry a tune in a bucket. But also, I sent you, Shaggy, an article. I don't know if you guys have talked about this or seen it, where a Russian helicopter and pilot landed in a Ukrainian airfield and turned himself in.
Yeah, I've definitely seen it. I've sent you back the post I posted on my timeline about it with a few funny graphics in there. So that's in your DMs. Yeah, but tell us about it though.
Can you elaborate more on that for everybody else? Because I would have to pull my screen down and try to read it, and I keep getting these drop downs.
Oh yeah, I can do that because I got a laptop
Thank
as well
you.
as a phone.
I
So yeah, I'll do
appreciate
that.
that.
Yeah, cool. So a Russian pilot landed his Mi-8 helicopter at an airfield in Ukraine to give himself up to authorities. This was reported today. So yeah, the landing was part of a long-term Ukrainian operation. This is according to Ukrainian Pravda. Yeah, so apparently I read in another article, now it's from memory now, he landed it. Yeah, there was 2 other crew members on board from the article I read. They didn't have a clue. So he basically flew, I think it was Curzon, I think it was Curzon somewhere. So he basically flew there. Well, the Ukrainians, I'm guessing it's 2 other crew members weren't that happy with what was going on, but they got taken out by the Ukrainians. And he gave himself up. It was a long-term operation because I think his family made it to Ukraine as well. So he arrived with his helicopter. So the Ukrainians have now got a nice, I was going to say shiny new HI-8 helicopter, but it's Russian, so it might not be shiny and new. It might just be hanging itself together with gaffer tape. But anyway, they haven't got one. We have. And yeah, it's great. I really like it. Do you want me to add anything else, Lisa?
No, that was perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you so very much.
Okay. There's a Russian Telegram channel, fighter bomber, that's claiming that the crew was taken prisoner after the helicopter landed by mistakes. So that's a bit of Russian cope there, I think. So well, whatever. They can believe that if they want. So we'll just wait and see. Hopefully they say, well, I'm wondering. The helicopter pilot's done his thing, yeah. So we don't really need to parade him in public and blah blah blah. Although that would make good optics if he wanted to, obviously, to volunteer because it's technically going to be a POW. So yeah, I wish more helicopter pilots would do that. Actually, I wish more Russians would do that, but specifically pilots, because the Russians seem to be running out of pilots. They normally kind of end up in pieces in a field somewhere, having been deconstructed. But yeah, if they want to land with their vehicles, with their planes or their helicopters or their tanks or whatever, yeah, come on over, come on over to the to our side, leave the dark side and come over to see the light. That's what I'd say. Genesis, man, you made it out. Did that speaker invite help?
Yeah, thank you, Sir Shaggy. I just wanted to go back to the Crimea platform thing that's on today, and if memory serves, it was set up because Ukraine is going to face a bit of a problem in terms of the incumbent population will be a mixture of Ukrainians that have given up their Ukrainian passports because they bloody well been told to under duress and this, that, and the other, and Russians that may or may not want to go back to Russia and want to stay. And I think the Ukrainians were really worried in terms of how do we manage this. So, and I think it was set up to generate a consensus of opinions within the allies to how do you deal with people, and then it sort of floated into stuff like, okay, well, we're going to need a lot of stuff anyway, and everybody went, well, yeah, we'll come and talk to you about that, but primarily it was what to do with the incumbent population in terms of you may you're going to come to us with a Russian passport, and your Ukrainian passport is where? Oh, well, we gave it in and they burnt it. So I think that's why it was set up in the first place. That's what I seem to remember. I don't know if anybody else has got any memories of that.
Well, yeah, I can read out. I'm looking at the news now on this platform. There's just people saying making very good statements. So the Latvian president, well, is he the president? Anyway, Edgars, no, he's definitely not the president. No, Edgars Rinkenviks says Latvia supports Ukrainian peaceful initiatives and calls on the global community to ensure Russia's responsibility for the crimes it has committed. Then we have Alor Karis, who's the president of the Republic of Estonia. He said, we have to see Russia's war for what it is, a genocide, extermination of the Ukrainian nation, and the invasion of a sovereign state. So all these statements are being made dated today. Even Erdogan has said, we have voiced on every platform, including the United Nations, that Crimea is part of Ukraine. We have the Polish president saying, no one should have any illusions that the occupation of Crimea is a regional problem. It is a global problem. Well done, Andres. The president of Hungary, really? Anyway, the president of Hungary, Katalin Novak, says the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of Ukraine are unquestionable. Yes, well, that's not what Viktor Orban says when he wants those are that part of Ukraine which has Hungarian speakers on it back in Hungary. So she needs to have a good old word, maybe with a baseball bat, to Viktor Orban. Then we have the president of the Republic of Lithuania. It all started in Crimea in February 2014. By all accounts, this is also where it must end, with Crimea coming back as part of the Ukrainian state. Well, it is part of the Ukrainian state, but I know what he means. Fully under control of the Ukrainian state, I think he means, but maybe he was doing a tweet or something. The president of Portugal, of the Portuguese Republic, it is impossible to separate the issue of Crimea from the global attack and invasion of Ukrainian territory. Separating these two issues is not a manifestation of support. Separating these two issues is not a manifestation of support and assistance to the Ukrainian people. That is not a manifestation. Anyway, I don't understand that quote. Maybe that was written wrong. Vladimir, President Zell, Linaya Umerova tried to visit her sick father in the occupied Crimea. Now Russia wants to sentence her to 20 years in prison. I'm going to need to look and see who she is, so I can bring you that story. I haven't come across that name before. But yeah, there's just some of the statements being made at the at this conference at the moment on called the Crimea platform. So yeah, lots of important people making important decisions. There's various forums happening. There's quite a lot. I'll get a list together one day of what they are, because that would be really quite handy. I might actually create a calendar of them all as well, because they happen quite often. So they're all to do with different parts of Russia's aggression against Ukraine and what Ukraine wants to do about it, and what partners of Ukraine can help with to do about it. So yeah, Peter, have you seen this Crimea platform? You know much about it?
I don't know a lot about it. I do recall a few months ago, I think it being established or hearing something about it, but I don't remember sort of many details or who was on it and or what its objectives were. But certainly, if it's sort of European governments and some of the more competent ones who are actually doing something, that's good news. And obviously, if the objective is to bring Crimea back into Ukrainian control, then that's something I think all of us are going to support, and the sooner it happens, the better.
Yeah, exactly. So I've just read Linaya, so Leniye, Linaya, went over. She's a Crimean Tatar and a Ukrainian citizen, and she's now behind bars due to the Russians. So she went to visit. She went to visit her sick father in occupied Crimea. The Russians didn't like that, and sentenced her to 20 years in prison for trying to visit her sick father in Crimea. That's just mad. And this is from President Zelensky, and this is just one of many examples of the occupiers' repression against Ukrainian citizens in occupied Crimea. Yeah, that's ridiculous. It depends on our solidarity when Lenaya, Narim as well, Vladislav, Yespenko, Server Mustafayev, Irana Danilovich, and many others who will be free again. People whose house was taken away and who live where it's broken. They have the right to live freely with life with dignity on earth without invaders. So that's from President Zelensky. Sorry about me reading that a little bit rubbishly. I have a bit of problems with trying to get some lots of names with not consonants in the right place from my dyslexic mind point of view. So yeah. Oh, hands. Sorry about that. Peter, who's next with hands? Is it Genesis Man or is it Meti?
I think it's Genesis Man, but I'll be perfectly honest, I'm not quite sure.
Okay, that was a good guess. Let's go Genesis Man.
By the narrowest of margins, I must admit. So Shaggy, I'll hold the bat while you do Ergon. I'm totally in agreement with you there. And my first question about the lady that's been imprisoned is where she's been imprisoned. That may be the point. And these are the sorts of questions that this forum's been set up to answer and to take the Russians to task on. Because there is going to be a myriad of problems with the population about, passports, who did what to why, when, and how, and are you part of the resistance? Are you not? Are you Russian? Are you Ukrainian? And I do not wish. Well, they've got a hell's teeth job sorting this lot out. They really have. And so yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah, I'll have a little dig around and see some more information on her. Apparently, her Russia's in June. What date was this? What date was this article? So on the 1st of July this year, Russia has extended detention of Lenia to another 3 months until the 4th of October. Her brother Aziz wrote this on his Facebook channel, so I'm going to go and have a look at his Facebook page, try and get some more information on that. So yeah, she's being detained in Moscow. Oh, yeah, she's being detained in Moscow. Moscow's Lefortovo prison or place, wherever it is. I'm assuming that's a prison in pre-trial detention. So she must face up to. This is from Yahoo News. So she faces up to 20 years in prison, and she's in pre-trial detention in Moscow at the moment. So that's a little bit of information there. Meti.
Yeah, I unfortunately, I think it's just the top of the iceberg. What I hear from the back channels, how they're treating people in the occupied territories, how they are just kidnapping them and accusing them in these so-called courts and stealing their apartments and and torturing them. It's going to be such a mess. But so all we can do at the moment is hope that the liberations are coming, so we can get our hands on it, so to say. But some good news is that like Tokmak is getting a few arrivals apparently from the back channels. So I don't know. Maybe there's UA knocking on the doors there. Hope so. It would be great to liberate Tokmak. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious whether they're going to try and actually liberate Tokmak street for street. But I mean, I'm not military, but I think they're probably going to go around Tokmak to the what would that be, to the east, and then go underneath it and cut it off a little bit. I think I wrote a map a few months ago, thinking that's where I think the offensive will be. I can't find that map anymore, which is really annoying. But anywho, I found some more details on this lady who's been Linnea. I hope I've said that right, but she deserves all the respect I can give her. So apparently she was she tried to cross the border, the Georgian-Russian border, from North Ossetia in Russia on the 4th of December 2022. So 8 months. Now she was held in a detention center in North Ossetia for 5 months. Before so 5 months. So I don't know how long she's been in the detention center stroke prison in Moscow. It doesn't say on this article that I've got, but yeah, she's been there. She's been detained now for well over 8 months. So I mean, I really hope she's okay. She does have some access to a lawyer every now and again, but a lawyer's not allowed to see her very often. Her lawyer alone was allowed to a court, but he is barred from disclosing any information about the criminal case. So we don't really know what she's going to be charged with. This is according to this article in Yahoo that I found. So yeah, very, very bad. Oh, Peter.
Yeah, Lefortovo is the notorious KGB prison on the east side of Moscow that is used for sort of political prisoners and all sorts of people, and allegedly has sort of torture chambers in the basement and all sorts of other stuff. Not a very good reputation, hardly surprising. And of course, if she's in Moscow rather than Crimea, that's extrication is a much more complicated proposition, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's I didn't know about this lady until 10 minutes ago. I wish I'd known about that a little bit more. Yeah, she's 25 years old. Yeah, I really hope she gets released very, very soon somehow. Whether that's POWs for her, even though she's not a POW herself, I don't really care how she gets released. If she can swap Russians who are Russian POWs who are there, for somebody like her who is only trying to cross the border to get to Crimea to visit her father who's sick. He's got cancer apparently. So yeah, very, very sad, very tragic and horrible case. But that's Russians for you. So, from the sound of you, Peter, you must have made it home by now.
I have. I'm just sending you a message to say I'm back home and back up on the text and everything. So yes, that's right. I've just arrived back home. It overran quite significantly. I was hoping to get this all sorted out earlier, but anyone who remembers their last session when they bought a new phone, porting over all the data and the pictures and everything else is a right palaver, and always takes 3 times as long as you expect it to. But anyway, I'm back up and running now, and hopefully on my new platform, the space will be more stable, because I'd had a heck of a time the last few issues I've been hosting. It kept on dropping and absolute sort of mega Twitter pox, and how much of it was down to the old phone, probably quite a lot of it, and how much of it was down to Elmo, who knows. But there we go. Anyway, I am back and in the proper seat, as it were.
Yeah. I mean, Elmo, I blame for the actual space occasionally going wonky and crashing, but I blame you completely for your phone being rubbish earlier on. You occasionally getting an extra dose of pox, which happens to me occasionally if my phone gets a bit too hot. So we basically need the planets to align. Well, Elmo to align on our own infrastructure, as it were, to align as well, and then we have the best chance of it all working. And us hearing each other, and a decrease in the stress levels. So, I just saw your message pop through there, Peter. Yeah, but I've already realised you are actually home. So, do you have what's your favourite topic of the day? What's your favourite bit of the news of the day that you've heard that has made you which cheered you up?
Well, that stuff that just came through about Finland giving more ammunition and was it more heavy equipment, which could cover a multitude of things, is obviously good news. And when Finland says they're going to do something, then you probably know that they mean something serious, because usually they don't even say anything. They're very quiet and it arrives. And so when they actually say in advance they're going to be doing something, then hopefully it'll be big. What I really liked was somebody on earlier this morning who was suggesting the Finns and the Australians could come to some sort of a deal where these blooming stored F-18s, which are about to be binned from Australia, that are in more or less pretty good condition, could potentially go to Finland, and where they've already got people who know how to fly them, and backfill other stuff that could get released to Ukraine. I'm not quite sure what that other stuff was, F-16s or Gripens or God, I don't know. But anything that can just bloody speed up the process and get the sodding planes in the sky over Ukraine is what is needed, because the blooming prevarication and all the excuses and rubbish about this and that, and it's just a long line of, oh, we can't do it, and escalation and everything else. Forget about that. Just get the bloody kit there and get the result, and the faster it happens, the faster we'll get the result. It's not rocket science. And I was quite pleased to see the first F-16 had arrived in Ukraine yesterday, until I saw it as a bleeding model presented from the Dutch Minister of Defense Minister to Zelensky, rather than an actual F-16, which was I would have thought if they could actually fly one back and get it in the sky, then that would do wonders for morale and send a message to the Russians. But no, it was a little model. Okay, better than nothing, but anyway, there we go. There's a number of other things sort of on the boil. Booms in Moscow, booms all over the place. These drones, Tu-22's been taken out. Long may that continue. If they could get their drones somehow up to Murmansk, that would be absolutely superb, because that bloody airfield needs knocking out as quick as possible. And
so we got Meta on the case for that. Don't worry about that. Those wink, wink.
Yeah, I think that was where it came from. That's where I heard it earlier this morning. But I was sort of trying to listen in while doing things with iPhones and things like that. So yeah, anything that could be done on that would be great news. And of course, we've got the ongoing thing with sea drones and multiple versions of them, and ports being blocked. And I haven't quite caught up with the shipping situation, but I heard something else this morning saying the Russians now want to get back into the grain deal. Well, I think they should be told to go to hell, and it should be the Ukrainians inspecting the Russian ships that are going through the Bosphorus at gunpoint, with the gunpoint to the Russians rather than anything else. Why that? Well, why is because of the Turks, but anyway. Yeah, that's what we need, is to get rid of the old grain deal, have a new grain deal, which involves Ukrainian ships going totally uninhibited, and any Russian ship that wants to go through the Bosphorus either way has a mega inspection with a whole load of Ukrainians who are going to delay it and obfuscate and remove any offensive cargo, like military stuff, of which there's a lot coming back from Syria and going out and all sorts, and of course impound any stolen Ukrainian grain for a start. If they can't prove where it's come from, bang, the bloody whole ship gets impounded, and the onus is on them to prove that it's legitimate, which they won't be able to do. Yeah, I know people are going to tell me there's no legal mechanism for doing this and all this, but well, I'm not an expert on that, so I can't comment on the legal mechanics. I can just comment on the ethical and moral dimension of it. Anyway,
yeah, cheers, Peter. I've got a solution for that. But we'll go to Pauli. He's had his hand up.
Yeah, so I think Peter raised really good points on the his talk. So the fighter planes were F-18s. So Australia has some extra F-18s, and Finland currently has about 62 F-18s, if I remember correctly. And we can provide service and training for these. We have the simulators, and we also have reserve people in the reserve who can help on maintaining and well, basically doing the support for this plane. And of course, that we have officers and personnel that regularly do this as a paid job, so that can be provided. It's just a matter of political will at this point. For Finland providing the F-18s, that's only about us getting the order from US. We have ordered 64 F-35s. So in my books, as soon as we receive some F-35s, every F-18 can go. But due to our location, we really need to have fighter planes because we are now in NATO and we are currently also covering for Estonia. So that's practical dilemma we need to solve if we want to ship Finnish F-18s to Ukraine. Thank you.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. As the phrase goes, you got to make sure your own oxygen mask is fitted first before helping others. So yeah, you have to look after your own, and when as soon as you can help others. And Finland's definitely stepped up to the place in that regard with all the help it's given Ukraine at the moment. Mette.
On my microphone, sorry. Yeah, Will from Australia and I have been plotting this for a few days that, it would be the perfect answer. They're just collecting dust in Australia at the moment. 41 perfectly good condition F-18s. Move some crews from Ukraine to train on these 41 planes. Finland is maintaining them as we speak. We are flying them. We have a good condition airports, a lot of military airports. We're a big country in that we have space. So move the 41 F-18s from Australia to Finland. We maintain them. We train the Ukrainians to handle them. And once we get the F-35s, they get our F-18s as well. So it's a win-win situation. Australia doesn't have to maintain anymore. We just, and we can train the Ukrainian pilots. I don't think there's any country more willing to help Ukraine than the Finns, and we have a very experienced fleet. So just bring the birds over and let's do it. And that's 100 planes in some I don't know how long it takes, but the Australian planes would be ready as soon as the training is over. So just let's go. That's what we said with Will. So thank you.
Yeah, let's go. That's a great line, actually. Let's get those planes released, so Ukraine can utilize them the way they want to utilize them. The angry Moose.
Okay, first off, we need to let go of these whole Australian F-18s. None of them are airworthy. Canada went there and picked through the best of the best airframes, and there was 25, and those weren't even airworthy. We had to crate them up and ship them to Canada, and then spent like 8 to 10 months refurbishing them, to make them airworthy. So further, the Australian jets have been sold. They've been sold to a third party for disposal. So I don't see unless we can get the Nordic countries F-35s and they can transfer their F-18s to Ukraine. But with that, we're looking at a long-term solution there. Like, that's not going to happen overnight. And it doesn't look like the F-35 production line is speeding up anytime soon. It's encountering more and more delays. Canada was supposed to get its F-35s in early 2026. Now they're pushing it back till late 2026. So it is what it is. Like, you only can make. And I think they are already working double shifts on the production line, but you only can push out so many aircraft. safely and reliably and still have a quality product, right? So I don't see. I would love Ukraine to have F-18s because they need a heavy carrier of for some of the bigger weapons, especially some of the anti-shipping weapons that they have, because those are some big boys, and the F-16 just can't, it doesn't have the oomph to carry that. I wish Latin was still here. He or Zgulman buggered off, but. Yeah, it's the Australian F-18s are a non-starter, and we keep talking about them here, and they're for one, the Australia, yeah, they'll sell you 41 broken F-18s that the spars are letting go, and they're being kept outside, because we were down there inspecting them. And some of them are in really, really rough shape. I should say I've seen Gate Guardians in better shape than some of these aircraft.
Okay, yeah, that's not good. I mean, I hear two versions of this. One that version, i.e. they're rubbish, and the other one they're brand spanking new, and they were maintained, and they're all wonderful. So, yeah, well, blimey.
Well, they're at the end of their operational life, right? Like keep in mind, like Canada's like still flying A's and B's, and so was Australia. A's and B's F-18s that were made by the original designer of the F-18, not by maintained by Boeing, who maintains them now. But these things are so long in the tooth. Like when I left the military and I was posted to an Air Force base, like I would go for a cross country ride in a CF-18. I'd never do air combat maneuvers, and one of the things that we don't really talk about is all the limiters that they have put on those F-18s. The Canadian ones, the Australian ones, like they're not allowed to go over certain G numbers and whatnot, because the body is she's an old girl. She's an old girl, and like if you're using it for maybe for a platform to launch some stuff, and you're not going to mess with another aircraft in air combat maneuvers, maybe you'd be able to suck another 100 hours out of those airframes if you completely refurbish it. But then you get into the cost benefit analysis, right? Or the law of diminishing returns. Like how much money am I going to pour into a shitty airframe? When I can take all that money, go to Saab and buy a bunch of brand new Griffin E's, which they have the capacity to equip the Ukrainians like in a month.
Yeah, you say Griffin. Oh, I'll go to Meta in a bit, but we need to go to Peter first. Peter.
Yeah, I have a few thoughts on that, and I'm not an aviation expert. I'm not a military expert, so I'm speaking totally sort of outside the realm of any specialist knowledge here. But I wouldn't, you say those Australian aircraft are basically screwed. I wouldn't mind betting, whatever state they're in a damn sight better condition than the crap that the Ukrainians are flying at the moment. So why don't they sort of let the Ukrainians voice an opinion on which airframes they'd sort of prefer to be flying? Because however knackered they are by Western standards, by the standards of Russian standards and what's going on, what they've got at the moment, and life expired airframes are absolutely ideal for the Ukraine, filling an immediate urgent gap before they have a long-term solution, which by the look of it will be F-16s, but that's a few years down the line. What they need is a gap filler and a bunch of sort of 41 or whatever it is airframes, some of which will have to be cannibalized immediately to keep the others going, will provide an immediate functionality and capability at the moment, even if it's not their full capability, because they can't do full Gs and all the rest of it. And more important than that, it will send a flaming message to the Russians that we're serious and we're not messing around and we're not finding excuses and we're not trying to sort of say we can't do this, we can't do that, and prevaricate and procrastinate and all the rest of it. But that has to be caveated by the fact, as I said, I don't know what I'm talking about technically. Some people say some of these aircraft are okay, others aren't. What other, whether they could be used to reinforce the Finnish fleet. Who knows? I don't know. I'm just not an expert, but they really ought to be able to find some kind of solution quickly. And if that's getting a load of Gripens within a month, well, hey, that's fine. I've got no problem with that. Just bloody get on with it. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I get Angry's cost-based cost analysis point. That's actually very well made. I mean, I'm a bit of a hoarder, so I've got a garage full of stuff because people have said, Shaggy, do you want this? And I'm like, go on then. I might be able to make use of it. And
You've
therefore,
got
I've
any
got a garage.
F-16s in there?
No, I haven't actually. Nobody's offered me any of those at the moment. But the point is, I've got a garage full of stuff. Now, if I actually cleared out the garage of useful stuff, I might be able to actually just pay for a smaller garage and therefore save some money. But I haven't. So I've got stuff that I can maybe bodge together and stuff like that.
But Shaggy, there's a difference between like I don't know, rolling a Sherman into Ukraine and say, okay, it's old, but you know what, it could still suppress some infantry, and I guess it could, but when that engine seizes up, the crew just gets out and walks away. When the wing falls off the CF-18, and I'll use it because the CF-18s, the ones Canada's flying right now, I'm amazed they're still in the air because they're flying aircraft that the pilots' grandfathers flew, right? So there's no second chances when it comes to aircraft, and when I say these things are dangerously corroded, it means it's corroded beyond the point of repair. And if Finland is getting 41 of them, I dare say they're using them to cannibalize them for parts.
Yeah, I get that point. I mean, I think my bottom line is, if Ukraine wants to send a team to Australia to examine them, and then they say no, they're rubbish, we don't want them, fair enough. And if they say, oh yeah, actually we could make use of them, then yeah, give them to them. But yeah, get the Ukrainians down there to have a little look-see of them. But and I get them to make up their minds. Right, gonna go to Mete and then Pauli.
Yeah, Angry. Disappointing to hear if that's the case, because I've heard something else, that they are indoors and they've been maintained and they have 400 hours of flight time. So let's get the Finnish maintenance guys who have been working on this aircraft for decades to inspect them, and if they feel like we can maintain them, we can, because Australia, of course, if they are retiring them, they might not have invested in it, but we have the professional guys who can maintain them and maybe update them and so on. Maybe they could pick and choose, but in any case, I think it would be worthwhile to start training the Ukrainian pilots. I heard today that there's 61, there's 6 pilots to every aircraft because they don't have aircrafts. Okay, they've sent pilots to F-16, but it's taking time and it's so slow and so on. I'm a big fan of Gripens. I would love to have them to have that. But, if we can help them with going with F-18s and retire our F-18s when we get the F-35s, and maybe we can start training them simultaneously on F-35s as the Finnish fleet is training on that as well, because there have been talks all the time that, you
Well,
know,
I don't know
yeah.
where you got your information, but there is not an F-18 in the world, A, B, C, or D model that has 400 hours on it. All of them are in quadruple digits.
You understand wrongly. Maybe I think Mette meant 400 hours left. I think that's what Mette meant, if I understood correctly.
Yeah, 400 hours of flight time left. Yes.
Yeah, left is a really important word in there. They're not really spanking new. They're near the end of their life. So yeah, very important distinction there.
But that's 400 hours times 41 for Ukraine, and you know it's they don't have anything now, more or less. The MiG-29, etc. They are they have like minus 100 hours left. So anything that can help them, and the training would be important because it's Western aircraft. Even if they never get F-18s, they could still train on them because it will be easier for them to learn F-16 or F-35 after training. Because I think Finland can train, and we have the space and the air. How do you feel, Pauli?
Yeah, if I can just give some supporting fires, and I have to correct few information that Angry released. The Ukrainian staff or government, they have been investigating purchasing or acquiring some Hornets from Australia in June. So I do not think that they would waste time if they would think that this is like just complete rubbish. I do not think that the Ukrainian staff and the army, that they are like how to say, inexperienced persons that do not understand anything about fighter planes. And from public sources, you can see that the Austrian F-18s were due to retire between 2018 to 2022. So, of course, there were certain squadrons that were released earlier and were retired, but we are talking about a couple of years. So it is not like you are, well, keeping your Hornets in, let's say, in harsh climate for 20 years. It is not something like that, in my humble opinion. So, well, I think no one here in this space has actually seen the Hornets, all the Hornets that are there. So I do not personally want to be a party pooper, but I think there are some possibilities, and what I've read, I think there's some possibilities that some of the F-18s could be used, and I think only thing I really want to highlight is that the Ukrainian army, they cannot pick and choose. They are not in the same place as the Canadian army or US army, who have an endless supply of inventory, who can just say, no, I don't want to have that. That's at too many hours. They cannot pick and choose. They just have to take everything they got. And I'm sure they have abundance of fighters who want to go. They just don't have the frames. That's, in my humble opinion, the problem. So let's keep that in mind. Thank you.
Yeah. I just worked out. So I think from Hop C yesterday, maybe it was the Goldman who was saying I mean, it may be different for the kind of missions that these Hornets would go on, but average sortie time is about an hour and a half. So an hour and a half into 400 hours is 266 sorties. Actually, that's quite funny, that, Pauli, because that's your surname, Sortie. There we go. Anyway, sorry, I just realised that. Yeah, so 266 sorties seems quite a lot. Obviously, there's going to be training and stuff like that. Yeah, it all depends. Well, if the Ukrainians want them, I'd like the Australians. If the Ukrainians want them through Finland or vice versa, then I'd like Australia just to have at least offered them. or at least got them back from, I think it was a company called Drake or something like that. I'm not 100% sure. But yeah. Anyway.
And Shaggy, just to add that there's a few articles, but there's also like public knowledge that there's articles that experts are saying that Australia has actually done excellent job on managing its Hornet fleet, and typically the normal fatigue life is 6,000 hours. Of course, depending on the wear and tear and what kind of use you are putting the Hornet. In Finland, I think we are getting somewhere of 6,000 hours. That's our like goal. And the Hornet fleet that they had, the average was 4,200 hours. So, and I think that the average amount increased by the end of the retirement period. So I'm not sure what the average flying time per frame was at the end of 2022, but I'm quite confident that it's more than 400 hours. So it might be plus 1,000 hours, actually.
Okay,
Yeah.
that sounds even better. Well, what I'm going to do personally is I'm going to set my hope with you, Pauli, and with you, Mete, and I'm going to set my expectation with the Angry Moose, and it'll be somewhere in the middle. So yeah, I won't get too disappointed. Well, I'll be a bit disappointed, but obviously won't be megally disappointed if it's a no, because they're rubbish. And if they turn out to be okay, then it'll be woohoo. Brilliant. So yeah, that's where I'll leave that. So we got Chris, and then Ruse, and then For Every Child. So Chris.
Oh, hi. Yeah, I was just going to add to that too. I mean, the one thing that I think should also be taken into account is that unlike the American F-18 Legacy Hornets, the Australian and the Finnish ones have not been undergoing arrested landings, which, I mean, you know, you think of the kind of wear and tear on an airframe that does, you know, on American naval jets. They have been flown for, you know, however many was it, 400 hours or more, however many hours they've been flown for. But unlike the American, I mean, the amount of flying hours I think that they were rated for, I think that was anticipating, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that was anticipating, you know, the arrested landings on American aircraft carriers. So they haven't been undergoing that, you know, arrested landings. I think that, you know, should also be factored into it. The other thing is that, like, I mean, doing a service life extension upgrade is possible. And I mean, if it's something Ukraine wants, I think that it'd be worth the money. But I mean, you think of the A-10, which has so many service life upgrades. I think there's more than, like, we're in the double digits now of service life upgrades for it. And that plane, I love that plane, but it's like, you know, the Weekend at Bernie's, like you're keeping a dead man walking pretty much, in terms of it needing, the airframe is needing to be retired. But I mean, the service life extensions, you know, I mean, they happen quite frequently. So I mean, it's something Ukraine really wants. I don't see why we necessarily, you know, couldn't front the money for a service life extension. The other thing is that I think that this would be a good stepping stone for perhaps in the future when it comes to assembling a modern air force for Ukraine to upgrade to the Super Hornet, since we are still making those, the EF variants.
Yeah, it's the Super Hornet, the FA-18 or something. Has it got an extra letter or something?
Yeah, it's like the FA-18, but it's also like designated the EF variant.
Okay, yeah, brilliant. I thought there was one with an A in it as well. Yeah, the super one. Maybe should have had an S in it instead, but anyway, that's just me. Right, Ruse, then For Every Child. Ruse?
Yes, we shouldn't forget in these calculations that for Finland, it actually takes quite some time to integrate the F-35s in the actual war organization. They will have them, but in the beginning they will mostly have them for training and for training the crews, and they will not be ready until maybe a year or two later to replace their F-18s and phase them out. And so they will need them for a bit more time. And regarding Hornet and Super, it's quite a difference actually. It's a major upgrade, so we shouldn't just think that going from a late Hornet to a new Super Hornet is just an upgrade. It's pretty much almost a new airplane.
Okay, thanks a lot, Ruse. Yeah, that's an important point actually. For every child.
Yes, I've been listening and I had some comments, but please stop me and tell me to stand down if I'm out of line. I've been hearing about planes for trainers, and I believe Angry Ant said that airplanes aren't like tanks. The pilots don't necessarily walk away if a wing falls off. When World War II began for the United States, it may not be generally known, but the Army Air Corps had 2 airplanes, and the entire West Coast was protected with 2 airplanes. My dad flew one of them. Both of those planes were trainers, and neither one of them were armed in the beginning. So they were protecting the West Coast with unarmed planes that were just flying surveillance. After about 2 weeks, they decided to mount machine guns underneath the wings. And when Dad went out, they said, "Okay, take it up and shoot some rounds." Dad said, "But have they been fired on the ground?" And they said, "Oh no, we haven't done that." And he says, "Well, let's fire a few rounds on the ground." They shot the propellers off. I won't go into that story anymore, but nevertheless, using what you have is all you've got to use, and there's a lot to be said for the trainers and using them as trainers, but they might be pressed into service in an emergency, and that's fine too. And I'll just. Well, no, I had one more thing. Have I bored everyone with the first part?
No, crack on. Very interesting.
Okay.
Carry on.
In Korea, Dad was responsible for investigating all the air crashes for all branches of service. And every time a Navy pilot took off from the airstrip, he was loaded with fuel and loaded with arms as much as possible. And every single one of those planes were crashing at the end of the runway, and the pilots were being killed. Dad lined up all the Navy pilots, and he said, "First of all, I want every one of you to know that this isn't pilot error." And he said, "And we don't know what's causing it. Does anyone here have any idea what might be the problem?" And one of the pilots said, "Sir, we think it's the reconditioned spark plugs." The military was supplying spark plugs at 3 cents a piece reconditioned, but it was 25 cents a piece for brand new spark plugs. I mention this because it may come down to MriyaReport raising money for something like a few dollar item that is being used reconditioned when it needs to be new. And so I just want to leave that on the table for some future consideration, and that's really all I had.
Yeah, that reminds me of tourniquets actually, rather than buying the Cat 7 ones. A lot of Ukrainian defenders have got those cheap Chinese ones. So that reminds me of that. So yeah, penny pinching. I mean, it's okay to penny pinch in certain scenarios, especially if you haven't got the money. But I mean, if you have got the money and you're penny pinching, you should always go for quality rather than quantity. as they say in the US and whatever, and everyone else can definitely afford some 25-cent spark plugs. I think I vaguely remember that story actually as well. I got a DM from a listener saying that the Ukrainians have already been to Australia actually to inspect the planes. The Ukrainian ambassador to Australia has not made a formal request for the planes, but he's expressed an interest in them. But no formal request. So yeah, they've already the Ukrainians have already looked at them. Yeah, that's just to add to the pot. So we've got Chris, then Mete, then Furious.
Yeah, I was just gonna respond, I guess, to one of the previous comments. Yeah, I should probably clarify. And yes, the F/A-18 EF Super Hornet is for all intents and purposes, a completely different aircraft than the Legacy Hornet. The F/A-18 ABCD version. I mean, and notably, the Super Hornet is a lot bigger. It has different intakes, and there's a lot of parts that are different as well. And it wouldn't be a simple matter of upgrading the airframes. You would have to replace them. What I was talking about is if starting them on the Legacy Hornets that Australia already has, and getting their trainers, but also their pilots used to the NATO doctrine of flying NATO aircraft, get them into a NATO cockpit, because we won't have enough F-16s to go around for everybody. But also, more importantly, like their maintainers, their armorers, being able to become familiar with the interface of the pylons with NATO missiles and that sort of thing. Because I mean, from my understanding, the differences between and even the Navy, I guess I forget what they're termed, the ground crew on aircraft carriers, they have a code name for the Super Hornet. They call it the Rhino, so that on radio transmissions, it differentiates it from the Legacy Hornet because it requires different equipment in order to move it around the flight deck. But the differences between the Rhino, I guess the Super Hornet, and the Legacy Hornet, while it's more significant than as comparison, the old F5 Freedom Fighter and the new, I forget, it's called the Tiger, or I believe it's called the F4. Like, it's an upgraded F4 Freedom Fighter.
Tiger
it's called the Tiger 2 or something.
It's a Tiger 2.
Yeah. Right. So the difference between the Super Hornet and the Legacy Hornet is more significant than the differences between the Freedom Fighter and the Tiger 2, but it is not. The differences are not quite as much as, for instance, if to use an example, the F2, the Japanese F2 Viper Zero and the F-16. So the F2 Viper Zero is significantly more different internally, apparently, than relative to the F-16 than the Super Hornet is to the Legacy Hornet. But there are significant differences. It would not be a matter of just upgrading the airframes later. They would actually have to buy. We still make F/A-18 Super Hornets right now, whereas we don't with the Legacy Hornets. So that's what I was saying, is that if they like the Legacy Hornets and their pilots become comfortable with them, their maintainers become comfortable with them, then it could be one of those things where they place an order, since we're still manufacturing the Super Hornets, for however many as part of an official bid to build a modern Air Force out of. That's where I was going with that previously. Just more of kind of an incremental approach to getting them into